Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the ESB Elite League, brought to you by ESB and Fissure. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics, and we had some fun with the Western European qualifiers, but it is time to get in to the Eastern European region. We've got a lot more Dota still to be played. Half the teams have qualified at this point, man. It's going to be exciting to see where the rest of them are going to come from.
Yeah, just about. I think halfway is just about right. Western Europe had 2 teams qualify. This time, just 1 team gets to qualify. So teams will be a little bit more on their toes. They only got 1 chance to do this. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And today should be a pretty stacked day. Like, we're going to have some teams that people are familiar with, of course. So here is your bracket for these Eastern European qualifiers. For us, we got 1-win Night Pulse versus, and then after that we have Liga team versus Nemiga, which I'm excited. I think both of these series should be very exciting. 1-win just coming off of, I would say unexpected, not necessarily unexpected, but a little bit of a surprising result over at Dream League. This was a team that a lot of people had kind of written off against that level of competition. They're like, okay, how are they going to actually do against these legitimate, very tier 1 teams? And they looked good. They actually managed to take 4 games off of some of the best teams in the world. So I think people have high hopes for 1-win in this qualifier. This is a team that you really have to look out for.
Yeah, they had, the haters were there at the last tournament, but I mean, that's part of growing as a team. You got to show up, get smacked around a little bit. That's the growing pains. That's where you learn. So I'm looking forward to now what they can do here. And then, these are the qualifier teams. I think they should be looking pretty good here. And if they can make it to the next stage, the Swiss round stage, then they'll start getting to play some of those top tier teams again, and we'll see. What do they learn? They're bringing it back. I'm definitely looking forward to that. But first, of course, you got to get through this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not like they're there yet. They have a lot of Dota they have to play through, some big best of 3s. And the cool thing, again, is Eastern Europe, if I'm not mistaken, it just has the 1 slot, right?
Yeah, just 1 slot. So
yeah,
there will be some competition for that.
Yeah, that's a lot of competition. But here's our schedule for the day. Like we said, 1-win and Night Pulse to kick things off, followed by Liga team versus Nemiga. And then we're going to have a lower bracket elimination after that. If I'm not mistaken, it's like the loser of this series and then a loser of
one of the series on the main
on
channel.
The other stream. Yeah, so I think maybe it's Yellow Submarine, but we'll have to see. Like the Yellow Submarine series. I'm not releasing the script
not
quite
cursing
yet,
them right off the bat.
Not releasing the script yet, So yeah, it'll be fun. There are a couple different streams happening at the moment. There's a lot of different streams in total, in which you can catch all the different games that are going on. We are here on the B stream, of course. If you were to go to the main stream, you'll see some of the other Eastern European qualifiers. Yeah, it's cool, man. I like how the format's set up. I think that's really the kind of my favorite part so far of the tournament that I've seen.
Yeah, just getting back to crazy amounts of Dota, just all the teams playing against each other. So beginning with 1-win, we saw them play at the Dream League just recently. We were just talking about them: Moonkushi, Chira Jr., Cloud, Sweden Strong, and Respect. Yeah, looking forward to how they've grown since then. I do think one thing I'm kind of excited for here, Terrorblade support. I think 1-win was one of the first teams to pick it in a professional match, at least at like the higher tier matches. So I'm kind of looking forward to see if they'll bring it out again. They like to play it as a carry as well, so that actually gives this team the flex value with that Terrorblade.
Yeah, dude, that'll be really fun. We'll have to see once we get into the draft. But their opponents, Night Pulse with Kami, Warwick, Vazia, Merlin, and Janter. Now, the thing with Night Pulse is, like, this team, there's not a ton of information on some of the supports here. I think Warwick has been around for a little bit in the kind of Division 2 scene. But, yeah, it's going to be... Actually, I think he played on a couple Division 1 teams as well. So it's one of those things where it's like you kind of know what to expect, but when it comes to qualifier teams, it's a big like wild card. You don't really know what these teams are going to whip out. You have a little bit of info off of one win from, like you said, Dream League. But if you're going up against Night Pulse here, you're like, just ban the meta stuff. We'll see what they do in game one, and then we'll kind of adapt if we need to. But I think it's time for the draft. I think we've got it underway, ready to go, as these teams are not hesitating at all. And you can see the first phase of bans. Dude, these are the most meta bans that we have seen.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more in line. We were seeing some very targeted bans in Western Europe. Maybe that'll happen going forward. Ooh, yeah, that Terrorblade ban. Not this time, I guess. But Dragonite, not too surprising. Bat Rider, not all that surprising either. So Dragonite, we got that just very stable mid or off lane flex. Actually, some teams even run it carry, so you definitely got that value there. And you don't want to give him a free time, so if he is in the off lane, with that high armor, high regen, Bat Rider is one of those supports that can bring the damage to really pressure him out. Maybe you don't kill him, maybe you do, who knows, but he's not going to have a free time.
Yeah, I think that's traditionally true, but we have just seen this exact opener a few times now, and then Dragonite has still just been an absolute beast. So
that's true.
I don't know how they're going to deal with this. I think Dragonite in the opener with an SD ban might be the single best opener in Dota 2 right now. The fact that you get the Shadow Demon ban, I think, has been kind of the one hero that has made this Dragonite look a little weak at times, just because Demonic Purge is really good. If you're playing for late game, which most Dragonites are, let's be honest, you're going to have an Aghanim Scepter, which breaks him. You can just turn illusions back onto the DK. It's been a fantastic counter for a while. And
10 seconds
outside of that, we haven't seen teams really address this hero too well. So I'm curious what Night Pulse come up with. I think already 1-1 have to be feeling pretty happy about the openers here for the draft, as they're going to go ahead and get rid of Kunkka as well as the Tiny. That being said, Puck is a absolute great pick for 1-win, depending on what Night Pulse decide to go with here, right? Because you have the DK, the Tiny is banned, so your two major counters to the Puck are gone. And the hero just scales incredibly well. So we'll see if they want to go for it towards the end of phase 2 here.
In the meantime, they see two support picks here, Bat Rider Techies. I suppose there are some teams that like to run Bat Rider Core if they see a really good matchup, but most of the time it is just put right on that support role where we see it be really greedy, hit some like fast blink dagger timings. They're going to grab a Crystal Maiden, who is pretty strong in the early laning stage as well, often going QW at level 2, and you can go for some aggressive plays there, which Bat Rider I think is a good response to in particular, because Bat Rider will just try to run you down. And if you're caught out of position, you are going to die because you're kind of squishy on the Crystal Maiden, but the slow from your Q and the root from the W do help you get away from the Bat Rider trying to just run you down with the Firefly. So long as you position correctly. So it's a little bit of a scary lane, but a good pick nonetheless versus that Bat Rider.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen specifically Bat Rider responded to by a Crystal Maiden multiple times as well. So it's been funny that we look at the draft here and it's like, okay, DK opener into Bat Rider makes sense, and then into Crystal Maiden. It's like these three heroes kind of keep ping-ponging off each other. We're going to see a Rubik picked up here for 1-win, which this hero has kind of been feast or famine depending on the draft, right? We've seen it look really good against heroes like the Enigma offlane, which is still in the pool and might be why they go for this here as a way of potentially blocking the Enigma pick. We saw it picked as a response to Bane, which Entity was doing. So yeah, I think the hero still has a lot of playmaking potential. Against the Bat Rider, it's always nice, right? The instant telekinesis to try and stop that lasso, maybe keep your ally alive.
Yeah, you got some... I really like the techie steals, especially if you can get the mines. It's really nice for Rubik. And like you said, it is a little bit of a preventative pick. We'll see. Maybe they know something about Night Pulse. Maybe they know the kind of heroes they like to play. They know Rubik will be good against them. They do have to reveal all their cores. I think that's why 1-win went for the Rubik, because so far they only see supports. They didn't want to reveal two core heroes right now, and then potentially run into some really bad counter matchups. So they go ahead and grab their second support as well, and they're going to get to see 2 cores now. Nightfalls is going to have to reveal it, and all they really know is the Dragon Knight. So I think you pick a pretty all-around mid laner who will lane fine versus the Dragon Knight. Dang it, I was just too slow. Pango, I was going to throw out Kunkka as a possibility as well, but he's banned. These kind of heroes that, like, you don't dominate the Dragon Knight, but you lane fine. And in case it's the Dragon Knight off lane, you'll still have, like, you get counterpicked, but you're like, well, I'm Pango, you know? So are you really countering me? I will get by in this laning stage. I'll do what I need to.
Do you not just pick Puck now? You see Pango and Slark?
I'm up for it. Let's see if one wins up for it.
It's one of those things, like, Puck is probably one of the better scaling mid laners, and having the coil is quite nice against Pango. It's honestly, the silence against the Slark is usually huge as well, as long as you can time it so where Dark Pact is on cooldown. I like the Slark attempt here into the Dragon Knight, because we've been seeing teams kind of experiment with what to do against this hero, and I think a lot of them have just opted to, we're going to pick a farmer, something like a Sven or a Luna, and just go jungle, right? They're like, oh, he'll hit level 6, he'll start pressuring my tower, and I don't want to deal with it. Gyrocopter has been a kind of a nice balance where he can clear the wave pretty easily and still jungle, but they're all in on fighting in this lane, it looks like, right? If you pick a Slark, you're not playing to go farm.
Yeah, and Dragon Knight is a very tanky hero, but not always a very high damage hero. So that is something Slark likes to play into. It gives you time to steal stacks and become scary yourself. And then so far, there's not a lot to really do much to him when he does use his ult. So OneWin has 2 heroes to pick here. Something they could go for is an offlaner who just kind of like runs down the Slark. For example, they could go for the Enigma, just put Dragon Knight in the mid lane, where I think he'll do fine versus the Pango. Both of them will farm, get what they want. But Slark can't really deal with the Enigma very well. Okay, they go for Doom instead. I think his laning stage will feel okay on the Slark, but once Doom hits 6, that is really annoying for Slark to deal with.
Yeah, this matchup actually used to be so Slark favored, it wasn't even funny. Like, anytime you would see Doom, you would immediately lock Slark, because it was just so unbelievably unplayable for Doom. Not only is the lane really rough, but, like, you Doom the hero and he just fogs you on a tree and you're like, well, that was neat. I guess that ult is wasted. Now, of course, you block the regen portion. You don't block the move speed component of the ult as long as you're out of vision, but the regen is the big thing, right? Being able to reset after Doom. So I like this pick a decent amount. It does mean you're running the Dragon Knight in the mid lane, so I'm a little bit curious how that's going to go against the Pango. It should be fine, but I worry that Slark's going to have too good of a lane. And Slark is very good against both of these heroes as long as he's not the one getting doomed.
That's true. It's probably... Well, it could be either Techies or Batrider. I think I like Techies as the 5 and Batrider as the 4, just because you get more greed potential from the Batrider. But I suppose they can wait to see what this last pick is here to match up the lanes. Yeah, Sven made it through all these bans. We've been seeing him do pretty well. I mean, Slark's ult and Shard just kind of... It's a generic counter versus any kind of carry. But one nice thing for Sven is that he brings so much physical burst quickly. That's not what Slark likes. Slark likes long, drawn-out fights so that he can steal stacks, play around the healing, all of that. But if someone just stuns you and you get 2-shot by a Sven, none of that comes into play. So along with just being a very robust hero, I think I like that the Sven pick.
Yeah, I think it's good against everyone here. Like, both these supports are really susceptible to his Sven once he has his Aghanim Scepter. The Pangolier, of course, has, like, roll up to dodge out the Stormhammer, which he'll have to get. But yeah, you make a really good point about the Slark. He wants to take these elongated fights. Sven wants the exact opposite. So the game plan from OneWin is find a hero and kill them instantly. And based off their picks, it makes a lot of sense, right? You're dooming one hero, you're going to blink Dragon Tail and just stand on a hero with the DK. Sven's just going to find a target and press delete. So yeah, they've got a lot of options for that. And talk about elongated fights. They go for the Death Prophet now. So they are really hoping to try and play this a little bit slower in the team fights. But the Death Prophet is an interesting pick here because it's not something we see all that often. We've seen it picked up a couple times, but it is going to be played in the off lane up against the Sven. How do you feel about a 3-position Death Prophet? Because there was a moment where this hero was playing a lot in the 3 position, but that was before they nerfed the Spirit Siphon, which, you know, rightfully needed to be nerfed.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so we don't see much Death Prophets anymore. Death Prophet is typically good versus melee hero, so it is going to be an offlane Death Prophet into that Sven. So she should have a decent lane there, I feel like, and then your ultimate can be used to take the tower fairly quickly. But Sven will farm because of cleave and just how like strong he is in the early game. So like he'll get through the laning stage, I imagine, and then be able to jungle. But I like Death Prophet will do what she wants in that laning stage because of that. But I worry a little later on because there's already Rubik who might steal your ultimate, and we've seen that be very powerful later on. Or like the Doom could be used on the Death Prophet, and she really likes the healing she gets from Spirit Siphon and her ultimate. So, I mean, that might really hurt her game later on. I guess you can't doom everyone though. So there's now like 3 heroes you're interested in dooming. Maybe you're just making the choice really tough for Doom.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, is like you're giving them like this choice paralysis, and maybe that, you know, will pay off. But we'll have to see. We are finally into game 1 of the Eastern European qualifiers, and it is 1 win versus Night Pulse. And a lot of people probably expecting a 1 win to come out ahead here. I like their draft actually quite a bit. I think it plays pretty straightforward. There's not a lot of like question marks in terms of how this draft develops, right? You're going to be making space early for this Sven, who essentially will be joining the fights off of those God Strength cooldowns, but you're going to need equally a decent chunk of space here for the Slark, because if he gets to late game and he's like 6 slotted on this Slark, he's obviously very strong.
Got a late smoke up, and they're going deep, actually. I did not think they were going to go this far.
Their smoke's going to pop. They're all going to be revealed as they are next to the tower.
Okay, it doesn't look like anything's going to happen. So I actually thought it was really cool what they were doing. You see both wards committed in this bottom half, and they were all together, which I thought was good against a Slark who has the full night vision, and so it's very scary to take these early fights where you're just at a vision disadvantage. Then they smoked up, and I thought, oh, they're going to wait by that high ground, see if someone goes up. But then they walked down, and that was really scary. And you kind of see why it doesn't work. Like, the smoke breaks. They don't see anything, but the Dire immediately saw everything that was going on thanks to the Slark's night vision. And they're just like, okay, we won't engage with that.
Yep. My Dota crashed. I don't really know why. It was just like, as soon as the smoke popped, my game was just like, bye. It's all right, though. I can still see what's going on. Let's take a look at the bottom lane here. It is going to be these double ranged heroes of the Bat Rider and the Death Prophet versus Sven and the Crystal Maiden. And they're getting a little bit aggressive here onto this Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, that's the positioning that is just going to matter so much on this Crystal Maiden. She is... it's honestly easier to kill her and then look to the Sven, but they kind of do both because Sven's melee into 2 ranged heroes. So you can just take free shots at Sven. Crystal Maiden feels like she's got to move up to help, and then maybe you knock her out, push her out of position, and just kill her first. So far, yeah, we definitely see that bottom lane taking a lot of harass. I'm sure they'll have to buy some extra regen to deal with this. It's a little bit expected. It's kind of the idea of this Death Prophet pick is to make them struggle. In the mid lane, things are going relatively even for now, though I see Dragon Knight's picked up 4 denies already. Pretty nice. It is a strength of the Dragon Knight. Yeah, you just stun them as the important creeps are coming up. So like range creeps, later on the banner creeps. Stun them, deny right in front of their face.
Yeah, Pango at least starts to get a little bit better because he gets 5 damage per level as opposed to the 3.6 from the DK. But those early levels, DK has a pretty substantial damage advantage. And yeah, he does exactly that. Just Dragon Tails into the deny. Good stuff. But bottom lane, we're going to see the Sven maybe just a little bit too far forward. A Blood Grenade as well gets tossed out as Batrider, and the Death Prophet will get a decent amount of chip damage. Crystal Maiden not opting for Frostbite at 2. Does that surprise you?
I think you go this build when you don't have much aggressive potential and you're just going to be spamming out spells to get through the laning stage, especially for the range creeps. The second point, or your second level, taking the Arcane Aura kind of lets you have that. Ooh, top lane, Rubik gonna drop to the blast off aggression of Techies.
Yeah, that level 2 timing, it looks like.
Yeah.
When you get
good
the
for them, because the last
so
hits is not going so great up here, actually.
Yeah, I didn't even realize. Wow. He's really struggling on last hits, which, I mean, Slark is definitely a hero that he doesn't CS exceptionally well in most lanes, to be honest. Like, this is a hero that typically will fight in the lane, and that's how you kind of make space and get to level 6, but yeah, he has Orb of Venom to start off with, so pretty nice. Bottom lane, yeah, they're going to see them go for another dive here onto the Sven. I don't know if, well, he has wand charges to play around. He gets the auto tech, but he dies to the neutral. Meanwhile, Crystal Maiden chased down from the Death Prophet, and Vazio will grab himself a kill instead. So looking quite good in this bottom lane here for Night Pulse. I mean, this is really strong, actually. This Sven has nothing at the moment. He's going to need a salve. There it is. Gets dropped off on the courier.
Yeah, that's kind of aggression. So that's like the trade-off. The QE, we kind of see why. Like, they're not the ones playing aggressive, but you can use your creeps. Okay, mid lane. Man, it's fighting everywhere. Dragonite? It's got high armor. Do you want to dive this?
I'm surprised Merlin didn't just commit the Firefly as soon as it came off cooldown. It will just keep the DK low, and I think that's might be good enough, but we'll have to see. He has to go top for the water rune. Meanwhile, bottom, they will use that time after seeing the Batrider TP mid. They're like, okay, well, we got Frostbite now. Let's just kill the Death Prophet.
Yeah, good heads-up play. Capitalize on the supports being gone.
We're going to see another go potentially here in the top lane. Blast off does connect. Sweet and strong. He's out of resources. A pounce off the mark as Cloud will start putting this level 2 Scorched Earth to work. He's got 1 second to Fade Bolt. He doesn't get it off in time. And so with that, Kami, he's going to grab himself a nice kill on this lane. Another stack of permanent Agi. It was a decent abate by the Rubik. He almost set up a kill onto that Slark as mid lane. Now Dragon Knight showing that pressure. Just 2 points in the Breathe Fire.
Now running down the Crystal Maiden again. There's fighting going everywhere.
Yeah, it's a really good kill bottom. And we actually have seen Batriders start doing this on the Dire side, where they actually just play around this medium camp and they just stack and clear the enemy medium camp over and over, which is a really cool way to play this hero.
Yeah, you'll see them also just like run through the small camp as well, so you also farm that and remove the enemy pulls. Just a way to play greedy. Sometimes you come up here and stack for yourself though too. He sees it's blocked. 6-minute rune. Looks like it's top. The first one is going to be amplified damage.
Huge for the DK.
Yeah, he still has a lot of time on his ultimate.
Yeah, he doesn't have like bottle or anything, but like you said, plenty of time on the ultimate here. He will fort to try and keep this catapult alive, and he's going to keep that poison ticking around. Bottom lane, they will find another kill here onto this Death Prophet, and I mean, it looked good for a moment, but you need that 3rd-point Spirit Siphon to play around this Sven, and it's not coming out anytime soon. However, the counter rotation into mid, DK, he tanked a lot of tower shots. And ends up backfiring as in comes the techies to stun him up.
Man, we're at 8 kills as we approach 7 minutes. This is a high action game.
I like it, man. Strong,
Slark
like strong
now.
kill potential in every lane.
Slark looking to play aggressive.
he needs to be a little bit careful. That 3-point Scorched Earth, once that bad boy gets popped, you no longer want to be anywhere near the Doom.
Yeah, this is a race to level 6. They're both pretty close. Whoever hits
Slark's
it first,
win.
I think, can kill the other.
Yeah, if Doom actually had one more creep here, he could instantly
Unfortunately,
have Doom,
he's going to get ganked.
Oh, no. Yeah, he actually needed just one creep there. He gets level 6, he dooms the Slark, and it's so different. But Slark, very well played from him. Good rotation and just incredible timing from the techies in the Pango there. They are going to probably lose their mid tower for this, though. It's bottom lane. They are going to go aggressive once again. God Strength is popped, and there's your Frostbite out once again from the Crystal Maiden. Blood Grenade tossed as well. And that is why we see this CM response so often to this Bat Rider.
Yeah, she was getting bullied a little bit to start, but once she picked up a couple spells... Okay, well, Sven actually now maybe being run down.
He's got another Spirit Siphon. I don't know if he's going to get the finish the job. No, he doesn't. But
this comes back to a little bit of the buff that Great Cleave got, giving you some bonus strength. It makes Sven pretty tanky in the early game. Like, we're 8 minutes in. The guy has 1,500 health.
I legitimately did not know this ability gave strength. I'm not even going to joke.
It was a more recent addition that then got buffed even more recently.
Because I remember it used to, like, all the strength bonus and everything used to be on God Strength, and then they were like, okay, this is not okay. This Sven's running around with like 7,000 HP late game. So they removed the strength multiplier, right, and just made it damage again. But it's interesting. I can't wait to be called 2K caster by chat, but like still, that's awesome. I actually had no idea that was even part of Great Cleave.
And the further we get into Dota, there's a lot of stuff like that where it's just these little things. You're like, I didn't know that was there. What the heck? But it's just so hard. Like, more and more heroes come added in. I know it's been a little while since the most recent new hero, but
it's only been 370 days, my friend. Don't worry about it.
All the heroes, all the small changes, sometimes some like shadow patches, fixed interactions, you know. It's tough to keep up with everything.
That ruined. I literally lost MMR because of that change. We're going to see a smoke to the bottom side, but they're setting up for Doom here. He is Scorched Earthed up with Phase Boots. He's a hard boy to catch, so he will make it away.
See if this bottom smoke works out for one win instead, but under the tower, Death Prophet is not a hero you really want to dive. Not with melee heroes especially.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, they want to put this next Elder Dragon form to use, and I don't think you want to go to the Slark lane, just because Slark is actually kind of scary for DK. That being said, if you get the Doom off, it's not that bad at all. So we'll have to see. He's just opting to go for a really quick Blink Dagger this game. I respect it, speaking of respect. In some trouble here from the Crystal Maiden. Stun into the Frostbite. And Bat Rider dies once again. So this CM is becoming a serious problem for him. He needs to just farm to that Blink Dagger, I think.
Yeah, this is why you see a lot of people max this Frostbite. There's a lot of activity nowadays in the early game Dota, and Frostbite is your best spell for these kind of kills. Like, you can argue for Crystal Nova as well, but I think it's a little better for wave clear when you need to be the one doing that. But right now there's a lot of fast farmers in the cores, so you're just kind of like helping them get kills instead, which Frostbite is best for.
Alright, so tail end of this dragon form at the top tower. We'll just start clicking this one down, and I think this makes sense, right? You wanted to try and get some objective with this. Going to the Slark lane, it's putting pressure on him. As long as you don't die here, it's fine, as they are bringing in some heroes. But Sven's like, hello there, 3-hero Dragon Tail. The Doom's out, it's onto the Pango, and he is instantly dead. It's now up to the Slark, but a beautiful stun. Great blast off, however, to cancel that freezing field. I hear Death Prophet. She's coming in from the backside, has that Exorcism running, gonna try and chase down the Doom. The Rubik, however, with a stolen Spirit Siphon, gonna do his best imitation to try and make some space here, but yeah, Death Prophet's got that Exorcism running. Should eventually find the kill. The Slark dying on the backside. Beautifully done here from the side of OneWin as they manage to get all 5 heroes out. They get the tower as well as Sven. He's just got to clean this one up. What a rotation in from those twin gates.
Man, Night Pulse was trying to surprise the Doom and the DK by all TPing together. But I mean, I wouldn't have expected the Sven rotation who just stumbles onto all of them. He didn't even know they were all there either. He's just like, oh, well, better throw out my stun. I just found heroes. Hits 3. Sets up for a great kill for his team.
And the Doom onto the Pango, I think.
Yeah.
Initially, I was like, I'm surprised he doomed Pangolier instead of the Slark. But it does make sense. Like, that Rolling Thunder at this stage of the game is actually so scary to play around, especially once that Death Prophet comes in. You'd be able to control up everybody. So, really heads-up play there from Cloud on the Doom. And, yeah, just great way to start out this first fight. They get themselves a 2k gold lead. They get themselves another tower. Feeling good?
Yeah, right now we haven't gotten to feel too much Pango impact. He is getting close to the defusal, so maybe we'll see a little bit more once that happens. He did opt to get a Orb of Corrosion pretty early, which we don't usually see.
Yeah.
But I like the idea because the effect of Orb of Corrosion affecting health regen, heals, lifesteal, spell lifesteal, I feel like it's good conceptually, and like Dragon Knight's a high regen hero, so like I see the idea, but the defusal is really strong, and you do delay that timing, which maybe we're kind of seeing that trade-off here. Maybe
a lot
it
of times
wasn't
we're
quite
seeing,
worth it.
Yeah, that's the question, right? Is it worth it? Because I think a lot of times we see Pangoliers finishing their defusal right around the 11 to 12 minute mark. It's now 14 minutes. He's still 350 gold
blink
away,
reveal.
and he's dead in the mid lane thanks to the blink reveal of that DK. And just so much follow-up. He gets stolen swashbuckle here on the Rubik, so tons of damage that can come out from him.
Putting this blink to good use, and they're not even done. They're going to keep looking for more while Dragon Form is still up. Oh, this Sentry here, though, is going to spot what's happening. All right. Slark should be good then because of this.
Yeah, he should be fine. I mean, they should deward that most likely now that they, obviously the Invis saw the DK, but don't really have any wards or sentries available. As for now, Sven is doing really well. He's top of the net worth, sitting on this Echo Saber Mask of Madness, but I don't want to discount the Slark, who is not typically a very fast farming hero, and he's not that far behind. Like, he's neck and neck with the cores here on OneWin.
Yeah, well, oh, maybe we cursed him. Oh, no, it's just Dragon Knight here. He's fine. Yeah, the way these fights play out will have a big impact because Sven and Slark function very differently. Speaking of those fights, no defusal yet on this Pango yet, but Roll's going to catch the Crystal Maiden.
Ooh, DK just blinks into a pretty awkward situation as the Vessel is out from the Death Prophet, and a Doom thrown back the other way to try and make some space. Blastoff connects, Kami with the pounce, doing some huge damage as the Lasso is going to pull the Rubik in as well. Cloud will not survive. And Sweden Strong, he's doing his best here once again with the stolen Spirit Siphons, but a very awkward fight here from OneWin. That's a huge gold swing back the other way.
Yeah, so that's that kind of goes back to what I was just about to say. The way each team wants the fights to go is very different, where Slark wants these drawn-out fights, and if he manages to find like a pick-off at a time, he's going to get a lot of stacks, which is going to make him really strong. Sven, on the other hand, and OneWin as a whole, they want to see a key target and just like remove it and go from there. So either you doom a certain target, or Sven gets a big stun, huge hits, kills off someone really quickly. And in that case, we saw that Night Pulse did find this slower fight where they find like Crystal Maiden on her own, and then like the other heroes are kind of nearby, but in the time they come over, Slark's already got some stacks. They've already kind of killed off Crystal Maiden. At that point, you're not interested in fighting anymore because you've already got all the stacks on the Slark.
Yeah, and the DK blinked in to try and set a Dragon Tail onto the Slark, but he Shadow Danced at the exact same time. So DK goes in and suddenly like his entire like potential initiation is wasted. And top lane, we're gonna see them make an attempt here onto the Doom. That should be fairly easy. A nice rolling thunder, however, stolen from Sweden Strong. He should be able to finish off the techies, but can they get the Slark? Shadow Dance's pop. They want to try and block his pounce. He's trying his best here on the DK. He blinks forward. Nice. He's able to get him. The Dragon Tail connects. 2 dead. In exchange for the Doom, a nice TP response. And honestly, Sweden Strong is looking very good on this Rubik already.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That was very nice for them. They were looking at Slark originally. Techies was in the area, and it looked... I think that would have gone Night Pulse's way, but that was a really good stolen roll. Controlled up both the Techies and the Slark.
Yeah, he's 3 points Arcane Supremacy already as well, plus that Fairies Trinket, so... yeah, the damage on that ability is no joke. Mid lane, we're going to see an Exorcism come out as the Vessel is well committed to try and chase down the Dragon Knight. Off the mark there with the Swashbuckle, and because of it, DK should live. Death Prophet just gets popped. The Sven is way too strong, and Cloud, he's got a Doom available. He's looking to close the gap onto the Pango. They're like, do I even need this? Doesn't look like it. Sven with this Light Collector plus that Warcry, he's going to chase down anybody.
Mage Slayer now done on Dragonite too, so he almost got killed there by the immense amount of magic damage coming out, but that's going to be even harder now, and Death Prophet would have loved to at least take that tower, but we see that early burst damage coming out already. It's part of why Sven is so good right now. It feels like he's online so quickly, even when you counterpick it. This was your counterpick Death Prophet.
Yeah, and I was looking at the DP, and I was like, man, if she had a Yule's, and then right after she dies, she buys a Yule Scepter. I mean, you need something like that on Death Prophet, right? You need an item that can buy you a little bit of time to try and either Spirit Siphon back up or dodge out some spells, but that Stormhammer catches her from the tree line, so she doesn't even see it coming, and that is where things get really scary. You know, Sven's closing in on Blink Dagger. He has his completed BKB now, so... this Death Prophet, if you go in with like Exorcism Vessel and start a Spirit Siphon this Sven, if you get stunned up even for a second, he can kill you. We're going to see Pango opt for a Blink Dagger as well here fairly soon, which is a little bit interesting because a lot of times we see the Aghanim Scepter prioritized a little bit over the Blink. A smoke out from mid. Finish Sweden Strong's Blink Dagger. Was there another item we're looking at? Doom has his Blink Dagger now. Okay, 3 blinks from 1 win.
They can definitely kill anyone they find if they commit the Doom. But so far, everyone's actually scattered away from them. We'll see if anyone comes to defend this top tier 2 tower.
They're going to see the Slark, but at the worst possible time. And now, smoke out from Night Pulse as they want to try and contest this tower. I don't... like, the opening is definitely going to be a Blink Lasso, and they've got him, the Dragonite, into a really problematic situation, and they will just go ahead and leave him. As Sven's BKB, he's going to TP on home. The rest of the team will blink away.
Oh, Crystal Maiden was so close to getting caught. That was such a long TP, actually. Where'd she go? Oh, bottom lane with the Doom.
Bottom tier 2, yeah.
It was pretty scary for her.
Well, that is as good as it gets, right? You save your tower, you get a really good kill on the Dragon Knight, and he's going to need that Manta and his BKB really soon if he wants to live.
Yeah, I think we see the idea of the blink on the Pango as well. Death Prophet is a fairly high damage offlaner and has less utility. Sure, she's got the silence, that's pretty cool, but not really any control. So I think Pango's job this game is to act as a distraction, just control up the enemy team and let Slark get to work building up those stacks, and let the Death Prophet Exorcism, Spirit Siphon, let all of that go to work. So Ags would definitely be a much higher damage build, but the Blink allows you to maybe get some good chain stuns and a surprise initiation. We saw him roll up and then blink into that fight. Even though they lost that fight, they are going to get the Roche down here. I imagine it's going to go onto the Sven. Well, actually, Sven and DK, neither are the greatest Aegis carriers, but yeah, you'd rather take it than give it to the enemy, so...
Well, they scan it out and they know that this is happening, so they're trying to get some pressure into mid, but they don't have Exorcism, and Slark and Pango, both not great tower takers, so they really don't get a lot out of this, and Sven's finished up his Aghanim Scepter now.
Keeps disassembling Echo Saber for this. I feel like this mechanic should be changed. Or, I don't know, I'm like okay with it, but it's just some heroes make a lot of use out of it. He had it, he disassembles it for BKB, reassembles it, farms, disassembles it for Ags. He's gonna build it again, then he's gonna get a harpoon out of it.
I mean, I'm okay with it for the most part. I think when it came to the shenanigans that was Vanguard, that one had to be changed. That item was total BS.
That's true, that's true. I'm looking forward to someone doing this with the Sacred Relic. I don't know what it is, but like someone who builds like a Radiance and then later goes like Butterfly Revenant's Brooch, that's the disassembling I want to see.
I've actually seen it. I've legitimately seen that. Well, oh my gosh, talk about mines! Rubik is dead! The retreat is gonna catch everybody! They have to BKB, Kami's gonna find the Doom! Bros just played the worst game of Minesweeper they've ever imagined. Jump in, Kazuya with a BKB, or I'm sorry, with a... When did Death Prophet get a blink? It pays off. They get the Aegis from your Sven. He's already BKB'd. He's already God Strength. Dragon Tail's gonna buy this DK some space, but the lasso is now there. All right.
Tips to techies.
Radiant's middle tower has
That
fallen.
dude did almost 6,000 damage on the techies.
That's why you gotta be really careful against the techies when you invade their half of the map. I think that was a little bit awkward of a smoke anyways, because Dragon Knight also TP'd top, I think.
Yeah,
and so they were a bit disconnected, and then they chose to go into the enemy triangle, which is even further from the Dragon Knight who teleported away. And you just have to be so careful. Like, if you walk forward, you will hear the mines and you know to back out. But when you blink in, panic sets, because suddenly you hear the mines, and if there's multiple, you can't kill them all, so you're like panic running, but you could be running into more mines if you're unlucky. And that's exactly what they were, because they just could not stop moving into mines, and they lost multiple heroes without anything happening. No one even cast a spell, and people died.
Yeah, that was it's just a classic, like, you blink in on a hero and you instantly die to mines, right? Like, Rubik goes up onto the high ground, deleted. Doom and Sven run in deeper, and they're like, oh, there's like 5 more mines here. Maybe we turn around, and then they're like retreating back through 3 more mines. And it's just, yeah, very scary. They'll probably think better about invading that triangle again, as both teams will take their Tormentor. It ends up going to Merlin and Crystal Maiden. Definitely better for 1 win, as the Batrider Shard is probably in the bottom 5 of the game, so this one feels really
Radiant's
bad.
bottom tower is under attack.
But Crystal Maiden getting the Crystal Clone, she's very excited to have that.
All right, guys, there's no way they have more mines up here, too. Let's go.
Rubik happens to have the mines, which is nice, and boy, does he have Spell Amp, so those are a little scary, actually.
Dire's top tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
those are a great steal for
Radiant's middle tower is
Rubik.
under attack.
You get to get the most benefit of techies without having to be techies.
Mm-hmm. Dude, each of his mines is 725 damage, and that's level 2 mine.
That's
Dire's
nuts,
top
actually.
tower is under attack.
He's like, oh, that looked pretty good. I'm gonna do this myself and just play around a bunch of mines. The scan comes out. They know they're here. They are going for the wraparound from the south, and that is probably as good as it's
Stay
gonna
near
get.
your mines.
That's a Slark illusion. They're gonna figure it out. The Slark. No, he's
Protect
gonna
the
try and get the mines. Sweet and Strong's like, let me get more. I need to set them up, guys. He's trying to just telekinesis someone into these. It's actually quite funny. The Blink the Lasso is going to find the Crystal Maiden. Cloud's looking for his opening. He goes in, he gets stunned! And the silence to follow. He's not going to get to throw the Doom off. A great win already for Night Pulse. They've managed to find 2. As they're looking for more. Slark, he tries to telekinesis him into the mines, but it doesn't work. Death Prophet with the Yules. The Dispel, she brings her right back down. A great kill here from the Sven. So we're not looking for the techies. Blink Dragon Tail is up, but I think the Slark a little bit scary 16. Here.
Yeah.
He's got 2 more mines. Great Force Staff from the Rubik. Dragon Tail is out. He gets the Dispel. He still has Depth Shroud to play around as he's going to continue to kite away. They will make it to safety. So a 2 for 2 offlane and support for offlane and support. This fight could have been way worse, I think, for 1-win.
A very nice Panga roll just in time to interrupt that Doom. He never got it off in that fight. He got silenced right after that, and he is close to his BKB, but close is not good enough. Just could not move out of the Slark Pounce, and with him out of the fight, I mean, from there, I'm frankly amazed they even made it close and picked up 2 kills for themselves. That's the strength of a Sven who's at the top of net worth, but definitely not the fight you were hoping for on 1-win. That's kind of like 2 fights in a row now that haven't been amazing.
Just what I've been waiting for.
BKB now on Doom. That will not happen again.
Yeah. He needs this, right? Like, you can't actually afford to not get the Doom off in these fights, so we might see them smoke up. No, they don't actually have any, so they're going to sit behind their level 20 Sven, who's probably going to grab that Warcry armor, I'd have to imagine. I don't think anyone does the other talents. Slark has his own gem, courtesy of the techies, so he's going to be able to deward very efficiently around the map. And I mean, we talked about the fact that this Slark does scale incredibly well into these cores as long as he's not the target of their aggression. And right now, I mean, he's sitting 4-2 and 6. He's had a pretty dang good game, and he's not that far behind the Sven, staying in front of the Doom even at this point, and that's impressive. That's I think you're still in a pretty good place here for Night Pulse.
All right, the whole team smoked together. They see Death Prophet show in that bottom lane.
If they're watching this gate, they
shouldn't.
Yeah,
definitely know now.
Wow, they are really separated. They see that smoke pop, and they are still back taking those wards. So it was almost a unfortunate thing there for 1-win, but
Radiant's middle tower
Amplify Damage Rune will be scouted.
Met you once, cut you twice.
Back through the Twin Gate? No, they're gonna wait here. Roshan could have spawned, but it's actually a very long spawn. They don't know this.
Yeah.
I'll see how long they feel they need to posture around here. They really want that Roshan's banner, but the Aegis will be pretty cool too. Let's see, a smoke into here. Are they gonna run into Sven first? That'd be a great find.
His DK really needs a BKB, but he's gone his Manta, and he's queued up an Aghanim Scepter, so it's one of those things where you definitely want your Ags at the 18, like when you hit level 18, but we're going to see them make their rotation here towards the bottom. The smoke might get popped here, and it does. Merlin on the Bat Rider. He just goes for an immediate Dragon Tail of respect. He's in a pretty good spot for
a really scary place
good
for
freezing field. He goes in on the Doom, doesn't find his target in time, and Kami out. He has to be very careful. Can they chase after him? They can't. Warwick doing so much disruption here. The stolen lasso. Wait a minute. Sweet and Strong. What a player. Can they find their target? Again, the Doom is still available. Looking for Jonter on this Techies. He might just make it out.
No
Doom,
detection!
he doesn't have War Stomp. Wow. Well, it's a 2 for 0 still. They're going to go back to check Roshan, and they're going to be very unhappy to see that it is still down for another minute.
Night Pulse can actually fight for it again. That could have gone so differently, but they did not know where one win was positioned. So based on the smoke break, they thought, oh, there are heroes in there. They could be doing Roche. So Pango blinked in on the roll, but no one was actually in there. And he just bounced around a little bit inside before he made his way back out. The roll did so little in that fight, but if it had been in between Roche and the sides, it could have just chain stunned for the entire roll duration. It's very unfortunate for them. I guess the fortunate side is that he'll have a second chance here if they come back down, because this is such a long Roche spot.
Yeah, Crystal Main's sitting here guys, I have the timer written down. It is within 30 seconds. It literally can't be any longer. And going to be rewarded here in just a moment as Roche will respawn. Sven's going to clean up this last wave. He did finish up his data list right before that fight as well, so something to note. A little bit scary. Sven's starting to do some serious big damage. And they will start the split push with the DK Manta to try and keep these lanes at bay. They're going to get
Where's Roshan's banner going?
I feel like you want to play for bottom because Tormentor is probably going to be coming up relatively soon, and you can take over the triangle, but then you're also dealing with Jantar on his techies, who I'm not sure if you've taken a look at any time recently, but he's doing the same thing he did before, laying an absolute minefield in the triangle. They're actually going for an aggressive smoke. Oh, actually, might pay off is Sven has TP'd out. The rest of the team needs to bail.
Yeah, he's showing too. They know. They're looking for anything. I really like this when teams go for this kind of play.
The smoke's going to hit. The blink in from the Death Prophet. They found the Doom. He's going to have to BKB this if he wants to get out. He's going to use it on the backside to get the lasso. Find the Crystal Maiden. Cloud, he's safe. He's gone. He will only lose the CM. Maybe not the end of the world. That's okay.
Got CM, and I guess you got Doom BKB, but he's already used a couple charges. Yeah,
you're just not going to get anything with the Exo, though.
Yeah, not quite as much as they would hope for, especially for what they committed. But I like the attempt. Many teams, you take Roche, and because you've all been in one spot, you now need to deal with your map. There tends to be a lot of splitting after Roche gets done. And in the past, a lot of teams did not do anything. They were scared. Oh, they have Aegis. We can't fight for 5 minutes. But people have started to realize, we can still fight. We just have to be careful what fights we take. And one of the best times to capitalize on it is literally right after Roche, because you might be low from Roche, you are scattering from Roche. And I think it needs to continue developing, where teams who do Roche need to recognize this and stay as a group as they retreat or move somewhere else. Some teams do, but sometimes there's a little bit of a slip up, like what we just saw.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mid-tier 2 tower will be their next target.
They need to send these mantas into the triangle and do some mine sweeping.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. You do have illusions that can clear. And there's a lot of mines all over the place. They're looking for the Batrider. They see the fire trail. But Merlin's already blinked to safety. So what's next on the plate here for one win? What are we trying to do?
I think you just head down to this bottom tower, clear out this last tower. Tormentor is up now, like you pointed out. His Ags!
Oh my gosh, he got it though. Just barely. I mean,
Second.
so close. Double pouncing for that to try and get it.
Yeah. I mean, that's an amazing snipe if you kill that courier.
Respect might just be dead. He almost crystal clones to his death, actually. One more mine and he was dead.
Oh. Earlier he almost died too. There were some mines on his side. He walked into 3 and almost died.
I mean, he has Boots of Bearing, so he is going to regen a little bit, which is nice. They still have this banner that they're holding on to. At this point, you got to throw this bad boy top near your tier 1. Start putting in a lot of pressure to this top lane as Sven's going to pop the God Strength. We are seeing the widest wraparound. This is a peepo wide if I've ever seen. Look at this. They're coming all the way down the backside of the lane. And a decent position here to pop it is Dragon Knight's on the high ground. Does get the blink away. They immediately Shadow Dance. The Sven gets on top of the Death Prophet. Does get the Yules off in time, but they've caught the Doom. He doesn't BKB it again. Now Kami in trouble. Shadow Dance, it's not available. He gets the Depth Shroud, though. You've lost Crystal Maiden. You've lost Doom. Sven, he's got to find something, and it's going to be the Techies. Dragon Knight holding this Death Prophet in place. They can't manage to bring him down quite yet, but the Slark's coming back with that Bloodthorn. He's got the target, the stuns. The DK able to play off of this flying movement. And can they actually get this kill, though? Twice. Sven dodged out with the blink. Nicely done. Techies comes back in, gets the disarm, try to TP on out. No way. Bashed from the Pango. A disaster of a fight for one win.
I thought that was going to go a lot better. I thought that Dragon Knight positioning was incredible for what happened, but they still caught the Doom.
I literally don't know how he caught Doom.
Yeah, another fight where he is unable to get his BKB off, I guess, and then get the Doom off. And so from there, I mean, if you Doom any of those heroes, it looks like a very different fight. Slark especially, who just barely lived before he got his ult off and then was able to clean up the rest of that fight. All right, a really nice find for Night Pulse. That was, I mean, that was kind of it. Like, if Sven had broken this high ground unpunished, I mean, they were just going to keep going. So they needed to find exactly that type of fight. And now their cores have jumped ahead off of that. They've taken the gold lead, and they're looking pretty scary.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, this is the Slark, like, literal the worst fear is this Slark getting to this stage of the game where he closes in on his level 25. You get the Essence shift duration, and then suddenly these fights are massively problematic. If you do not doom the Slark in the late game here, he will kill your whole team. So we'll see if Kami can make it happen. Sven's got to be able to get these kills. We saw something that happened early in that fight where, like, he goes onto the Death Prophet and she gets the full duration Yules because he had already committed the Stormhammer. And at that point, your Sven's initiation is kind of wasted. So it took him a bit to find any kills, and Death Prophet just zoned off both of the supports right away.
Clark has enough for Lincoln's too if he wants to commit to it. No buyback. I think he might just farm up the rest, though. You don't want to, like, slip up and get deleted. I mean, he's getting close. Let's see.
I mean, double Lincoln Sphere coming out is going to be absolutely essential. So we're going to see the tier 4 items be delivered. Ascetics Cap for the Pango, arguably one of the best items you could get this game. As a Aviana's Feather for Death Prophet. I'm a little bit surprised you go for this. The evasion is probably more valuable than the movement speed because during ult you are hasted. But that evasion against the Sven, if he misses just one attack, it could pay off.
It's like 2,000 damage you're avoiding at this stage, so it's pretty good. Doom did find the Ninja's gear, so hopefully that helps him find the initiation he needs, because I think that's been the lacking component in the fights they've lost, is when Doom gets found first. And he was trying to position in that last fight to not get caught. He's like in the trees, but it was a really good wraparound, which they're kind of doing it again. There's another Peepo-wide wraparound. Going to ignore that regen rune in case there's any wards here, which there is, so very smart call by them. But will they run into one win?
They are portaling all to the bottom side of the map, and Respect staying behind for the moment. All right, he's going to rejoin his team. So he was just waiting for his courier to come through. It's got a gem being delivered.
Scary, actually. What if they just lost that gem?
All right, well, neither team getting anything out of the smoke, is obviously they see the bottom lane get cleared up. They kind of know where they're at now. They're playing for the Roche positioning, and I can't blame them. It could respawn here any moment. So we'll see the timer come up. Last fight, it was very long, almost 3 minutes. This one, about 55 seconds. So if they manage, whoever really gets a pick off here is in a really good spot for the Roshan, as there's not a ton of buybacks available. All 3 cores of Night Pulse do have theirs, but the Radiant, however, they've bought out for basically everything.
Something I think they could have done differently on one win, which we can talk about now, because if they get the next Roche, I think doing something like this would be good. Which actually, I'm gonna distract myself. Did they ever place that banner? Because now is a good time to do it for setting up for your second Roche.
They did.
Or third Roche.
Because it's not on any of their heroes, so it definitely did get placed at some point.
All right, I missed it. But if they had it, I would say like this is now a good time to use it. Place it like in the top lane, for example, and then it keeps the lane pushed in to help you do the Roche in the bottom lane. Okay, back to my original thought. Where they're positioned now is actually, I think, maybe where they should have positioned on that last high ground push, where maybe you clear out Tormentor if it's up, and then you hold in that area, because Dragon Knight with his Ags has free-flying movement. And I think you just send in the illusions through this, like, this side twin gate, and it's really hard to siege that. Okay, back to that later. We got
barely dodging out that smoke. There's going to be the Death Prophet. Her smoke pops. They actually don't see her. She is in the pit, but the Crystal Maiden smoke from the Ninja Gear did pop, so maybe they have some sort of info, some heads up as to what's going on here. They will see the Bat Rider.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And the Pango illusion will get cleared up, so Dragon Knight trying to scout the backline. The smoke ends, and his illusion's going to give them a lot of info to play around. I like the Dagon pickup from the techies. I mean, we talk about teams not having ways of dealing with the DK illusions. Well, Dagon is great. Instantly kills them.
Techies players with Dagons right now is like, oh yeah, that's why I bought that. Yeah,
that's totally it. Well, yeah, of course. I'm not just like trying to burst heroes.
I do want to mention Slark chose to go for Abyssal instead of Lincoln's. We'll see if that backfires here. It is very good versus the Sven to fight during the God Strength if you can like bash him up in that BKB. But it does mean you could still be doomed here. Even if you have a Lotus on you, I think it's totally worth it for Doom to self-doom and still get it off on the Slark.
And Pango also did not go his Lincoln Sphere, so he built his Manta. So, Manta Basher, right? So we're looking at double Basher come out. The scan hits him right on the money. There's the Death Prophet walking in with the Lotus Orb, and the DK will just walk away. That is your Exorcism coming through. Can the Sven go for the kill? He gets the first stun. He pops the BKB on Vazia. They've got to be careful as Kami goes in aggressively with the Shadow Dance. Freezing Field, gonna get instantly canceled as Merlin gets a lasso onto the Rubik. The Sven starting to get to work. Cloud comes in. He's got to find a Doom target, but who is he gonna choose? Vazia on the run, trying to get away from the Sven. Cloud, he doesn't get the Doom. Kami gets the blink away at the last second. Still able to kite out this fight. Warwick TPing out in the trees. They don't get him. They've wasted most of the God Strength for the Exorcism, and Slark needs his 2 cooldowns to come back up. Like, gonna start scouting with the Dragon Knight.
Not the greatest. If he had more stacks, he might feel more confident fighting into this.
They know the Slark is here.
Posturing for it.
And look at where Doom is.
He has Doom too.
Depth Shroud, Shadow Dance comes out immediately. Slark, he needs to run. He needs to be very careful. Blink out to the high ground. The stomp gets him. And that's what he's been waiting for. 45 minutes to get the Doom onto the Slark, and it finally pays off. And they will go to the portal top side of the map, and guess what? You don't get Roshan's banner anymore. You get an Aghanim Scepter.
And a cheese, which is arguably better for a Sven, but I would rather see the banner because it's more interesting. But I think this is actually pretty good for them. I think they're happy with this. I have to say, for that fight, I just saw Pango get stuck in a place I've never seen before. It was just at the edge of the camera, but he was stuck on like the outer ledge of the map. I didn't even know you could go up there, but half of Pango's roll got stuck up there, and he was like trying to chase the Doom. And Doom BKB'd, and Pango got stuck, and he's like, oh, huh. And then he just walked away from Pango to go join the fight. So that could have gone, again, so differently if the Pango roll had chain stun to people in this bottom area of the map. But he probably didn't even know he could get stuck there either. That was crazy.
Yeah, certified step bro moment. I would say Slark no buyback is... I'm just going to gloss over that. A little bit scary as the Sven pops the God Strength. They've got the Dragon Knight to start just split pushing into the mid lane as well, and Dagon will clear the first illusion. Nicely done. The tier 3 tower is dead. They're gonna have that second. Oh, they don't have a second for. They've already taken down the bottom tower. Roll up, trying to buy some space here. The stun out from the Sven. Goodbye, Bat Rider, and no buyback on this guy. That's a big find, actually.
This Sven AC is helping him wreck these buildings too.
Yeah,
Feeling good without the Bat Rider.
Look at the DK. He's just slowing up everyone on the backside.
That's so annoying. Okay, Slark, starting to try to wrap around. I'm gonna go try to find the people in the back.
Sven has Aegis. Look at the Lotus on top of him. The Doom comes out. It's the Ags. He forgot he picked this up. Can he stay on top of the Slark? He can. Just barely. Force Staff will not save him. And just like that, you've lost your most important hero. And guess what? They're not done. They're looking for the Death Prophet as well. She pops the BKB. She's able to get away for the moment. Spirit Siphons to try and top her off. She will make it out of this one. But a costly death here for Night Pulse. Pango trying to just grab this mid lane as fast as possible, but there's going to be the Blood Thorn out. He's got a Manta in 1 second. He's not going to get him telekinesis into the Dragon Tail. He actually saved for a moment thanks to that Aesthetics cap, but can he get away? The Rolling Thunder from Sweet and Strong. He's going to chase him, trying to stay on top of him, but he gets the blink. He gets the TP. He'll make it out.
Wait, Sven's chasing.
Nice blink dodge.
Disjointed.
Radiant are scanning.
Could he call by Death Prophet to turn around like that?
Yeah, look at all their waves. They actually have none. Mid's cut, top is cut, Techies has bottom.
One creep is here.
Wait, where did this creep come from? No! That is the MVP of the game. That little creep. Unbelievable. That will allow them to clean up not only bottom but mid and secure themselves mega creeps.
That's not even a bannered creep.
Now have mega creeps.
Alright, game is extremely difficult. Pango's pretty good at clearing megas. Slark, not so much. Death Prophet, not the best either. So, I mean, they'll play this out, but it's a very tough game from here. Here's how you throw it, though, is if you do feed one by one into the Slark, Slark can build up an insane amount of stacks and then run down to your base and kill everything with like 500 base damage. So I think that's what you pretty much have to look for on Night Pulse. For one win, just don't do that. The Ags on the Doom is extremely good. Like, the fact that they gave it to him, which I guess he was the only core without it, so I mean, it probably was, but like, all he has to do is Doom the Slark, and oh my god, they're gonna find him too.
Oh boy, that is about as bad as it gets. The stolen Rolling Thunder from the Rubik was still there. Warwick will make it back to the base, but mind you, Doom has a refresher. A second ult is going to be coming here in a moment. And yeah, you said if they get the Slark, which they have, 80 seconds, no Slark, as Dragon Knight playing a little bit of Minesweeper, but the Illusions just controlling up the Bat. Like, you can't blink Lasso. We're not letting that happen at all. In comes a Doom. A nice minefield here from the Techies, but Vazia forced to get away here from this BKB, but can the Doom find the kill? He's trying. He won't be able to. Feared away now. Slark's buyback gets up. Lasso's found the Sven. He's got an Aegis. He's going to be pulled in super deep. Kami able to get on top of the Rubik, but can he get away? He's going to be able to for the moment, but they've got the big target. That's the DK. Vazia will finish him off. They hold slightly, but they hold.
So we're at 16 stacks on Slark. We got to keep going. They got to keep finding people, keep stealing stacks. Because I think you see, like, yeah, they held. It did take the Slark buyback, and like they got some kills, but the Ancient's open now, and you can just keep throwing in the Dragon Knight illusions. So I feel like they got to keep they got to keep it up, keep the pressure going.
And they're doing a pretty good job at trying to keep the Bat Rider at bay from getting this like Blink Lasso pullback. But the second the illusions from the DK were died, he was able to find the target on the Sven, pulls him like nearly to the fountain. And it just happened to coincide really well with the buyback from Slark. So
Yeah,
very
you see
nice
Slark
from them.
and Bat Rider looking for someone to try to make use of the 16 Essence Shift stacks and to keep that up. Ooh, stolen mines from the Rubik going to reveal where they are. If they're watching the minimap.
Look at where they're sitting.
I love it, actually.
They're like, we don't care. Like, as long as we don't die right now, as long as we don't feed, we should be in full control of this game. So they're literally hiding at their fountain, not even at like their high ground. They were sitting smoked up in the fountain. Like, all right, we're safe, guys.
The smoke is maybe excessive, but I really like that because it's literally the only way I can envision them losing this game is if Slark just keeps building up stacks and becomes this insane threat. So they just do a complete reset. Do not allow him to hit a single hero and get any stacks whatsoever. And now we just go again, send the Dragonite illusions. Maybe a little bit of a cleaner fight. Last time I got a bit scattered. So stay together this time.
I mean, these triple ninja gears on 1-win are very problematic because you don't see this Doom ever moving around the map for the most part, and same with Sweden Strong, right? Like, you would love to get the initiation onto the backside, kill these supports, especially considering he had Rolling Thunder for like 2 full fights.
He's had a lot of great steals this game.
Yeah.
All right, okay, wait. I've come up with a second way to throw. Techie's mines in the base. We're getting quite a few up, plus the minefield. So Bat Rider lasso, pulling them through all of these mines and the minefield.
Dude, I feel like that's a pay-to-win minefield sign. Do you see this thing?
It does look less
tiny.
obvious. Yeah, it looks less obvious than the other
really
one.
small. Blink Dragon Tail finds the Bat Rider. Cloud on the backside. He's trying to stay on top of the Slark. The Doom is there. He needs help. The cleans from the Sven almost get him, but you get a big kill as well. Techie's Bat Rider going to buy back into the game. Vazia with his BKB going in aggressive, but guess what? Doom, he's got a second set of spells available. The Self-Doom is out. He's looking for his opening, and he gets the Techies. The Sven in some trouble, though. Bat Rider on top of, but guess what, man? Sven just does too much damage. The triple Doom is just way too much. 3 tiebacks, isolating the DP now, and a single stun from the Sven should be all that's needed to finish up this game as the GG comes through. The throne's gonna fall, and 1-win will get their first win of these qualifiers.
Yeah, Doom made all the difference. In those early fights they were losing, they just didn't find the right Dooms, but in that late game, he was on the right targets every single time, and it just took away all the regen from the Slark, the DP, all the spells that are so annoying. A very nice turnaround from the Doom.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a rough start getting those like Dooms out, but yeah, I mean, a free Aghanim Scepter plus a refresher is going to make his game quite a bit easier. I think the Ninja Gear was also a big difference, right? He's sitting so far back in these fights, just smoked up, and as soon as he sees his target, he just self-dooms, blinks in, war stomps, and is like, all right, I'm getting stuff done, you know? Like, very cool fight from him, really cool way to play the game. A good attempt from Night Pulse, though. Like, they actually almost managed to pull this game. There was a few things going their way for a bit, but I think you eventually just fall too far behind.
I think it was the 2 Roche fights, especially the Radiant Roche fights, that really changed the game for them. They were behind. They actually pulled a lead, but yeah, just the roll's not quite connecting on those Roches, the Aegises. Just not going their way. It does make the game hard, right? Roshan is so important in Dota, so I don't think they have to feel too bad. Like, there's a little bit of execution to work on there, but I don't think they had like terrible ideas. I think we did get to see some of the strength of the draft. So maybe, you know, quick mental reset, small draft adjustments if they want here, but they don't have to feel like totally outclassed going into game 2 here.
Yeah, I think this was a good attempt for sure. I think for the most part, the 1-wins draft is just an easier to execute, much more straightforward game plan. It's like Sven is just a pretty straightforward hero. If he finds his target, they're probably dead. And when you have heroes like DK Doom to try and also go in and set that up for you, it makes it a little bit easier. So I loved it. Really well played from them. But it is just game 1 as it is a best of 3. So we're going to be going to a short break, everyone. And then we will be back with game 2 of One Win versus Nightpole. Stay tuned for more here on the Elite League. We'll see you in just a bit. Hey everybody, welcome back here to the Elite League, brought to you by ESPN Fisher. As we are one game into these qualifiers, we got a series here between Night Pulse and One Win, and honestly, One Win looked pretty good in game one, kind of what we expected from them in these qualifiers. Night Pulse, a little bit of a surprise though, as they actually held their all for quite some time against this team.
Yeah, I think it was a pretty good effort, and as we make our way into the draft, spoiler alert, I can tell they think the same because the draft is the same so far. So if you think you screwed up like the game from the start, you change it up a little bit more. They did remove the Doom this time. I think they had Centaur banned instead, but they again let the Dragon Knight through. They don't think it was the problem. They grabbed the Bat Rider again, which we were saying in between, we didn't feel like he hit the same timings you like to on a Bat Rider 4, but maybe he also recognizes that and says, you know what, my bad, like I can do it, like pick it for me again, I am good to go, I'm gonna redeem your performance, gonna see like a 10-minute blink dagger here, guys. I mean, it does make sense why everything we talked about last time, why Bat Rider can be good versus the Dragon Knight.
I actually really like the adaptation to ban the Slark here as well. If you see the Doom ban, it's like that was your Slark solution. Without that hero, I'm pretty sure you lose that game. So if you swap that Doom out for pretty much anybody, except maybe Primal Beast, but he was banned. So if you swap that hero out for any of these offlaners, I think, you know, it's very likely that Night Pulse come out the winners. So they ban out the Slark. They don't want that matchup into the DK. This does leave the Tiny in the pool, which is quite nice. I'm going to guess Crystal Maiden's coming out here fairly soon. I don't know about you, but I'm just going to think that's on the docket. Bat Rider, however, probably the 5. So now that I think about it, maybe not. Nope, it's still there. It's
or
still
maybe so. It's still a great support in general. We've seen Crystal Maiden. Sorry, I was about to say Centaur. I don't know why. Crystal Maiden has been gaining popularity. A pretty strong laning stage, and then there have been some mana nerfs to some of the popular heroes. For example, Pango, and Crystal Maiden Aura just helps with that, along with the Twin Gates now costing mana. I think it's quite nice. I think prior to this, a lot of teams used Lion kind of for that because mana drain could be reverse of drain and put it into a hero, so you didn't need a Crystal Maiden. But now that Lion's been nerfed and people aren't playing it as much, I think Crystal Maiden has kind of fit that spot. And Io is a hero we don't see too much, but that's pretty cool. I don't think he's bad, but I think he just wasn't as good as many of the other supports.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by the IO pick, but at the same time, there is some pretty cool potential for this hero. You see the double supports already. You know that means there's not going to be an Ancient Apparition, for instance, or a Disruptor. Some heroes that actually, from the support role, can have a lot of impact against the IO. You're probably looking at a Shiva's offlane builder if you can find it. Now, the real question is, though, what does One Win want to pair with the IO? Because there's a lot of really good heroes still available. The one that comes to mind, particularly for me, that I've seen a lot of success with is the Gyrocopter. And that would be a pretty decent response to a potential Enigma pick that could come out from Night Pulse here looking at the draft.
Yeah, I think you have some room. I mean, just running it back to the Sven is honestly a pretty good combo with the IO as well. And actually, he has a good matchup in the Centaur, so I'm liking it even more. Ooh, they do go for the Ancient Apparition. Okay, so that means someone here's a core. So could be Ancient Apparition mid, which is crazy. I think it's probably more likely to be Tiny in the mid lane, but maybe there's a chance for Bat Rider.
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like it's probably a mid Bat Rider, like, or you just go mid Tiny. Well, now it's probably, well, I'm trying to think which one of these two I like more. I think out of the matchup versus a Storm Spirit, I think you're okay putting either of these two mid. So maybe I'll just come down to comfort, but Man, that's a good Storm pick. That's a very good
5
Storm pick.
seconds remaining.
Gonna have 2 sources of mana from Crystal Maiden and Io, and I think one of his main jobs will be to just kill off this Ancient Apparition at the start of the fight to make sure the Ice Blast cannot come in and hit your Io, but maybe also the Dragonite, and maybe whatever this last hero we're about to see is. How about Medusa? I think you gotta ban Medusa and maybe... I'm okay with like the Gyro ban still. I still think Sven looks fine. One Win takes out the Lifestealer. I mean, they weren't going to pick it themselves. It's not a great pairing with the Io. And it would lane well into the Dragonite, so I can see why they want to take it out. You also get to rage instantly as you see a Storm Spirit zipping in, so...
5 seconds remaining.
I think they're also just probably looking for either Sven or Gyrocopter, and I think Sven, they've already banned out the Slark, so it being a potential Lifestealer counter could be annoying. I mean, Ancient Apparition, I was like, Ancient Apparition does not do anything to Sven. Like, he just kills a hero before your Ice Blast matters. So they do ban out the Sven. I think that makes a lot of sense. I would say Gyrocopter has to be the next one that you look for here. In terms of IO pairings, it's still very good, but the other thing you have to worry about is a Medusa, because you have absolutely nothing to kill a Medusa, and if they ban Anti-Mage, pick Medusa here, I don't know how you play this game.
I think that's a little bit of what they're debating right now. If they do deal with that, Luna is also pretty solid carry right now. We see Luna's picked in response to Centaurs, and she'll do pretty well with an Io as well. So, I mean, they have a lot of options to match with this Io. I quite like it. Night Pulse has to decide, like, they're going to get a good Io pairing. So just which is the worst and which can we have a counter pick for? Faceless Void is still in the pool, and he usually does okay. Because, like, if you see the relocate coming in, sometimes you can just... you can have the Chronosphere ready. You might get...
Yeah,
I don't know if you have the best
Void.
time versus the Dragonite. Oh, they're going to ban it themselves, actually. Okay.
Dude, I am like 100% sure you ban Anti-Mage and pick Medusa here, and this is a 100% free game. Like, I don't know what hero you could respond on Night Pulse with.
Could you do
5 seconds
Wind Ranger
remaining.
and get a Diffusal?
Maybe, but...
That's my best bet. That's
Yeah,
all I
it's
got.
like, Wind Ranger would be like probably the only hero. I think you're right, but I don't think it matters that much against DK. I mean, I wonder if they see it. I mean, clearly they're looking for their carry pick here, debating on what they want to pair the Io with. I mean, Io Medusa is so good because, yeah, you can't heal her, but you can give her mana. And if you're like tethered up, you pop like Guardian Greaves or something, that hero never dies this game.
Yeah, we've not been a fan of Medusa because she keeps getting picked into Sven, but Sven's already out of the pool, so... I guess, are they worried about maybe like illusion heroes building
PL or something?
Diffusal? Yeah.
Dire team
Or is Naga in the...
Radiant
Oh no,
team
Naga's been banned too.
Nah,
Okay, they
they're
take
gonna
out
go for
Morphling.
the Luna.
Honestly, I'm kind of okay with it. I think she plays faster. Medusa is such a classic match with Io, but I think you're going to have more... Like, you're going to have a stronger lane with the Luna, and I think you can come online a little faster than the Luna. The late game Medusa Io is probably better than this Luna. But maybe they feel like...
You may now
Oh, they're going to
select
take the
your
Medusa.
heroes.
Dude, I am shocked that they let this happen, I'll be honest. Like, I looked at this draft, and this was just a super free Medusa game for one win. And I think I mean, maybe they're looking at it now, and they're like, oh, that would have been a pretty good pick for us, you know, that now that it's on the other team. But, I mean, they don't have a good way of dealing with it themselves. Like, Luna is honestly a very poor matchup into the Medusa. Storm Spirit as well doesn't really do a whole lot. The only options you really have here to deal with her is the DK illusions. But if she ever gets an Aghanim Scepter, they get popped by the Stone Form. So I like what they're trying here on one win with this IO. I think the decision to still go back for the Ancient Apparition after seeing the IO is really strong, though. And I mean, I'm looking at Night Pulse as probably the stronger team here, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, one thing I maybe said it and I zoned out, I don't know. But one other reason I think Medusa would have been really cool is because of that Ancient Apparition. You'll stop the healing of Io, but not the mana. And
Exactly.
Medusa's all about mana. She just does not care about that Ancient Apparition. Luna does frequently build Mask of Madness and often goes into Satanic as the game goes on. So that's going to be out of the picture. I do think, though, and maybe it's the way we're going to see them play, is that you can just have a very strong lane. And I do think Luna will have a better lane against a Centaur than a Medusa would. So if you just come out of the lanes really strong, you can hit some very nice timings. You have a Dragonite off lane who has a lot of tower pressure. Storm Spirit's going to be able to get active pretty early. So I think that could be their idea. They're just going to play really fast.
I think they have to, because if you don't, you do not. I don't see how they win the late game, really. You, of course, like, you do have like the Storm Spirit, which I've kind of been underselling right now as like in terms of what he can offer to this game. It is still a very good Storm Spirit game. So even if the Luna is struggling, it's possible that we could see Chiro Jr. like kind of carry it from the mid lane. But I just don't see how they deal with this Medusa if she gets like 3 or 4 items and is like relatively on par with the Luna.
Man, this is such an interesting position from one win. This
is
is not like
really
the heroes
good.
I would have thought would go for first blood. Dragonite, Crystal Maiden, Io. But they're going to find the wraparound on the Medusa here.
She should die. She is not tanky at level 1 at all. And with the
He's trying to
Crystal
bait her
Maiden,
in?
Blood Grenade is out. Sweet and strong. He just pops the overcharge and just start laying in the right clicks. And just like that, first blood, they want to give it to the DK. He needs a couple auto attacks. Crystal Maiden almost steals it. But yeah, first blood for the DK. This is the best time to kill the Medusa. They massively nerfed that early mana shield, right? This thing used to provide like 200 mana at level 1. Now it doesn't provide any. So, yeah, huge play.
Yeah, I will say, and maybe this is part of why they weren't worried about Medusa. I don't think they really have the damage to harass out a Dragonite once he gets a couple levels. And his base damage is pretty good for a lot of denies down here, especially now that he got first blood. So I think he's already got a bracer on the way and has another queued up. Yeah, so I mean, he's hitting 73 damage to the 57 of Medusa, and he's a melee hero, so his animations are a little easier to work with.
Dude, I actually really respect the overcharge level 1 because that 35 bonus attack speed definitely adds up. You have 0 turn rates and everything on the IO, so he's able to just like pump attacks into the Medusa and the Ancient Apparition when he can. It may start to backfire a little bit, but
I mean, once he gets level 2, I'm sure he'll get Tether.
yeah. So mid lane, Storm Spirit doing very well for himself, sitting at 8-1. But the only hero that's really struggling at the moment seems to be Cloud on the DK. I think top lane, both these heroes are kind of farming exceptionally well.
I disagree.
You know, I see Batrider come in for the body block. Not going to let the Crystal Maiden get this camp. Ooh, Crystal Maiden, so this is a nice call. She's going to lose her sentry, but you see she placed it at the very last second. She didn't want to move up there because it's very dangerous versus a Batrider and a Centaur, but she doesn't want it to spawn. And she knows if she places it earlier, she is not going to move out of position to deny the enemy sentry. So she just places it right before the spawn, knowing she'll lose it, but blocking the camp for another minute.
Yeah. I mean, if she walks up like she did, it was an immediate flame break into Centaur Stomp, right? Like they had the level 2 on the Centaur. She was level like holding only, you know, her 1 point in Crystal Nova. So we saw Respect do this last game for the Arcane Aura at level 2 as opposed to grabbing the Frostbite. It did result in the carry dying, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, Flame Break actually off the mark. Okay. It is very good there.
Probably would have gotten a kill anyways. Probably just like harass, but still feels bad to miss it. Bottom lane, Lotus is picked up. Io is a great Lotus carrier.
Yeah. Medusa trying to get towards those mana boots. Just about 500 gold away. But they will find a kill top lane onto the Crystal Maiden. So the Flame Break into Centaur Stomp, like we said, very difficult to play around if you're Crystal Maiden. And again, they do this just before her level 3 timing, as you don't have a point in Frostbite. And I'm again surprised that she doesn't go for the Frostbite at 2 here against this Bat Rider hero.
I think it made sense last game because Sven didn't have a great way to secure range creeps. Lucent Beam, though, is much easier for that. So I would have been okay with a level 2 Frostbite here. But well, it worked out last game in the end. So I guess as Maiden hits level 3 now, she's got Frostbite. So maybe one death won't be the end of the game.
Merlin trying to re-block this camp here. But they got a really good pull, so they're chilling top lane. How's mid going? Tiny and Storm Spirit basically neck and neck, right? No difference in CS for the most part. A couple extra denies on the Tiny, which is a little bit expected. Oh, pull in there with a really well-timed Vortex, and Sweden Strong with the gank. Very nicely
Ganking
done.
Io, dude. No one would have ever seen that
Radiant's
coming.
middle tower is under attack.
Dude, that attack speed bonus, plus the fact that Tiny is just 0 armor, right? Like, it makes a huge difference getting those extra attacks. And Io does a lot of damage. He's universal now, 4.2 damage per level, has a bracer, some sticks, and a circlet. This Io hits super hard.
Yeah, very cool. Now that the lane's progressed for a little bit in the bottom lane, we can also see the last hits.
The bait
last
lane,
hits are
though.
okay, but the denies are starting to really add up. Top lane.
Dude, what a bait. Dude, Sweden Strong is everywhere. He's just reading them like a book. They were just waiting for them to make a play there onto the Luna, and it's going to turn into 3 kills as the Ancient Apparition will not be able to make it away. All of them landing on the Luna. She has a full set of treads and more completed now.
Ganking Io was not what I had in my playbook. It's working really well, though, right now.
Dude, he's part of every kill. He has 5 assists. This is actually so sick. I've not seen an IO get played like this, but they're able to just leave DK bottom, and it's unsurprising, right? Because it is just a DK who had a decent start, 3 points in Breathe Fire. This Medusa does so little damage to him.
Yeah, you're not killing a Medusa anyways. Like, she's got her Arcane Boots, Mana Shield. Dragon Knight is not a high damage hero, so he's just going to play for the last hits.
Yeah.
So, I can't believe I'm saying it, but I do like it. I like it that Io is roaming at the early levels.
He's not struggling in levels now as a result because he's been part of so many kills, right? He's level 4, and they are looking for... Oh, well,
I think they know Bat Riders in the area.
they know somewhere, but he's got a ward there, and it will benefit him greatly. You have the Arcane Rune on the Storm Spirit. They are walking top for Centaur. I think he knows that this is happening, but he's not going to be fast enough as able to dodge out the stun. The Frostbite is there, and Respect will be the one who walks away with this kill as the 7-minute Wisdom Runes. Okay. Ancient Apparition backed off for this. He was going for it, but doesn't want to risk dying. Oh no. Sweden Strong versus Ancient Apparition.
Isle's ganking him.
TP? Oh, he
Is
makes
under
it.
attack.
I mean, it was an arcane rune, so it's not the end of the world. He's also got a bottle and some stick charges to play with. So they scouted the Ancient Apparition under a ward, and it's... Oh, he places his own ward, though. They know exactly where it is, but Ancient Apparition, does he make it away? Gets the Vortex, the pullback, the Remnant's gonna find the kill.
Spirit apparition.
2 deaths in a row. Feels a little bad. One win is building up a very nice lead. We're 8 minutes in the game. They got a 3K advantage. The top 3 spots are theirs. They don't need to do anything too crazy yet. You still need to wait for a certain amount of items on the Luna, but I mean, we kind of already see it. They're starting to play around the Storm. Dragonite has his ultimate as well.
Dire's middle tower is
Didn't
under
quite
attack.
take the tower, but it is low. And actually, if they get a successful gank here, they might just be able to take it even without Dragon form. But whether it's now or later, they'll just slowly start whittling away down these towers and give the space to Luna, who I'm not really sure how you pressure her out right now. I guess
you
Bat
can't.
Rider's using the space to farm, so he is going to have...
Radiant's
He's
bottom
going to get to his
tower has
blink. It's
fallen.
still going to be a while, but he's getting the gold.
This is kind of what we wanted out of Merlin last game, right? Like, on the Bat Rider against that Crystal Maiden, it's such a rough matchup early game that if you try to make plays and she's at all nearby, like, you're just shut down.
Scanning.
He ended up having, like, 3 or 4 deaths as a result, so... I like the decision to just play for his own Blink Dagger timing, and he's just farming the enemy jungle. It's a great way to do it. That being said, it's going to cost you potentially some a few towers as they come mid lane now. The Io, Storm, as well as the DK. These guys are incredibly strong. They're bringing the heroes. They have Stampede. They have Lasso now on the Bat Rider. Do you find their opening? He gets the Dragon Tail out on the Storm Spirit, but there's the Lasso. They need help. I don't know if he's going to get it. The Avalanche, the toss. He's surviving through a lot. The heals from the Io as well, but they finally managed to bring him down. All 10 heroes into the mid lane. So if you get an Avalanche connecting onto the Crystal Maiden, the turnaround though, potential Medusa, you are not that tanky. Forced to Stone Gaze and try and walk away. As they have a haste rune on the Io, the Storm's gonna jump back in, deletes the Medusa, Avalanche off the mark, but it does manage to find the Luna, pulls her back in, respect for the freezing field the last second, but the Luna's dead. Both teams getting a little bit overconfident. Dude, Warwick had some sick Avalanche tosses in this fight.
Yeah, that was really back and forth, actually. Okay, pretty big win for Night Pulse off of that. They were definitely falling behind quite a lot, but they've brought it back to just a 1K lead. And let's see, what's Tiny working on? Yeah, he gets his Blink Dagger off of that. So they can now start making some plays of their own. How much Bat Rider? Bat Rider got a good chunk of gold. So he's actually, maybe if he stacks this and farms it, he'll be pretty close as well to his own Blink.
Nice little pick off there from the Storms. Able to get a nice little Bat Rider, and he's going to steal some stacks in the process. This is just a really smart and a good heads-up rotation, right? They know the Bat Rider's trying to farm towards that Blink Dagger. And, I mean, all kind of set up from that really deep ward that they placed in the triangle earlier.
Radiant's
As
top
DK
tower
takes the
has
top
fallen.
tower.
AA just hit level 6, so they're immediately going to go smoke up, try to make use of this Blink Tiny into AA Blast. Looks like Bat Rider's going to TP in. Maybe he'll push the lane to bait this out. Storm would be a great kill. Maybe we're going to go for Luna instead. Okay, waiting around for the rune to see if it was going to spawn. Looks like it's top, though.
Dire's middle tower
Crystal
is
Maiden's the
under
one who
attack.
managed to get it with an invis, and that might pop the smoke, but she jukes the wrong way. Smoke's about to expire. Warwick, he's gonna see his target. Can they kill this before. Well, with Ice Blast, maybe it does connect. He's very low. A reload will bring him to the base, but he's not going to shatter. That level 1 Ice Blast, not enough.
Nice Ice Blast to overshoot, actually, just in case he zips.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was luck. I don't know, but
Hard.
he does land the hit.
Well, and
Just
off
not
that
quite
blink
enough.
reveal, you don't get what you're looking for. He's coming back to the mid lane with this Kaya now, and that should be your tier 1 tower. They've lost all 3 of these now, as they're going to grab a 3,000 gold advantage. Respectful D-ward as well.
Time for their own smoke gank.
Yeah, I mean, they have a
They
good
know-
ward that sees this Medusa.
Yeah, they know she's down here. She has her arcane boots and full mana.
They might just smoke right back the other way. They see the Ancient Apparition, but it's the Medusa. She's going to walk right into him. Respect gets the freezing field. They get the Stone Gaze off. She's able to stop the initiation for the moment as Ice Blast is going to pull the Storm Spirit in. There's the Avalanche, the turnaround. He's got to dodge out all of these instances of damage. Will he be able to?
It's really close.
To dodge quite a bit. Respect will die on the other side of the map. Storm Spirit lives, and that's a big one because that could have been a disaster for the Storm. You keep the Medusa alive, though.
Oh, man. If Crystal Maiden had been a little closer to the stairs, she could have frostbitten, turned around, and then ulted. And being closer to the target means you're more likely to get more damage on the Medusa because it got pretty close, but not close enough. Relocate coming in to help Cloud.
Dire's middle tower is
They
under
see
gonna be
Sweet and Strong
okay.
here now, so
Yeah.
they're not going to risk this. Batrider's blink, is it done? It is. So he's looking for his target. Unfortunately for them, the DK has rejoined bottom thanks to the reload, and it's just Crystal Maiden at this top tower. It might be worth it just to get this tower.
Dire's top tower
Looks like the
is
smoke
under
will
attack.
pop. She's in a decent spot. The smoke, though, will at least help them find a kill. Goes the way of Warwick on this Tiny. That being said, you lose the Medusa as the exchange. So that ward, it almost got her last time. This time will easily be enough to
Dire's
find the
top
kill.
tower is under attack.
Gonna go. She has her Manta, and she's gonna go straight Butterfly. But yeah, Medusa just needs so much more time, especially if she's getting picked off like this. They have Lasso, but he's already pretty low.
Yeah, he's super dead. There's no way he gets out of this one. Good rotation in through the portal. I mean, this one just one win feels like they're the one making way better movements right now.
It helps that they have the IO. IO is great
Yeah.
for this kind of stuff. But yeah, even beyond that, Night Pulse is trying, just not quite finding as valuable of targets. Or they're getting close too. Like Storm's gotten away very low 2 times.
Dragon Knight has his Dragon Tail. Fazia will stun him
Not the
up,
guy
but-
they want though.
Yeah, not at all.
Safety Bubble, Mage Slayer, Double Bracer, 17 charges, Strength Treads, IO. That's a very, very tough kill.
Yeah, I don't know how you're... I mean, last game we saw them struggle to deal with the DK most of the game. He was not nearly as farmed as he is this game. He is having a way better time.
Dire are scanning.
So both Medusa and the Lunas have their Manta styles, which will give them the ability to kind of split push and farm up a decent amount. I think the biggest problem you have, though, is that this, like, Centaur, he's got this Veil, he's got this Blink Dagger, but you need a little bit more than that to find these kills. He is going to go ahead and jump onto the Storm Spirit. The Lasso will be enough. There we go. They get the IO as well. Okay.
A very nice find
Amplify
for them.
damage, Tiny. Jeez, that's some damage.
Dire's middle
Yeah,
tower
that's a
has
lot. He's gonna work on his Echo Saber. I think he just about has it thanks to those kills. So Luna's going for a BKB. That's gonna be part of their faster timing. They can do Roshan as soon as
Dire's
she
middle
finishes
tower
that
is under
BKB.
attack.
It'll be a little slow, but it's possible. Especially if they find a pick off here.
Yeah, they will grab the Centaur. The question is, do they go for more Kami? Gets Vortexed up, has Stone Gaze available, trying to hold off on using this, but the stun, it's a lot of damage. She gets it off at the last second. Down to 200 HP, Storm wanting to chase, but here comes the Luna. She just runs through the Ancient Apparition. Medusa falls, Merlin will be next. 4 dead, as 1 win will not be denied. Yeah, I'm not sure if you saw what happened to the Ancient Apparition. Luna just pressed R and walked by him as he died. It was very funny.
I missed that. The Storm has so much extra mana to work with, though, thanks to Sweden Strong. He has a Soul Ring to provide mana. He even got an Arcane Ring. He's been collecting the Lotuses. I think Storm went through like 2 mana pools worth of mana there, thanks to the IO. And that's what allowed them to get that Medusa, who would have otherwise been out.
Yeah. I think we're going to see him continue to just kind of play this, keep his heroes alive, or in this case, giving them mana. Vazia top lane gets the Stampede off, Ice Blast. It does clip some heroes, but you have Kaya Sanj done on Storm Spirit, so that Frostbite does not really stick anymore. It is still level 1, so that damage and the damage per second is not significant.
Radiant
Into Roshan they go. Plus, what's
that
it's a
early
7.5 second duration, right? With the
For what?
Yeah, for the Ice Blast debuff.
Dire's middle tower.
Oh, yeah, thanks to Sanj, yeah.
Aegis will go to the Storm Spirit. It makes sense, right? He's the one initiating these fights. He's just going in, just zipping through these heroes, trying to find an opening. He's happy to give his first life up and come back with a whole nother set of mana if he needs to. Luna, though, will get scouted. Warwick does have a shield rune. Avalanche just off the mark. Her bonus night vision. I don't know if it actually got them or not, but they will find the Ancient Apparition for the troubles. Tiny immediately TP'd. He's like, whoops. Well, Arcane Rune to boot. Yeah, it's insult to injury, I think, at this point. It's at 7,000 gold lead. The Dire really starting to pull away. No, Storm Spirit goes in, finds the Tiny. Warwick on the run. The Dragon Tail out from Cloud. Once again, the Stampede will not be able to save him. They're just all over the map. Honestly, Sweden Strong has completely shut down this Radiant team.
Yeah, he's 0, 1, and 15. This is the most active IO I've ever seen in my life. He's making it look really good. Usually you see IOs play a lot with their carries, and you kind of just like farm together, you relocate in. But this time he's sticking around with his playmakers, and Storm is one of the best playmakers you could stick around with, so I get it. And he's making a great case for like why you can do this. You provide so much mana, and they've just been going around killing everybody.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because like you said, a lot of times you want to play around like your carry and amplify their farm, but Luna doesn't really need that as much. And we're gonna see the Avalanche, the toss gets onto the Luna. She's in trouble. The lasso's there. She's dead. It's now up to the Storm Spirit. Now a really nice freezing field doing a ton of work is now Tiny in trouble. The toss in, Cloud. He's got to blink up in a moment. He's looking for his target, but a nice little Ice Vortex out there from the Ancient Apparition will slow him up. They're looking now for the Medusa. She's still got that Stone Gaze available to jump in. They get the Centaur Stomp, the Stone Gaze to follow it up. They do trade, but the Storm Spirit, again, he's got this Aegis.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A 3 for 2, a fantastic fight here for Night Pulse, honestly. It's about as good as it can get.
Yeah, I guess they got the Luna and the Dragonite. Those are some good kills at least to get, especially considering they're 8k behind. So maybe not too bad for them. At this point, they are just playing the game to stall it out. And as the game goes later and later, Medusa is, of course, just going to scale really well. The split shot means that when IO is in this fight, right, you're just killing multiple heroes at once when they go on you. So you just need to
Dire's middle tower
do
is
whatever
under
you
attack.
can to delay this game. Like, trading kills will kind of be okay. Not losing your entire map during the Aegises will kind of be okay. Maybe it doesn't feel great, but I think it's a little tough for them right now. So they can kind of make plays, but the IO relocate, like, it's got to be a very fast kill and get out, which AA Blast is pretty good for. They're going to try to look for that now.
The smoke's gonna get popped. Cloud sees him,
It's too
thanks to the
slow.
ward, and he gets the blink out.
Is under attack.
A little bit
They-
of indecision there from Night Pulse, thinking like, oh, we don't want to go on this DK, you know?
Yeah, they definitely didn't, and they were trying to run away from him to keep their smoke, but they're slower than the Dragonite, so it ended up breaking. And once it broke, he's like, oh, I guess I'll do it.
Yeah, and Storm again, no fears, just goes right in. They take down the Bat Rider. The trade, though, maybe the Crystal Maiden protected for quite a while thanks to that Glimmer Cape, allowing her to find the kill onto the Centaur.
I mean,
And
with
now
that,
the high
you can go
ground
high
siege.
ground.
Yeah, no Centaur, no Lasso, no Ice Blast.
Radiant's
You still have 50 seconds on this Aegis.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They can easily burst the Medusa. She still has this butterfly now, but she doesn't have a lot of mana, and they have tons of damage if they can manage to get on top of her. And Storm looks like he is going to give up his life, potentially trading, though, for the Tiny. She gets the Stone Gaze. Here he comes. Storm, he's looking for him. Can he find the kill? He's not. Not going to overcommit as Merlin respawns. The Lasso's back up. The Centaur coming in as well. Good usage of that first Aegis.
Yeah, I'd say they got a good amount out of that. They would have liked to actually be able to break that high ground, but they did get most of the tower. It has about a fourth of the health left. So they'll take that. They will now just keep farming, wait for that second Aegis, and then look to end with that one. Of course, if they win any fights by the enemy's team base, they'll just go with the Luna.
Oh, BKB down on the Storm, and the Luna closing in on hers. She ended up going back for a full Hurricane Pike instead of finishing up the BKB. So it's a little bit delayed. And of course, Dragonite going for his Aghanim Scepter. So we're not going to see those BKBs coming out for the other cores anytime soon. But I think Storm Spirit as your initiator, him having the BKB is probably good enough, at least for now. Shard will go the way of Crystal Maiden as they take their Tormentor, so Crystal Clone now online. Honestly, both of the Shards are very good this game.
Yeah, Crystal Clone's really nice for a Stampede, and then
The Spell Lifesteal and
yeah,
stuff for heroes like Storm Spirit or even Luna, right? Both these heroes do a lot of magic damage.
yeah. I guess it's a little countered by AA if the Ice Blast is hitting, which so far a lot of them have connected. I guess this game's pretty convenient because you either have 3 initiators of your own, or when one win is initiating, IO's connected, so a lot of heroes are all going in at once. So the Ice Blast, not too hard to hit this time, and it is helping with their damage. It's kind of necessary. Because they've been on the back foot, they're not as farmed as they would like.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right.
Radiant's
Potentially
bottom
threatening
tower
high
is
ground
under
here,
attack.
even without the Aegis. I mean, you have DK. It's a very low commitment, right? With these illusions. And the Catapult getting some damage in as well. The tower,
I think it's dead.
it might die. 8 to 16 HP. That last auto attack interrupted. But
I mean, he'll
again,
send another illusion in.
yeah, you can just send illusions eventually to clean it up. They're waiting for the BKB on the Luna. And her level 20 talent is coming out soon as well, so that double Moonglaive on Lucent Beam is fantastic. You want to get towards that Conda as well. She's scaling, like, very well. The Medusa finishes up her Diffusal, wants to get towards her Disperser, but I think realizing she needs the Axe. Like, she actually has to get an Aghanim Scepter this game because of the DK.
Yeah, who just about to finish his own Aghanims. So with this second Roshan, I think they could force it like really hard, but they don't even have to. They can just send the DK illusions, and whittle this down. They might. I don't even know. I guess it's good practice to clear out the other tier 2s first. But this bottom tower is so low, they might just go straight there to get that Rax right away.
Yeah, I'm surprised
Long
that
Roche spawn,
Luna's
though.
not sending illusions down there. She's going to TP up to her team as they've managed to find the Ancient Apparition. He was just trying to set up for, you know, Roshan. That being said, it will spawn bottom. As that's a pretty decently long duration Roche, so...
That means we get to see Roshan's banner.
Woo!
I don't know if we will,
DK
actually.
with Dragon Knight, plus that Ags.
Yeah, they...
Radiant's top tower
If
is
they
under
want to
attack.
fight, they might just
Dire's
close
middle
out the
tower
base.
is under
I mean,
attack.
they got 2 minutes before Roshan's up. We'll see if they actually do wait the entire
Dire's
time.
bottom tower
Electric
Where'd that shard go
Rave.
to? Ooh,
Dire's
Storm.
bottom tower
I
has
mean, that's one of the best shards late game once you get your overload attack bounce. It's still okay to take early, but to be honest, like, I don't know if you want to spend the 150 mana to cast this a lot of the time. So it's okay. We might see him use it, but he wants to get towards his Parasma.
With an IO in the attack speed and the Luna, I guess. I mean, it is a lot of damage if you decide to cast it.
True. I didn't think about that. The fact that you have the
Radiant
IO.
are scanning.
I'll take that.
Crystal Maiden once again a mobile ward as she waits for the Roshan to try and spawn. That being said, Nightpulse scanned this out. They believe this Roche is happening, and they smoke up directly through there. They're going to walk
Crystal
right into the
Maiden
Storm
doesn't
Spirit.
have buyback.
He gets the BKB off just barely. There's the lasso. He has an amplify damage, though. He's just going to commit for the Bat Rider, and boy, is it not even close. You see the rest of these heroes. He's out of resources for the most part. That being said, there is a greater Healing Lotus on this IO, so you gotta be very careful. He's gonna jump back in. They get the Centaur and Stampede, but we'll end up putting a stop to this thanks to this Stone Gaze. Cloud's he's just holding the entire backline hostage here on this DK, just zoning them out with these illusions, and goodbye, Centaur just melted to the Luna. And that Healing Lotus, it's been committed. Storm's back to full HP and mana. Kami pulled in by the Vortex, surrounded by one win as they tried to just blink to safety. They get out on one, they get out on two. They're looking for the Bat Rider. He's got to blink in a second here, and I don't know if you're making it out. The slow from that auto attack. He's got the Dragon Tail. Can't chase.
Let me go. I'm in the base.
Yeah.
Oh,
No chance.
rough one. I thought Night Pulse might be able to find that Crystal Maiden because she was just like waiting in the pit, and it would have been nice because she had no buyback. So having killed her, one win may not want to force a fight until she's back up, and maybe they, you know, get in a good position for that Roche. But unfortunately, one win actually like moved back around, so they ran into Storm, and he's pretty hard to kill first, especially with the BKB and the IO backing him up.
Are scanning.
Yeah, that was a really good BKB usage. And yeah, I mean, it was well played from Sweden Strong as well. They get the Ice Blast out, and he just waits patiently for that debuff to end and instantly pops the Healing Lotus, and Storm goes from like 200 mana to like 1,000, right? So back into the game. Ice Blast comes out, will connect, but Luna coming through. Should be an easy Aegis for them with the Roshan's Banner. One of the most incredible items that we've seen in Dota 2's history.
They could maybe just go play top and Roshan banner bottom, because the creeps will, believe it or not, they can take the 16 HP tower on their own and then constantly threaten these. At the same time, they could do it themselves. They could just come down here, buff up the then super powered creeps down here and apply extra pressure. I don't know if they need to do that though. They might just like
Radiant's bottom
buff
tower
up whatever
is
lane
under
they're
attack.
pushing
Radiant's
actively.
bottom tower has fallen.
Well. Oh, wait. The Medusa Ags doesn't kill illusions?
I definitely thought it did. Maybe that got nerfed. I vividly remember winning a game off of that actually in the past, but maybe it's been nerfed since then.
I mean,
I can double
guess
check real
Stone
quick.
Gaze doesn't pop illusions. Maybe that's just the change. Because it used to, I mean, way back in the day, Medusa was like the end-all be-all counter to Chaos Knight because it was very funny. Like, you just buy an Ags, he presses ult, and you delete all of his illusions. Then they got strong illusions, but now it looks like the Mystic Snake doesn't do anything. They actually scout Kami in the mid lane, so that means green light goes bottom. Merlin will be protected by the Glimmer Cape, and actually with that, a regen comes out from the Storm Spirit. It's on the other side of the fight. Warwick manages to find respect. Doesn't get clipped by that freezing, or from the Ice Blast. It just goes for a huge freezing field, zones out all of these heroes. They get the Centaur. Merlin's gonna go down next, and that regen is still running. The gem will give plenty of vision to take down the Ancient Apparition, as now they've caught the Medusa in the mid lane. This one's looking real rough here. Stone Gaze committed. They just go right past it, and Kami, you're not living through this. 4 heroes dead, and that should be...
They gotta commit every buyback to try to, if they even want a chance at defending this.
I mean, you still have 3 minutes on an Aegis. Relo is, you know, committed, but how do you just... How do you stop the Storm Spirit?
I have no idea, but it's definitely going to take every single hero. I think as Batrider respawns, you'll see every buyback committed. They'll give it one more go. I don't know how they're going to do it. I think it involves bringing people into the fountain with Toss and Lasso, potentially.
I mean, toss back is always a great option, right? Luna hasn't had to commit BKB. Looks like they will take the 2 lanes of barracks back away. They're going to turn their attention right towards top. Crystal Maiden trying to make her way to the team. So she has that useful Vlad's aura.
I'm opting not to buy back, but I think it will cost them megas.
Yeah, it absolutely will. I mean, Tiny, he needs to be the one that gets like a blink toss back, but the illusion is, or the Glaive's doing so much work, and they just find him on the backside. Dragon Tail catches the DK, they get the Vortex, Lasso grabs Io, but dude has almost 3,000 HP. They don't do any damage to him. Merlin on the run, sniped by a Lucent Beam. And there it finally is. The GG comes out as the Medusa unable to really enter this game. Just a really good performance from Sweden Strong on this IO. That is a very cool play from him.
Fantastic IO play, I think, opening up this entire game. But also the draft as a whole, I think, was really good for them. I think that last fight there, I mean, the game was probably over, to be honest. But I do think it's interesting they wrapped around when Medusa was so close to respawning. I think if they want a shot, they have to all buy back earlier, or you have to plan to like hold against megas. But neither situation's great, thanks to that IO from the early game and everything just kind of going their way.
Yeah, I mean, this was just definite outplay in game 2. Then the draft looked okay from Night Pulse, but again, I just don't know how you give a team DK twice. At the end of the day, that's what I kind of come back to is like DK just makes your game plan a lot easier. You don't have a hero. You have to designate a hero to deal with him. They see the IO come out and they double back for this Ancient Apparition. They're like, okay, you know, maybe this AA will work. It had a couple good Ice Blasts, but it never felt like enough.
Yeah, they've been banning out in the last 2 games. We saw them ban Shadow Demon, which is just pretty solid ban regardless. And then they kind of like see like, is Dragon Knight banned? Like, can we pick him? And if he is, they then ban the Terrorblade, who's one of the better matchups, into a Dragon Knight. And then, like you said, just grabbing that Dragon Knight, you could just leave him alone. They played with him for a little bit, and they're like, yeah, Medusa's gonna tickle him, whatever, we'll leave now. And it opens up the ganking IO.
The classic. That's one of the best ones, right? The ganking IO. I mean, realistically, the fact that he comes mid, kills the Storm Spirit, and then baits out a gank top, gets a triple kill for the Luna. It's like Sweden Strong was involved in 30 of their 35 kills as an IO, which is pretty ridiculous, to be honest. So really sick plays from him, and yeah, well-deserved victory. I mean, one win looked very good. It's not that surprising that they get their win here in the first round. I think a lot of people expect this team to be at least a contender for that qualifying spot, but there's some big teams they still have to make their way through, obviously, as we saw on the bracket there. Coming up next for us will be Liga team versus Nemiga, and that should be starting, I would guess, probably in about 20 to 25 minutes, but yeah, I think that should be a very fun series to watch. I mean, it's Ramses, right? Everyone's always hyped to watch Ramses play, but this team has not had the success that I think he was hoping for. So we'll see if they can turn that around.
Yep, definitely. And Nightpulse is not out either. Just
Yeah.
to be clear, there is a lower bracket, so they still have another shot to go through. And I mean, yeah, they showed some fighting spirit throughout all this. I don't think they're totally down and out, but I think they do have to clean up the draft a little bit, and then some of the execution on this early game.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. All right. Well, we are going to be going to a short break here in just a little bit, but as you can see, Liga team versus Nemiga happening in just a few moments, everyone. So definitely make sure to stay tuned for that. But again, we'll see you all in just a little bit here for more action on the Elite League. We'll see you after the break. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, welcome back here to the Elite League, brought to you by, of course, ESB and Fissure. We are into our second series here in just a little bit, as we've had a pretty good start to these Eastern European qualifiers already. I think one of the first 2-0s you and I have actually had. We've had a lot of 3-game series, but yeah, this one looked very good from one win. They managed to take the 2-0 over Night Pulse, and we are now heading into our second series of Liga Team versus Nemiga, which a lot of eyes on these two teams as well. I think the Eastern European qualifiers maybe a little bit closer than maybe the Western European qualifiers were. We'll have to see, as there's only one spot, you know?
Yeah, only one spot makes it tough. Liga, we said earlier, but if you're just tuning in, they've got Ramses. The other 4 players you may not know as well. I'm not fully sure why, what made them change teams, but I think they've been playing together for a little bit now. Maybe don't have the results they'd quite like, but that is often what happens with a brand new team. You got to play together a little bit, got to get used to each other, figure things out, and we'll see if that happens here.
Yeah, I think for the most part, this team, I mean, if you have someone like Ramses who has so much experience, he's one of the probably the most experienced Dota players in Eastern Europe, if not the most experienced Dota player in Eastern Europe. I mean, there's only like a couple people that come to mind, but let's see if he's able to wrangle together this team, as we're going to look at their opponents now. Nemiga Gaming. Now, Nemiga has been around for a good while. This team had like some pretty good performances in the Eastern European DPC, but I think struggled a little bit in the more recent qualifiers. For Birmingham, I think they lost to a Yellow Submarine. So they've just barely not made it through these qualifiers to some of these other events. So we'll see. Maybe this will be their chance.
Yeah, like you said, many of the Eastern European teams are quite close together. So it's not easy. It's not easy to get your shot in here. I think, some of the teams that you're more familiar with would be like Team Spirit, Bet Boom. They usually take the, invitation spots, but then a lot of these other teams, they got to fight over sometimes 1 slot, sometimes 2 slots. So this is still the upper bracket. They're not going to be out if they lose, but you want to win. You want to get there as fast and as sure as possible.
Yeah, you don't want to have your, tournament life on the line. You want to try and stay in that upper bracket and continue to not only play or knock down maybe some of the better teams, but for Ramses, if he wins this, he has the potential to play up against 9 Pandas, his old team, which now has Dark Lord in his place. And I think 9 Pandas, to me, are probably still one of the favorites as well, just because that team has had some amazing performances. They still have Kiyotaka and Tars in solo. I think they're still a very good team. A little bit of a different roster from, like, say, last year, of course, where, Ramses was there. I'm trying to remember, was it Miro on their off lane as well? Something like that. But yeah, it's, there's still a lot of really good competition. I think that's something to look forward to is, we develop further and further into these closed qualifiers. But for now, it will be Liga Team versus Nemiga, and I think we're getting the Gs from both teams, so we should be starting here in just a moment, which is nice.
Yeah, something we can look forward to in this draft, potentially. I mean, there's some meta heroes throughout the world, but South America and Eastern Europe, they put a little more emphasis on Undying than other regions. We might see that come up here. There are many popular strength offlaners that Undying, I mean, that's his bread and butter. You just kind of like bully them out. It's supposed to be an OP hero, but gets no last hits in the lane because there's an Undying chasing him, killing him with a blood grenade tombstone at level 2, right? You just have a miserable time. So these regions seem to like that a little bit more than other regions for whatever reason. So that's something that we might see. I think I saw that Liga has been playing a lot of Primal Beast, or maybe it was Nemiga. Nemiga, I think, has been putting a lot of emphasis on Primal Beast, which has been a very strong hero. You got that flex in the mid and the off lane. It used to be a little bit of a support, but don't really see that much nowadays unless you really want to get like a different pick, some hard counter to catch them off guard. It's mostly a core nowadays, just because the items he builds are so good, like the Shiva, Sanj, and Kaya, things like that. They're not really, you know, when you're supposed to be building on 4 support usually, so usually sticking them in the core role so you can actually farm, get those damage items.
Yeah, I will say I think Primal Beast was kind of one of the more slept on heroes at Dream League, because I feel like there are not a lot of counters to him. Like, he ends up becoming one of the most substantial damage dealers in the late game. He has an AoE break, which is just an insane concept when you think about it. Constant dispels, as well as one of the best BKB builders. So it's like, and a BKB piercing disable, his talents are all good. Like, it's like everything about Primal Beast is amazing. And I feel like this hero kind of got slept on a little bit. We're starting to see it get a little bit more attention. Of course, Xantic had a ton of plays with it, you know, for rest farmers recently, ended up qualifying through Western Europe. So I would love to watch more Primal Beast. The hero is great, but it's also super fun to watch. And yeah, I'm all for it. I'm also all for a freaking patch coming out, hopefully today. But, you know, as it is Thursday, the typical patch day from Valve. And what I've seen be quite common is Sunsfan and Cinderin are doing their podcast right now. And for some reason, Valve always seems to wait until the moment their podcast is over to drop a patch. So if there's any, you know, if there's any like perfect time, it would be today.
I used to have to travel more for work, and I knew anytime there was going to be a patch is when I was gone. It was so consistent. I missed like 10 patches in a row being gone. But now I work from home, and now patches don't come out anymore. What a strange coincidence.
Wow.
My bad.
How did that happen?
I got to go travel to get the patch out.
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, well, I was worried. I was like, oh dang, maybe the patch will come out like during, you know, our, you know, casting, which is fun because we at least get to cast it. But I get really sad because I want to go play and experiment on the cast. I know you want to get some video, like first looks out of the patch. I don't know. Do you have any like hopes for the patch? I mean, outside of heroes, is there any like thing that you would like to see for kind of the higher level gameplay?
Higher
like
level
a wish
gameplay.
list almost.
I have some quality of life stuff that I would love to see. Patch wise, maybe we'll get into that in just a moment because I think the draft might actually be starting here.
Dang, I thought we were going to get a chance to start our own podcast, but no, we finally get the draft. It looks like something was delayed on the Nemiga side. They unfortunately had to stall the start just a few minutes. So they did end up receiving a draft penalty as a result. So they are missing a whole minute of their reserve time.
Yeah, that can be a bit of a pain. It'll force you to make some picks a little faster, but maybe it won't be, because sometimes some teams draft really fast, actually, and they don't even use too much reserve time. So we'll see if it matters here. Looks like we got a Kunkka, Primal Beast, Timber, Mars. We are hitting a lot of off-laners and a lot of flex mid-laners as well coming out here. Kunkka's been getting popular.
Yeah, rightfully so. Him and the Primal Beast, their stonks are rising for sure.
Yeah, as the way the meta develops, right, as you ban out what you think is the most broken heroes, and you like move on to the next set, and you're like, well, actually, these guys are pretty good. We actually like them more than the heroes we've been banning out. So I think we're in that next phase now where we've been seeing a lot more Kunkka first phase bans than when the patch first came out.
So I'm looking at these bans. I feel like you need to get rid of DK. There it is. I was like, Dragonite is still in the pool. Shadow Demon is not banned. They'll get rid of the Chen instead and go for a Centaur. Okay. So it was one of those things where if the Shadow Demon is banned, you can respond immediately with the DK. They end up kind of leaving it open, ban the DK anyway, and you will go for the Centaur. I actually like this. I like these opening bans. I like this opening pick. I think these are actually all pretty good. Pretty good read.
Yeah, I'm curious what they'll want to take here now. We have seen like Luna as a response sometimes because it's such a good laner. Some Svens. Oh, there's that Undying we talked about. So Centaur, Strength, offlaner, of course, and you just decay him, you decay him, you decay him, and then boom, you drop the tombstone, drop the blood grenade. It's a lot of slows. Pair with whatever carry they end up picking up. It is a lot of threat. So Centaur, he's gonna have a rough time, but it's not the end of the world either, because you can do some weird stuff in the laning stage, right? You can like drag creeps around, you block camps, you do all sorts of stuff. So we'll definitely see some shenanigans down in the, oh no, not the bottom, the top lane. Yeah, that's where they'll be. Most likely we'll see this in the top lane. We'll see creep dragon going on there.
One hero that's made it through for the moment, which I'm a little bit surprised about, is the Tiny.
10 seconds remaining.
We're going to see them get rid of the Templar Assassin here on Nemiga as they get their 4th or 5th ban. We'll see in a moment. It's the Tiny is not something you really want to pick on the Nemiga side here, because you have a Centaur off lane, and that's not a super strong dual lane, especially into an Undying. So I feel like you've got to ban it, or you're worried about
Dire team back.
a carry counter, and they get rid of the Brewmaster, so a hero that we've seen a little bit. I mean, the Undying plus pretty much any hero that has some sort of slow or stun or way of controlling up the Centaur could be pretty good. I'm just curious what the 4 is going to be from Nemiga, because they need to be able to deal with this Undying.
Yeah, I think you could go Tiny if you wanted, but you're committed to just playing a weird laning stage. You buy a Windlace or Boots really quickly, and you're just like dragging creeps around. Otherwise, any kind of ranged hero helps, so that you don't get double decayed very easily. You can kill the tombstone. Hoodwink, for example,
Demon, right?
could be pretty good. Yeah, actually, for some reason I thought Shadow Demon was banned, but I'd be up for that.
It causes issues for a lot of carry picks. You can disrupt into Centaur Stomp. You can use the illusions to take down Tombstone.
Team pick.
Okay, they go for the Rubik, another classic Centaur pairing. And now you can steal the Tombstone if you ever get lucky enough.
It's a great
so
steal.
That's kind of cool.
Dire team pick.
Yeah, Decay, Tombstone, really good steals. A lot of techie spells, pretty nice to grab as well. They're then going to go for the Pugna, which I think Pugna has been dropping off in popularity a lot. People were opting for the Lion to kind of replace the Pugna, but now that's been nerfed. We actually just saw Io in that last game, Crystal Maiden, kind of filling that role of providing mana to the team, but Pugna still does that as well. Plus, he has a very annoying laning stage with his long attack range, which can be nice because there's probably a 5-position Pugna and a 4-position Techies. And Techies has one of the longest ranges in the game, and he can just poke away. It's very annoying. But now with a Pugna, you could actually poke back.
Yeah, I think Techies is the 2nd longest attack range. His is 700, and I think Ancient Apparitions is like 705 or something. Oh no, it's 675. Did they reduce it?
I think Techies might be the longest.
Techies might be the longest now.
Outside of passes.
I thought someone had like 5 attack range longer than him for some reason, and I'm trying to think if maybe that's just not the case anymore. So yeah, it might be Techies now.
And on Liga team, you could pick a pretty stable carry here. For example, Sven, if they wanted it. Wind Ranger. Okay, so there's some flex value there. Could be your mid or carry, and sometimes you see it in the off lane. I think you can pick the off lane here to keep that flex. Yeah, so there's the Beastmaster.
It's a cool pick into the there.
Yeah, so we're going to see some pretty fast tempo here with an Undying Beastmaster lineup.
It's just there's nothing you have to deal with the Zoo, right? Like Rubik Pugna are absolutely useless at dealing with the Beastmaster's summons in the Zoo that he brings, right? So this is a really good Helm of the Overlord game. You have BKB Piercing Roar, which can help set up a kill. You can stop heroes from getting away with the Stampede. I think Wind Ranger needs to be a little bit careful into the Centaur. We've seen some Centaurs go for a Blade Mail early, specifically against Wind Rangers, because your Focus Fire will just kill you if you try to Focus Fire a Centaur with Blade Mail in return. But I think once she has BKB, this game looks very good for the Wind Ranger.
I think you can still go Sven if you want him. Ooh, they're going to go for the Anti-Mage.
That is like a classic Beastmaster lane counter. And they don't have a lot of catch for him, so I kind of appreciate that. And in terms of the carry matchups, they will ban out the Meep.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I was just trying to think. I can't do both. Talking and thinking.
10 seconds remaining.
So Nemiga needs
5
a mid
seconds
laner.
remaining.
Pugna not really a mid nowadays. And you need to be able to beat Wind Ranger. So the Keeper, the Light Band, he does just draw many matchups, and with his early tempo and that Illuminate, it does kind of kill off many of these early pushes that, I mean, I think you're clearly going for when you have Undying Beastmaster. So I think that's a good ban from them. We don't see as much Lena
Radiant
lately,
team
but
ban.
I think she lanes decently versus the Wind Ranger and can help come online really early for these fast pushes. They instead go for the Storm, which they do need a little bit more catch on Nemiga, so I think that makes sense.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm looking at the possible mid
seconds
laners
remaining.
for Nemiga, and there is still an option to go for like a Queen of Pain, which could be pretty useful here. Again, kind of similar in vein to the Anti-Mage. There's not a lot of heroes that can grab her outside of like the Roar or the Shackles,
Radiant
and
team, Dire team pick.
they get rid of the Luna. Okay, they go back for the Tiny. This is a hero that, you know, typically we see in the 4 position, but this game should be going mid. I think you're actually okay putting Wind Ranger in the safe lane and now picking like a pretty heavy counter if you want to. Otherwise, you could still go for like
10
Faceless
seconds
Void,
remaining.
but up to you. I don't
5
know.
seconds
Faceless Void
remaining.
versus Anti-Mage is like a back and forth matchup, right? Because you need the mana, but Chronosphere is a great lockdown tool. Oh, you out tempo him.
Ooh.
That's cool. It's a Ramses. I don't know why this isn't on the front of my head. This is like his favorite carry to play. Of course, it's Ramses going Alchemist.
Yeah, you can definitely hit a very nice timing here. Now, Anti-Mage will be relatively free in fights, like mobility-wise. There's not a lot of instant lockdown for him, but if you just have a good lane on this Alchemist, which into the Centaur, your Acid Spray is really good versus the Centaur. It is tough for him to play into that. You kind of like farm the lane, pick up these early timings, and then Anti-Mage just isn't ready yet. He still needs the Battle Fury, the Manta, like probably Nether item as well, and you've got a Beastmaster and an Undying running at you. This is looking really nice for Liga.
Yeah, I like this draft a lot from them. I'm a little bit unsure how this Anti-Mage is going to be able to play, just because I think, yes, it lanes decently well into the Beastmaster, but basically in this lane now, you just max your axes, and you just farm your own Ancient camps and your own Ancient stacks into your Helm of the Overlord. Because once you have that, you're in such a good spot. There's really not anything the supports can do about this. Once you have the Helm of the Overlord online, you're just going to be running with your Alchemist, who probably will have like a BKB, Blink, and a Radiance at that point.
Yeah, and Alchemist is very likely to have a good game since they picked up that Undying. That can be tricky sometimes when you like pull some of these like tricks with the creep dragon, things like that. One mistake can easily mess up your lane when you are picking such a strong hero like Undying. It's a little polarizing. Like, you have to play it well, and as long as you do, you get a nice lane win. But if you slightly mess it up, then the whole point of that hero kind of goes away.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to head into game number 1 here of Nemiga versus Liga team. For those of you who are just joining, if you missed the first series, it was quite fun, ending in a 2-0 there. But both teams smoked up. Get a good ward here placed. I think this is an essential ward playing against the Beastmaster. The smoke will pop, so the Rubik knows something's going on. Yeah, again, this is an essential ward versus the Beastmaster. He doesn't really want to play in his lane. I don't know why I said versus the Beastmaster. That is the other side of the map.
30 seconds
So
to battle.
we'll see if they do something similar on Nemiga if they want to get a ward placed over there. But for now, Ramsey's going to invade, take down the Watcher.
Yeah, I think your point still stands, just with a different hero, but this Observer on this Radiant Triangle because it's an Undying Alchemist, which we think will have a strong lane into Centaur, he's very likely to be forced back into his own map to jungle, and now you'll be able to see them trying to like make stacks, and you can possibly go steal them with your own Alchemist, bring the wind range over, power shot, tombstone, like steal the stacks, and then like what is your game if you are being wrecked in the lane and your jungle gets stolen? So it's useful for these first blood rune fights and for the laning to see if he retreats back there.
Yeah, absolutely. For right now, Wind Ranger versus Tiny in the mid lane should be pretty good for the Wind Ranger. You're going to struggle a little bit these first couple levels just because tree grab is a lot of damage and pretty easy for him to last hit and deny with. Yep, as we see, he's up to 2 denies and probably will get the 3rd unless she gets the power shot. She does. Okay. So she's just going to have to try and keep Tiny down as much as possible, put as much harassment damage into him, and then we'll see how that ends up playing out as bottom lane. A lot of aggression already coming out between the Techies and the Pugna. And Beastmaster having the boar out early.
Boars are worth a good amount of money, and Pugna can help weaken them with his long-range attacks and Nether Blast, so I'll have to be a little careful with that. I will be curious to see if Wild Axes is pretty popular nowadays, I think, but when you do want to play tempo, sometimes you see, like, usually the boar plus passive is the way to go. Ooh. Anti-Mage blinks forward to cancel that salve, and Undying talked about how this can get messed up.
He was actually really close to killing the Centaur, but Rubik got his level 2, and I think hit him with the telekinesis to pull him back. Or he just got Centaur stomped, but either way, we'll see Techies go down to the bottom lane as well. So he was, did he die to the ward? What did he die to? I actually can't see. I love that death recaps are still bugged. Anyway, yeah, nice little play there. Last it goes to, yeah, the Pugna.
That death top, I think, is a little bit of a big deal. I guess it's not the end of the world. We'll see what else happens, but really the first few levels are the hardest part when playing into an Undying. And if you can turn things around and get a kill and even get some good harassing.
Well, speaking of which, they're going to throw the Tombstone out onto the Rubik as Undying's going to continue to try and chase him down. Blood Grenade was also committed. He just needs another auto attack or two, but Rubik's got boots.
Yeah, thanks to that first blood earlier.
Away.
That just kind of shows how the lanes snowball. Giving up that first blood means you don't get this second kill here. Or a kill here, I guess.
Your level 2 timing, or your, I guess level 3 timing in this lane is still pretty good for Undying. As the Alchemist will be channeling up this stun. Takes a huge amount of damage here at the moment. Will get a full duration concoction here onto the Centaur and push him back. And they will at least respect the Undying and the Alchemist for now. Good 2-hero decay there. I feel like most people max the Tombstone, but you usually want the second point of decay so that it actually does damage, right? Because otherwise you can't actually kill anyone. Well, how many times have we seen this? Telekinesis into a Centaur Stomp, a classic. Alchemist goes down, and Queasy will grab himself another kill here in this lane on the Rubik, as he is now only about 130 gold away from his mana boots.
This is not how this lane is supposed to go. Your original question. Oh, mid lane going down too. Okay,
yeah,
that's
the
good
rotation
for you.
from the supports. Yeah.
Nowadays you see more max decays because it does do creep damage. And man, they were just laying into this Alchemist in the top lane. They do not want him to have a good time. I mean, rightfully so. You definitely don't want to give him a good time. But that's what the Undying is supposed to be for.
He's level 3 now, though. So I think the Undying is really scary. The 3-second lower cooldown on Decay, that extra little bit of damage is enough to help find kills. So I think they're going to be a little bit more passive here. on these two, but also I think Ramses needs to be a little bit more passive. He needs to respect that damage and that burst potential between the Rubik and the Centaur.
I'll take that.
The thing is, though, that the boots are now done on the Centaur, so a lot of that danger of the Undying lane is being run down and decayed. And now that he's picked up boots, that risk just goes down so much.
Yeah. Bottom lane has been super quiet. Anti-Mage isn't really going to be threatened too much by the Beastmaster, just because, of course, Mana Burn, a great tool at slowing him down. He does have 2 points in the Call of the Wild. I would imagine... I mean, maybe he does just max the Call of the Wild here and tries to push the AM out of lane eventually once he has the Helm of the Dominator, but you cannot get away from this. Blood Grenade there as well. Techies has to come in with a Blast Off. It will connect, buy some space. He pops the Lotus, I believe, and they turn it around onto the Pugna here. He gets the decrep off. Anti-Mage, blink up in a couple seconds. Rooted for now. He's going to make it away, but they really want to get something for this. The root once again. The axes. Is it enough? If not, the boar will do it, though. Beautiful turnaround and a great bait from the Beastmaster here.
In the meantime, Tiny does pick up a haste, and he's running top. He has his level 6. He's going to do a lot of damage with his combo.
I think they see this. Ramses has already left. He's like, I'm out, dude. Tank the gank for me, buddy.
That's a pretty big stack here. Oh, Nikki cool stand. Round 2?
I mean, it's only a level 4 Alk. He can just talk. Oh, the haste ends. Wow, that is very, very convenient timing there for Ramses. He was about to get tossed into a Centaur Stomp. That would have been absolutely death for him. He's still here, though. He's not leaving.
Round 3?
If at first you don't succeed, try and try again, I believe is the saying.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They really want this.
It's just Tiny spent so much time here, man. I mean, the Wind Ranger is a full level ahead, and now she's like, all right, I guess I'll come top. There's going to be the Avalanche, and Wind Ranger's coming. The toss back. They get themselves the kill. Telekinesis buying a moment of space. Power shot. It's not enough to find the kill. They don't even commit the focus fire either.
Yeah, I'm
And
a little surprised she
bottom
didn't go
lane, they
for
get a
the Tiny, but I guess they just wanted the Centaur.
I mean, Tiny has his 10 bonus armor now, so maybe they're
That's
a little bit
true.
afraid. She doesn't have her
Radiant's middle
javelin.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, good point, good point.
Stacks being made as expected here in the Dire jungle, as he does manage to finish up his Helm of the Dominator. And with the Troll, they might be able to put some serious damage into the tower. You need to be a little bit careful. This thing is scary.
Pugna was thinking about rotating away, but I think they see that troll and they're like, whoa, wait, I gotta blast this out. Can't lose my tower too quickly.
Roar is up. If he sees the Pugna, he just kills the Pugna. It's similar with the Anti-Mage, right? So they're going to have to be very careful. If you leave this lane for too long, he will quickly take your tower. I mean, at the moment, Liga is looking very good on all 3 of their cores. Obviously, top lane, Alk has had some deaths, but the Centaur, he's not doing great net worth-wise.
He's under a little bit of pressure now, too. There was a triple stack in the hard camp that finally Alchemist got around to farming.
Yeah, he does. Okay, I'm pretty sure Undying just drops the Blood Grenade on the Rubik here. And that's a nice kill. Ramsey's on the side here channeling the stun. Undying is really tanky, however. So they might think better. This great decrep time there to dodge out the concoction damage, as the Pugna should be fine. Wind Ranger will get scouted. As the TPs are coming through, Undying, no Tombstone. Avalanche comes through from the Tiny. Shackle will connect. There's Stampede. Focus fire is out. Great stomp onto 2. Ramsey's channeling the stun. They managed to find themselves 1 kill, but another great decrep from the Pugna. They managed to get out. Look at this Radiant Ward, actually. This thing has yet to be found, and they have vision up here. I think they just saw it, maybe.
And while that was going on, Beastmaster does take that bottom tower with those trolls. Anti-Mage, without any help, just could not walk up, or else he'd be at risk, like you said. Just get roared into the blast off. Trolls hitting you. So, first tower down. They can maybe start making space for this Alchemist. To a little bit of a rough start, but he seems to have recovered now with all these like rotations and getting to be part of. I guess he didn't actually. For all those heroes there, actually not that many died. Maybe we didn't get that many from fights. Oh, they do end up pinging that ward over there.
Yeah, I think Ramses pinged it earlier when Wind Ranger was walking away from that fight. He was like, I think I saw a ward here. Yeah, I mean, this is looking very good now for the Dire. The goal here, definitely, right? Just outpace this Anti-Mage before he can come online. Your Alchemist should have a decently timed Radiance as his Relic is coming out right now. And they have yet to lose a tower to this Pugna. That being said, he is dropping these Nether Blasts at the top lane here. Your Wind Ranger does have her Javelin now, so that is a nice pickup for her. I mean, Beastmaster is honestly not that far from a Helm of the Overlord. He is pretty well off, and this is into the counter pick as well.
Anti-Mage is farming all right. He is, of course, getting outpaced by the Alchemist, but so does everyone. But this Radiance timing is going to be pretty good.
Yeah, and they've still got stacks for him to fall back on. The thing that's actually pretty interesting from the Anti-Mage is he actually opts for a double Wraithband pickup here. And the Treads. I mean, the Treads Wraithband is actually pretty standard, but a second Wraithband, a little bit more uncommon, meaning that he kind of wants these early stats to potentially fight quicker in the lane or kind of just keep himself safe in the bottom side of the map here. Which I don't hate. The extra damage and attack speed you get from a Wraithband is actually very good when it comes to farming, but he very much wants to get to that Battle Fury as fast as possible now.
Death tax.
I accept this offering.
Especially considering the Radiance is done. He's got the courier at the shop. He is not on him, but he has the money. That's a really good timing.
That was really fast. It took a minute for him to farm the 1,300 gold for the talisman.
Yeah, considering that they gave up the first blood and then he even died, I was a little worried about how this top lane was going, but they do seem to have managed to fit in a good amount of stacks. I don't even know when they did that, but because of that, he's totally back on track.
Nice little pick off here in the mid lane as the blink reveal from Tiny comes through. And they're looking for the tier 1 tower, and they are going to get a lot of damage into this thanks to Tiny. I don't know if they're actually going to defend. It doesn't look like they're posturing to. You would want to bring your Undying and like drop your Tombstone, but they're just potentially giving this one up. Okay.
Yeah, I think they're just waiting for some timing. Because Beastmaster is doing this huge Ancient stack right now, working on that Overlord, like you mentioned. And then Wind Ranger has the Maelstrom on the way. That Radiance is now on that Alchemist. So rather than try to fight a tier 1 tower without all their items, like, just give it up. But we are strong. We can now do something and start matching some of these towers. They're only 1 tower behind, but I mean, you do have a Beastmaster, and as soon as he has this Helm of the Overlord, you definitely want to get going.
Yeah, I mean, he's 100 gold away, right? Like, it's coming. Coming real soon. And he's got a Granite Golem there. To be honest, you always kind of want the Black Dragon as your first Helm of the Overlord creep, because it is just so good at wave clearing, and no one's really strong enough to deal with it. But if you want a 5-man, you're definitely happy to take the Granite Golem. So we'll see. Stampede committed in the top lane. It was to try and escape, but he cannot. The techies, great blast off positioning there, does manage to snipe him.
Comes in from that Twin Gate. Thought Centaur was going to be good to go, but not quite. Okay, Alchemist has bought a Blink as well. They have a really nice timing here. I'd love to see them group up and start taking some towers.
Dude, Beastmaster actually has terrible choices for his ancient camps. He's going to take the Thunderhide, of course, because Frenzy is just a ridiculous spell. But everything else, like, there's so many other creeps you'd rather have. If you're good, I mean, everyone at this level is good at microing. More for you Twitch chatters out there, don't underestimate the Thunderhide Frenzy. That thing is an insane ability. Bottom lane, Pugna gonna get sniped from downtown thanks to the Wind Ranger. Good setup from the techies, as they are now looking to 5-man. The Alchemist coming through the portal now with that blink and that Radiance completed. It is
the anti-mage.
They do. Wind Ranger, they see her, though. She's underneath that tower vision. And Alchemist will not find anything, so. If it was nighttime, he dies there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they think...
Actually,
well, they know
top?
They know he got spotted, so they do ping some stuff out.
Are they roshing, or are they just looking for a kill here?
Well, I think... They think there's a ward down here because the anti-mage left. So rather than try to make a play down here, they've decided to like sneak up top, and they're smoked. They're gonna try to find what they can, which they have vision here themselves too.
Yeah, but they managed to get a great Avatar's back onto the Wind Ranger. She will survive. Alchemist will stun himself as they continue to look for more. Blast off won't connect. Blood grenade onto the Tiny doesn't hit either, but they do manage to break his blink for now. If you can close the gap here, this would be a great kill. It looks like they're just going to settle for the mid tower, potentially. You've committed Flesh Golem as well. I feel like you've got to get something more than just this Centaur here.
You can start with this mid tower and
middle tower is under attack.
keep going. Position top, I think, for the next tier 1. And honestly, you can do Roche really quickly. You got a Beastmaster, Undying, Wind Ranger if she wants to focus fire it, or the negative armor from Acid Spray. So if they want to pick up a really quick Aegis, I think like take this tier 1, then go to Roche.
Yeah, I 100% agree. They've got a catapult here as well. Wind Rangers zooming down to go for the Twin Gate. It looks like they're just going to push the wave in and go to the Roche and do that first. So very cool play here. The thing that's really nice is they are on the top side of the map, and this will threaten the enemy the enemy Tormentor and their Wisdom Rune if they can actually play for the tier 2, which honestly I feel like they are strong enough to do so.
Yeah, I'm curious how soon they want to push, because of course the more you group as 5, the less of the map you can play efficiently, which, you know, an Alchemist loves to do to farm up quickly. So I think you need to balance it. Don't commit too much and make sure Alchemist still hits the other items. For example, the BKB he's working on right now. Anti-Mage does have his Battle Fury now, working on the Manta. He's still a while away, but he will be able to do things like cut creep waves. We see him coming up here now. And we mentioned earlier, they don't have the best catch. So we'll see what they can do about this. Anti-Mage is going to have to do his best to like drag this game out.
Yeah. Mid lane, nice blink out there from the Tiny. He needs to be very careful, though. They're searching for him. Power shot does reveal him for a moment, and there's going to be a roar, I'm sure, to finish this kill. Never mind, you got an Elf coming in with the stun from downtown. Good avalanche to make some space, but yeah, Tiny, no shot of getting out of this one. Nice kill going their way as the Rubik is just hiding, maybe looking to try and cut some creep waves. Because that's like their game plan, right? You're saying they need to stall this one out and try and farm what they can. Anti-Mage still having a pretty good game.
Yeah, he's the most farmed for his team. He's second behind an Alchemist, which is pretty understandable. It's just kind of like the way Alchemist functions. So as long as they don't lose too much, a 7k lead at 18 minutes looks pretty bad, but because of the Alchemist, like you could probably bring that down to like, I don't know, maybe like a 3k lead, and that's not that crazy. So yeah, these next few minutes are kind of really show us how this game will go. The more kills they find, and especially Beastmaster looking at this Anti-Mage.
He's not going to find him, and Pugna actually messing with the Alchemist here thanks to the Shadow Amulet. He actually can't find him. He's just clipping the tower over and over with Nether Blast and Shadow Amuleting.
I love this.
He's here somewhere, guys. I know it.
Does anyone want to bring detection for this?
It's like, I'm going to get this tower. They will push the wave back out. Backdoor protection will keep it alive for the moment. As, like I said, I feel like if you're Liga team now, you want to pressure this top tier 2. You want to take their Tormentor. You want to take their 21-minute Wisdom. Pugna is going to cut the next wave here, but you still have the Beastmaster escorting a full wave of your own.
Radiant are scanning.
Where are we on BKBs? I know they were close. Alchemist has his.
Radiant's top tower is
The
under
Wind
attack.
Ranger just about 350 gold away from hers.
Radiant structures are
Yeah, as they take this tower, she should have it.
Are fortified.
don't
Radiant's
have another
top
wave.
tower is under attack.
They have to kill this very quickly here, and Alchemist is not close enough. Well, backdoor protection. Will it kick in time? It's gonna be
Mine's
close.
helping out.
It's not going to.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yep, and here's the Tormentor. Yeah, this is a very, very straightforward play, right? When you're this far ahead, you have this strong of an early game lineup. Being able to take these away from the enemy team is fantastic. That being said, they need to also not lose their own Wisdom runes, and you can see that they are immediately TPing back to their side of the map. Wind Ranger here
Dire's bottom tower is
with her
under
BKB
attack.
now delivered on the courier. A little bit scary.
Dire are scanning.
Techies gets the first shard. There's a decent chance that Undying get the next one when they do their own Tormentor. That's a pretty good one to have here. You can save whoever gets jumped. I guess there's a chance a Beastmaster gets it.
Dire
Pugna
are
trying
scanning.
really hard to get this, and they will not see him again thanks to the Shadow Amulet. Oh my goodness. The
tell
dust
you
is
what
on the Undying as well, waiting for this.
What would be
Actually,
hilarious
don't
if he
see him.
stayed here
Oh
and
my
tried to
goodness.
snipe the Tormentor. Okay, but he's decided it's not worth the risk. He's gonna get out of here. And I mean, he's right. The odds of sniping the Tormentor are pretty low.
Would definitely be funny though.
Oh, for sure.
All right, and you were
Looks
correct.
like
This one goes to the
to the
Undying,
Undying.
so very good. An 11,000 gold lead now, thanks to the double Tormentors. Anti-Mage, where are we? He's on the Manta, so he's got probably one of his big items.
And just in time too. Alchemist is working on an Orchid, and he's gonna have it after this creep wave. So that definitely could have gotten an anti-mage kill. It'll still be pretty useful. Oh wait, anti-mage just comes in here.
He Manta'd. He has the Orchid now. He baited him, actually. Can he finish the kill? He's really close. The Soul Burn isn't enough. He gets down to 70 HP, gets the blink away, but he might be blinking into the hands of the enemy teams. No, Ramses blinks forward, gets the kill with the Radiance. That was pretty sick.
So I mean, anti-mage probably clicked and saw, oh, he doesn't have Orchid yet. It's fine. But the only component left was the cornucopia from the
Cornucopia.
secret shop. It got delivered after that. He did not expect that.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
That is unfortunate for the anti-mage. He was playing
Mission
really well
accomplished.
up till then. I mean, even that made sense, like why he got caught out. So it's a
Yeah.
shame. It's a shame for him. That's gonna be a painful death.
Pugna
Is
was
he-
doing his shenanigans again top lane, like doing the
Mhm.
Shadow Amulet, taking on the tower. He finally gets it. They do end up they do end up getting the kill, but tier 2 tower is down, I
Radiant's
suppose.
bottom tower is under
Probably
attack.
okay with that.
Ramses sees the TPs coming through. Will go ahead and pop the ult. I mean, you're capable of fighting for sure if you get the blink stun. I guess the reflecting. The real question
tough.
now. I'm surprised the Rubik's not going to steal a spell. He will now. Okay, I was like, he could take a concoction, which is a pretty good spell for the Rubik. It's like 500 physical
Radiant's
damage.
bottom tower is under attack.
That's true, and you can throw it from so far.
They're going to smoke up. They see Alk in the mid lane here, and he does not have his ult. Concoction.
Under attack.
It does not hit. He fogs him at the last second, and now it's his turn. Gets the silence onto the Pugna. They force the Stampede. Force staff out from the Rubik as well, but the Pugna, I don't know if he's making it through this one. Well, okay. Enough defensive items between Glimmer Cape, Force staffs. He's out.
Radiant's bottom
Trusty
tower
Glimmer
is
Cape.
under attack.
He's done so much with that invis.
It really has. Beastmaster cleaning up the bottom tier 2 here with his summons. Should be able to finish this one off.
Anti-mage Courier
Radiant's
Massacre.
bottom tower has fallen.
Oh my god, wait, yeah.
I think he saw it. but maybe didn't think it was worth showing where he was for a courier before you could like cut the wave and then get out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that's possibly true. One thing I will say, Alchemist is going for his Bloodthorn, and he is about 250 gold away, and that Bloodthorn is very scary on this hero, especially once he gets his level 20, his attack time talent. Very funny. Combine that with like a Manta that a lot of times you end up seeing from the Alchemist as well, but you might not need it this game. You might opt for like
Dire's
a...
middle tower is under attack.
Actually, I don't know. I'm curious what he wants to go for. Might go Nullifier.
Kind of wouldn't mind if he just got
Look at how many
ace.
mines are here. This Techies has set up camp here. The smoke does get popped here on the Tiny, but he's afraid to blink in. Centaur Warrunner on the backside. They do manage to take down a Courier, so they will lose a little bit. A nice scouting power shot does come through as they force the Stampede. They're trying to just chase after the Centaur, and they manage to get him with the Shackle, the Wind Run. He's actually nearly dying to that Blade Mail, but they will finish him off with the Soul Burn, and Aurora does catch the Pugna. The Dust is here as well. They're just tired of this guy getting away with all these shenanigans.
They're
So 2
stunned
kills
from the
go
Wind
away.
Ranger.
Team.
Yep, and that'll set up for Roche, which they already were likely in a good spot to take. That's kind of what Nemiga was trying to contest. Since they can't do that, they're going to do their best to split push the rest of the map right now. They might be able to take a tier 2 mid off of this. I'd be up for seeing Alk just go AC as a way to try to take Roche.
Yeah.
Or sorry, not Roche, the base with their tempo lineup. Beastmaster could get it later on, but of course it just means it's coming at a later timing.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, honestly. I think the AC seems very nice. The armor always is useful. There's a lot of like magic damage that comes out from Nemiga, but if he's ever fighting toe-to-toe against the anti-mage, he does kind of need the armor as well.
Courier has been
Oh,
killed.
anti-mage blinked before his Claymore got delivered, so it's going to be 3 minutes before he's going to have that butterfly done now.
Yeah, that's kind of a pain, actually. Well, I guess they didn't want to fight. No, but I mean, he's gonna have to soon. They're going to be going for the high ground with this Aegis. So, not having that butterfly is quite painful.
Trying to steal the power shot, and he will get it. Nice little grab there from the Rubik.
That's actually really
Shield Rune
good.
will be scouted.
It's really good because they're about to enter the portion of the game where they just try to kill off creep waves as quickly as possible. Oh, missing in the mid lane. You just try to kill off the creeps as quick as possible from as safe of a distance as possible.
They need to just get a
Anti-Mage?
gem on this Beastmaster, I think. Well, Anti-Mage, he should be fine. He just blinks away.
Scary is blinking into heroes. Ooh.
Okay, they do have a gem, actually. I just see one on the Wind Ranger now. Beastmaster is all alone top now because of this. He does have a cheese. He will pop it with the BKB. The turnaround here onto the Tiny. He doesn't give up the roar, which is fantastic for him. Alchemist throws the stun, looking to get on top of the Tiny. Do they have the stomp to follow it up? They don't, but the Bloodthorn is just destroying him. And now on the bottom side, it's going to be the Pugna going down to the Techies, setting up potential even more here. Great Centaur stomp once again.
That was almost such a good pickoff. Oh,
Dude, they found
Centaur's trying to
Centaur.
TP out.
Yep. Worth committing the BKB there just to guarantee that he goes down. You don't want to die to the blade mail or anything like that.
Really
Well,
nice try from
good.
Nemiga to kill the Beastmaster because they're so strong. Any kill will make them hesitate and want to wait for that hero. So it would have bought them essentially like an extra minute before they push. And every minute matters here. So it was a great attempt, but that cheese came in like at the last second. He was about to die.
Yeah, it was a really well-timed cheese into the BKB, and then Alchemist being at least somewhat close to his team. And he did go the Nullifier, so he is tired of the saves coming out from the enemy team. He disassembles the Radiance, buys the Nullifier. We've seen this multiple times on Alchemist in the past, where it's just worth the disassemble, and he will be buying the Butterfly next.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Wait, Anti-Mage doesn't have a teleport.
Radiant's
It's a little
middle
scary,
tower is
actually.
falling.
I guess he
like,
only
I'll just
plans
cut
on
waves, I
creep
guess,
cutting,
but-
Radiant's
There's
middle
waves
tower
mid and bottom, and this Alchemist is getting to work. He's got the Frenzy plus the Beastmaster aura. He attacks so dang fast. Now looking for bottom, though. Or not. They're actually just going to back away. I guess they're just mostly afraid about the tossbacks from the Tiny. I mean, that's the thing, right? If you get tossed back and your Alk dies like that, I mean, you're in a pretty bad situation.
Anti-Mage has been doing a really good job of creep cutting, but he does pick up his teleport scroll. He has his Butterfly now, and they're going to smoke out, see what they can find if the enemy has split up. Unfortunately, they're running into Techie's mine, so if they're paying attention, they should know what's going on right now. Stealing another Tormentor.
Yeah, now their question is like, was that our Tormentor? Oh no. So that is the 4th shard now picked up. This one going to the Wind Ranger. Not the best shard, but it is pretty annoying to deal with in these fights, especially when you factor in, you know, the Stampede. And
Dire's courier has been
should find the Anti-Mage, gets the Shackle. Do they have the Roar to follow it up? They do, but can they finish him off in time? They got him. Dunked on by Techies, now looking to take down as many of these extra kills as they can. He's managed to make it out for the moment on the Rubik, as Pugna not going to be so lucky. Where are we at? I see them looking for Nikki here on this Tiny. He gets the blink, but the Shackles have caught him. He's got another Focus Fire. Avatos is there, trying to finish off the Undying, but a second Shackle.
We'll say better luck next time.
That is the kill they've been looking for this whole time. They finally grabbed that Anti-Mage. It's been so annoying creep cutting them. They're going to push down as fast as they can. They can... There's no Fortify for now, so they can definitely take a tower, and then Fortify will be up. I'm not sure if they'll be able to take a barracks before people respawn. Or maybe they're not going to push it, actually, because some people... They did get scattered throughout that fight, so they're not really all together.
Yeah. Oh, that is an amplified damage rune for your Wind Ranger. She had the Gleipnir picked up right before that fight bottom lane. We're going to see the Stampede out from the Centaur. Just barely clipped him with that blast off. The 2 mines will make quick work with the Roar. Very sick play from the Techies. 1J has had a sick performance here this game.
Yeah, that roars. I feel like it just got used. That must not have been up for very long. Some very efficient roar usage here.
Yeah,
What
60-second
are they
cooldown
waiting
max level. Not
for
bad.
then? They're definitely in a pretty good spot here.
I mean, Alk has his Butterfly Nullifier now, so this is very difficult for the Anti-Mage to actually kill this hero. Waves are being cut once again, and it looks like Liga team might be denied the high ground. They can just wait for the next Roshan as they continue to try and out-farm Nemiga, and that might just be their best play at this point, right? You just don't want to risk throwing on the high ground against a Tiny team. Well, Techies, he's like, wait a minute, there's a Tiny here. Blasting off the mid lane just to clear the wave, but clips the hero in the
Radiant's
process.
top tower is under attack.
A little worried in the sense that Anti-Mage is just finishing his Aghanims, and that makes high ground very difficult because you just keep throwing out the illusion to burn people's mana. Oh, this Pugna is just out of sight.
Jeez.
Otherwise, Alk definitely could have stunned him. I guess the other cores are pretty far behind. So, like, Anti-Mage is pretty rich, but it's going to be tough for him to do everything, especially because they've been playing really well on Liga team. Like, they have not been scattering pretty much at all. So, Anti-Mage will not be able to 1v3 the cores.
I'd also like to point out that the Beastmaster has picked up a Scythe of Ice as the smoke's going to come out, pops immediately. He just blinks onto the high ground, pops the dust, just the Hex, grabs the Pugna to start the fight. That's quite good. Nullifier out onto the Rubik. They're going to go ahead and pop the Stampede as they don't connect onto the Gale Force either. So a disengage from Nemiga. As you do get the BKB out of your Beastmaster, but the dude can just continue to chase. He's got a Scythe. Who's he looking for? They're looking for the Tiny. He grabs him. Can they get him out of here? I don't think so. Tries to pop that Ogre Seal Totem, but finishes the kill with a nicely timed play, or a nicely placed power shot. Your Anti-Mage is just cutting waves. He doesn't want to fight.
Probably can't fight without the buyback from Tiny. Maybe this is... Ooh, but losing the Rubik.
Great stomp. Connects onto 3. The rest of them are coming, and Avatos grabs them all, and a huge Mana Void out from Violent. Finally, they get what they're looking for. Nemiga, the overextension, will be heavily punished, and it should result in 4 nice kills. A triple kill for the Tiny.
That was insane. How did they get that triple kill after all of this? Just overextending just a bit too far. Tiny commits the buyback, which, yeah, he had to use. They're getting a little unlucky here. This could be a fantastic time to take Roche, but it's a pretty long spawn, so everyone on Liga team is going to be up. Still, you're really happy to take that fight on Nemiga. Things were looking really bad.
This Tiny has just walked through like 8 mines and he's down to half HP. Oh man, he's probably very annoyed.
So goes Techie's gameplay.
Roche not being up is a very lucky scenario here for a Liga team because they're no longer in full control of this game. They're going to lose a lot of their map control, which they needed to, in my opinion, you have to have had a lane of barracks by this point. The fact that you don't is very concerning.
Definitely agree. And I think that push was the one that was supposed to get that barracks, and that's why, maybe overextending a bit too much, thinking, hey, if we get some extra kills here rather than just a barracks, it could be like the whole game potentially. But maybe we should just played it safe. Get poked by the Rubik, such things like that, but just don't overextend into the base and just let the Alchemist work on the tower.
Like we said, though, sentry up there.
They are going to make it up here in time. They're going to remove the ward.
And Roshan is up in 20 seconds. And it's time for techies to start setting up the mines.
Mage does have Blink Fragment, which is a great tool for scouting this kind of stuff. See if he wants to stick around here.
After that fight as well. That Mana Void was enormous. Alright, Roche is up. They're going to get to work. The real question is, can Nemiga find this? Blink Fragment comes out. He will check for it. The fast attack speed from this Alk is terrifying. If he can get the Bloodthorn on this, he could go through this no problem at all. And there it is. He's going to get to work on the backside of the fight. They will just be forced to BKB on the Wind Ranger. They drop everything, actually. They get completely baited by these Blink Fragments, and there's going to be the Stampede. The Telekinesis, what a gem usage from the Rubik. A massive win as they get Aegis, they get Roche, they get everything. You've lost the Tiny potentially trying to get out as they chase for him. The Alchemist trying to finish up the Centaur. The Pugna doing some work on the backside, just constantly healing them up. How is nobody on Liga team dead? Anti-Mage with a great Mana Void leaves him at a fraction of an HP. You're kidding me. Double buybacks coming through. Can they take down Violent? He goes for the blink away into this Wind Ranger. She does go for the focus fire. Gets the shackle. Violent. He's trying his best to get out. He might be able to.
I think he's good. Oh, man. Imagine not being 20k behind and then taking that fight. The Tombstone save on Alchemist was huge. They were put in a situation where they got Roche. I know they got the Aegis. I didn't see if they got Cheese and everything else, But if they had killed Alchemist, the rest of the fight probably goes their way. But once he gets Tombstone saved, it's like, oh, do we sit here and kill Tombstone and then finish the Alchemist, or do we switch targets? But it bought them enough time. Alk healed a little bit. They came out, and while they were doing that, everyone else just throwing the damage in from the outside. The Wind Ranger, who had no BKB, was free to attack because the attention was all on the Alchemist.
Yeah.
Radiant's top
The
tower
other thing too is like Rubik having that bonus cast range, able to use the gem for vision, and then gets the telekinesis play onto the Alk. Like that is such a sick little play that I hadn't even considered. But there they go. They get themselves their first lane of barracks here. It took them a bit, but they do it. And now the question is, can you get more? Do you reset? Do you wait for next Roche? Do you wait for the Aghanim Scepters to start flowing through from the Alk? Like, what's your next timing? It looks like Alk has his first Ags. The question is, who do you give it to? Do you just give it to Wind Ranger and that just basically donates a ton of gold to her? That's exactly what they do.
Probably, yeah.
She didn't sell her Ags, did she?
No, I think you get it refunded or something.
No,
Wasn't
but
there
she
some
didn't
change
have
to
it
it?
in her inventory. She actually sold her Ags, which is what you're not supposed to do.
You do get it refunded nowadays, right?
Yeah,
Wasn't there a change to that?
Yeah, so maybe he just is unaware of the mechanic. I don't really know, but they get the Centaur to start the fight. He's dead for 95 seconds. Beautifully done there.
All right, it's probably not going to matter this game, but someone send over that tip to him later. Let him know.
Because I looked over and I was like, all right, where does Ags go? It's just not there anymore, and he was like buying out an MKB. So I think he sold it and bought his MKB and then gets it delivered from the Alk. Because it just gives you 4,200 gold is what it does if you already have your Ags.
Blink.
Top lane.
Blink used.
Anti-mage. Blink is used. Like you said, the Focus Fire doing some serious work. He's chasing after him. The Gale Force. Does he get the kill? Oh my goodness. It's the evasion from Aviana's Feather. That what was going on there.
That's insane. He makes it out alive. In the meantime, Liga has been working on the base. So I guess,
Oh, big go from the Tiny. The Tombstone doesn't save him in time. There's going to be the Roar. Can they finish him off? Focus Fire is out. Nullifier onto the Pugdun. Ramses makes quick work of him, and instead will blink it aggressively. Take down the Rubik. Anti-Mage gets caught from a Hex. He's doing his best here to get away. Pops the Manta. Blinks to safety, but Ramses, an objective gamer, he knows we need these freaking Mega Creeps as he's now turning his attention towards bottom lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Mana
under
Void in 4
Aberration on
seconds.
result.
Could be a huge Mana Void in the back line.
Oh my god, you're actually right. Yeah, this Wind Ranger has no mana. She's gonna TP home, realizing the same thing.
Yeah, they're going to chill. All right, 2 sets. They're in a good spot to close this out. Anti-Mage is kind of scary at this point, but also if you can catch him off guard with one of these hexes, which there's now one on the Techies, one on the Beastmaster, right? You can definitely kill him. So they're going to play it slow here. I think it's okay. Sometimes a little scary. Like earlier we were worried they didn't have a barracks yet, but since then they've now got 2. They're going to keep grabbing Tormentors. I think everyone's got it already done, don't they?
Nah, it's the last shards
no.
for Ramses.
Okay. All right, one more.
So they did also pick up a refresher on the Beastmaster. I don't know if you pointed that one out, but now you have double Hex, double Roar. So very scary.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Disappointment.
Anti-Mage's game is getting really hard. And, well, okay, Tiny picking up that Ags, he does insane amount of damage right now. We saw he just blinks it and kills the Undying. So Anti-Mage at least no longer has to do everything on his own. The Tiny can potentially help out. But you gotta be near trees for it to work.
are scanning.
There's the Blink Hex out from the Beastmaster. The Roar will follow it up, and boy, oh boy, does he stand no chance at that one. Nullifier Gleipnir catches another. They have so much pick-off threat thanks to this Beastmaster. I mean, that commits everything. That was double Roar, double Hex, everything he had. The BKB's committed, but it might be worth it as they're looking for the Mega Creeps, and honestly, It looks like they're gonna get him. Ramsey's.
Taking his time, farming the creep wave instead of finishing off the Mega.
Oh, Violence goes in. He gets silenced, he gets hexed, they get the Stampede, but can they get him to safety? Root after root is there, but a lot of damage out from the Tiny. Can they actually turn this around as BKB? But a nice save from the Tombstone. It's gonna keep this Beastmaster going. Gleipnir is out. He's forced to BKB, or forced to Manta Blink again. Liga team. And they get the Wind Ranger out now. They got him. Nicely done. Alchemist goes in aggressively, pops the Bloodthorn, trying to finish off the Anti-Mage. The Hex is there. Ramses gets the ult off at the last second, but they get him with the double edge. Yes. Oh, I was going to say he didn't have buyback, but it just got the gold.
Where's the Divine queued up?
4 dead.
Does Anti-Mage save buyback or buy out a Divine?
I mean, I think you... Okay,
he's
he's
just gonna
buying an
get the
Abyssal
Abyssal.
Blade. Yeah, I think Abyssal Blade makes a lot of sense.
Things are pretty difficult. Anti-Mage good at dealing with Mega Creeps. Thanks to the Battle Fury and the high mobility blinking around, you can kind of like push out the waves and still rejoin your team. They're going to go for the death push here. They need to get something out of this situation. Liga team really doesn't want to buy back, so you might actually be able to get one set of barracks here.
Yeah, there's still a tier 2 defending bottom.
And 2
but
fortifies.
Yeah, I think you're going to probably spend 1 buyback here. Like, maybe the Wind Rangers. Because
Damn,
Tiny
does
and
so much.
Pugna is a lot of tower push.
Yeah, they're actually going to hold the fortify because they don't want to risk being able to lose. Probably a smart call when we see how much building damage is coming out here. I take it back. They're fortifying. I guess now that they're almost respawning, they're not worried about the
They
threat
actually have to
of
go
just
back,
going
dude.
straight to the base.
Look at their base.
Yeah, it's filled.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, the Tiny's TPing back. This is
Rubik's
a
doing
sign
what
for
he
them to
can.
try and get some heroes. They don't find him. Now the Pugna, does he make it? Oh, he does not. What a shame for him. A super long TP. Maybe he didn't TP to the fountain. I don't know. He might have clicked like a tower or something.
Maybe. They lost the gem on that too, which is unfortunate, but I guess realistically you're not leaving the base all that often, so might be kind of
Yeah.
okay.
Well, everything back up here for the side of Liga team. Roshan is up. It's got a free Ags. Honestly, Alchemist would be the one who probably consumes the Ags, because he can just buy for his team, and his Ags is actually decent.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
But we'll have to see. I mean, could be interesting. Maybe he's feeling like he needs to make sure he saves for his buyback. Getting an Aghanims might put him outside of gold for that, so we'll see.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The other option is you give it to, I don't know, like Undying or something, but I feel like it has to be. Yeah, they are going to give it to the Undying.
Lots of strength steal.
It is, it is. He'll take the Aegis,
That should help.
and Cheese will go to the Wind Ranger. She's queuing up an Arcane Blink. Actually, a pretty sick pickup here if she gets to it. It's very strange, though, because a lot of times you want to pick up more damage. Arcane Blink does give you a much longer initiation,
Radiant are
and it
strong.
is a decent heal.
This is anti-mage at home. You're gonna chase him with your
Yeah.
arcane blink.
Shield Rune bottom. They're looking for something. They'll take it. It's better than nothing. They will smoke up behind their Alchemist. And it is time to threaten the throne. There is one tier 4 tower remaining on 50 HP. As the Ward Sentry gets dropped, Tekis will start setting up his mines. And out steals Chemical Rage, really, of all things. All right, Abyssal comes out, Alchemist gets tossed in pretty deep, but Stampede comes through. He's not the real threat. It's this Beastmaster. It's this Wind Ranger. They take down the Centaur. The Roar will connect onto Tiny. The AV on his feather, trying to save him. The heals from Pugna are not enough, and that will be a dieback on your mid lane. Mana Void not doing a whole lot of damage there, as there is another Hex in 3 seconds from this Beastmaster. Tekis His is up. Do you find Violent? That's the question. Do you go for him? Or do you look for something else?
Violent is pretty strong now if you try to fight him without having him hexed and controlled up. The all chat smiley face here at the end. They know they got 90 seconds to piece this together.
Oh, they get the silence on Animage. The Hex to follow it up. They have a second one, but can they get the kill? No, he goes for the backline. He goes for the Pugna. A great kill. He's going to buy back into the game immediately. Fantastic blast-off catches. 3. The Gale Force is just controlling them, not letting them hit their throne. The Anti-Mage, though, he takes down the Alk. That's life number 1. And he's going to buy back on the Techies. Alchemist is back in there. They get a great War Stomp. He needs help, dude. Alk is just dead. The throne, it's exposed. Beastmaster wants to get it, but they managed to get the Fortify off. Can the Wind Ranger finish this game? They're trying. Hex comes out. Wind Ranger's back in. Ramses is in. They're all hitting for the throne, and that's what matters, is they will take game number 1.
Yeah, once Fortify got used, no way to defend it. A very nice attempt by them. Maybe if the lanes go just a little bit better, it slows down the Alchemist just that much more, because it was pretty close to kind of like what they wanted, right? To just be a little bit further. I don't know, what am I saying? I'm like losing my mind after that. The Anti-Mage was so close to like hitting that tipping point of where he's like so strong compared to everyone else. So if the game was just a little bit closer, I think they kind of could have done it. But yeah, just not being able to piece it together there.
I think the itemization on Liga team is probably the big win factor here. Like the fact that your Beastmaster goes like Hex Refresher and to have the foresight to go for that build as opposed to something else, I think is a massive reason they win this game. Like his reveal on those items is what ended up getting them like those first lanes of barracks, and helps them win like these Roche fights that are super critical. And there was some sick plays from Nemiga. The fact that they managed to steal that Roshan away from Liga team when they did was huge. Obviously, the Tombstone save ends up potentially winning them the fight for Liga team. But yeah, it was a very good attempt from Nemiga. It was really close to being their game.
Yeah, but definitely props to Liga. I really like that draft. The game plan was pretty clean. I like push into tier 2 tower, into Tormentor, double Tormentor, right? Like it was really nicely timed up. They were back for the next Tormentor like as soon as it spawned. So very much a clear game plan by them. And I think there's like one slip up in the fight a little bit. But besides that, I liked it a lot. I'm looking forward to game 2.
Yeah, I am as well. So we're going to be going to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with game 2 of Nemiga versus Liga team. Stay tuned for more here on the Elite League. We'll see you in just a bit. Hello everybody, welcome back here to these Eastern European qualifiers of the Elite League. My name is Cryptic, I'm here with ZQuixotics, and we are doing pretty good today. 3 games in now, another one on the horizon here between Liga Team and Nemiga. And I'll be honest, Liga Team looks very good. Their draft made a lot of sense to us when we were looking at this from the beginning, and they executed it pretty dang well.
Yeah, Beastmaster, we don't usually see him too much, but when you see the draft as a whole, their game plan, it made a lot of sense, right? It still does what it does. It just isn't as popular right now because of item nerfs like the Helm of the Overlord, which did just recently get buffed, so teams are trying a little bit more. I will say, one thing from Nemiga I think we can look for in the draft, which I think has just started, if we want to make our way over to that. In hindsight, of course, no draft goes perfectly, and sometimes you have to adjust, but I didn't really see the purpose of the Pugna. That's not to say Pugna didn't play well. I thought they did a lot. But when we think about the cores, for example, Anti-Mage doesn't really need mana, and you're not you're a decent laner, but you're not so strong that you guarantee the Anti-Mage a great lane. Your other cores are like a Tiny and a Centaur. It's I give them mana, but it's not that great either, So I think that part felt a little weird this game to me as I was thinking about it.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It feels like they kind of were trying to check too many boxes with that pick, and they were like, oh, well, we need tower push, we need a little bit of sustain. It's like I think they needed to fully commit one way or the other, because Shadow Shaman would have been a good option if you wanted to play for something that can, push an objective, but in that game you're dealing with so much stun that Shaman wouldn't be able to shackle. So it's maybe you then opt for heavy sustain, something like the IO that we saw in our previous series. But I think overall that they were just heavily outdrafted there, and their game plan still came down to if the Anti-Mage can get to the super late game, if we manage to take a couple good engagements and stall this one out, maybe we can still win against the Alk. But the other thing that became problematic was this Wind Ranger, right? She was able to just do so much damage in these fights as well, and Beastmaster having double Hex, double Roar was just too overwhelming. Tiny BKBs and then just gets roared instead, and you're like, oh well, my Tiny is removed from the game.
Mm-hmm. Well, any adjustments so far? Centaur is going to be banned out. What did they ban instead last time? Oh, this Primal Beast is what they had banned themselves because they weren't first pick. But now that they're first pick, they're willing to let it through, and they get it. So who on the other side? Maybe Kunkka if you want to do that. Okay, no, they're just going to grab the Tiny right away.
I like the Tiny here on 9 just because you can still flex it, of course. We saw them play it mid last game, but Tiny obviously excels as well as support. Primal Beast, I still, I've pointed out multiple times, I think one of the strongest heroes of the patch currently. They banned the Shadow Demon right before picking it. I think that's absolutely essential. Now you just go ahead and ban, kind of your other matchups. I don't think Primal Beast has a lot he has to worry about now, seeing, what's already removed for the game. They get rid of Crystal Maiden, a typically strong lane hero, against things that rely on their mobility. So Primal Beast or, Bat Rider, but Bat Rider's already banned. That leads me to think this might be an off lane Primal as opposed to a mid lane, but it is still flexible.
Yeah, you can definitely see how the rest of the draft plays out. Undying is in the pool if you want to pick that against the potential offlane Primal Beast. They can wait a little more, I suppose, to see what else comes out. Mirana could be good. Mirana Tiny, kind of a classic right there.
And a Faceless Void. Those are all good heroes against the Primal, so I do like that. We're going to see the techies come out this time for Nemiga. I actually think they should do what you just said, but on Liga.
The Mirana?
Yeah.
I mean,
works well.
Yeah, I still think it's a good. Yeah, still think it's a good hero just in general. So I'm definitely up for
5
it.
seconds remaining.
Enigma has been slipping through the draft. He's usually highly prioritized by a lot of teams, but I don't think he was banned last game, and
What if
this
go
game...
Mirana and Undying? Is that not good enough? Do you want like another setup rather than having the Undying 5?
I think if you don't know... Well, it kind of depends on the bans a little bit too, but if you don't know what Enigma, or sorry, if you don't know what Undying's playing into, and then they pick something like an Enigma, then suddenly you kind of like lose the purpose of Undying. I think he
Dire team
is
pick.
worse than
Enchantress.
other supports you can blindly pick, such as the Enchantress, who's good in just about any lane, whereas Undying excels versus these strength
Radiant
offlaners,
team pick.
but he's not quite good enough to pick when you don't know it and they could go for something else.
That is a hero we'd not seen all that much. Getting ready for Crown Fall, most likely, as Skyrath Mage as well as Vengeful Spirit will be receiving some significant buffs in the
10 seconds remaining.
update that corresponds with Crown
I'm
Fall.
sure.
Skyrath Mage,
5 seconds remaining.
from what I heard, they're adding 1,000 damage to his ultimate, and they're giving him an actual shard.
Here's auto attacks will insta kill you.
Yeah. If you buy the Arcana, your ultimate will one-shot any
Radiant
hero.
team pick.
Pugna.
Wow, they actually go back for the Pugna, meaning we're seeing a mid-tiny again. I mean, to me, this looks like Primal Beast Skyrath off lane. And Pugna is just food for these
10
heroes. So
seconds
you have to
remaining.
put the Pugna in the 4. This has to be a 5 techies.
5 seconds remaining.
Because otherwise, you just concussive blast the Pugna and Primal Beast 100 to 0s this hero.
Yeah, I don't fully understand the Pugna pick. I'll wait to see it at the end. They're gonna go with PA, who is another hero who doesn't really need any mana, but again, like Pugna's laning is kind of decent. Like you mentioned, maybe not into that Primal Beast Skyrath.
10
On one,
seconds remaining.
like against the Enchantress, you can kind of long range poke back,
5
and you've
seconds
got
remaining.
Decrepify to dodge impetus shots, but she also has Enchant to dispel the Decrepify if you use it on your allies. So I don't know, maybe it's like a comfort thing.
It has to
Dire
be.
team banned.
That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, they're just going to pick their Alk, still hide the flex on the Primal. I think that makes a lot of sense because now they have to ban for it.
Radiant team
I don't want to say it kind of starting to look like a repeat of last game where Liga team just have a little bit of an outdraft. But
I'll say
right
it.
now, it looks like they have a little bit of it. Yeah, go ahead. You say it. You say it. Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like an outdraft to me right now, but maybe this last pick will really blow my mind. Nemiga does have
10
last
seconds
pick,
remaining.
so perhaps they're cooking something
5
here.
seconds
But for
remaining.
Liga team, I think you just pick one more really high tempo hero. This does look like tiny mid now, so with that in mind, if they feel comfortable with Primal Beast there, then that's fine. You go for something else. But if they want to, I don't know, just like smash that tiny in the lane, then I think they could go with that as well and just run the Primal Beast off lane, because you do see it is Pugna PA, or maybe it's Techie's PA. I feel like Primal will be fine into that, like either way.
I think you actually want Primal Beast in the off lane here. Like, this is a free
Radiant
Primal
team
Beast lane. It really is. They ban out the Brewmaster. Me personally, I'm looking at Leshrac for the mid lane, or like a Kunkka, or like a Queen of Pain. Those are like the 3 heroes where if like I'm on Liga team right now and I'm looking for a mid lane, I think all of these heroes play decently into the tiny.
10 seconds
Um,
remaining.
And they all do a lot of what you want. Like Kunkka is
seconds
a
remaining.
massive issue for Nemiga if they manage to get it, because Pugna will never be able to contribute in fights once Torrent Storm is online. Tiny hates playing into this hero in the lane, and he just plays really fast. So I'm curious where Nemiga want to go with this, but yeah, Liga team have so many options, I think.
Yeah, I like it. Some other heroes that come to mind: Magnus buff up this Alchemist even further.
True, actually.
And you're just a very stable pick as well. So going into this last pick, it's like it's kind of okay if you get countered. And then we haven't seen Leshrac here either, actually. He's been... I think it's a little scary to pick into Pugna, but we saw him a lot in the other qualifiers. Haven't seen him so far in Eastern Europe. So
True.
I wonder if he's just not popular in this region. But he brings a lot of early tempo.
Has their own meta.
Yeah, a lot of early
10
tempo with that
seconds
hero.
remaining.
I'm still down for like Kunkka too.
5 seconds.
It just seems like
remaining.
such a free Kunkka game, right? Like
Yeah.
you win your mid lane matchup, you will have a pretty decently timed Torrent Storm. Your Shard is super value against PA. Your Bloodstone is just overwhelming. Like it also synergizes incredible with Skywrath. Just like literally X Torrent is all you need to kill someone with a Mystic Flare. They banned Dazzle. It has to be Kunkka. What, they go Doom? Alright, so it is Primal mid. A little bit of a greedier draft now with Doom Alk, but I would hope the Doom just doesn't go the Midas build.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, me too. I like the way they played last game a
5
lot.
seconds
And I
remaining.
think they itemized really well for it, so I'm going to believe they're going to do that again. And I think they have everything they need to do it again. Keeper, that's a good pick. It got banned out in the last game to prevent the early push with the Illuminates. But now you've got your Spirit Vessel builder who... You are going to lane into Primal Beast who can get to you. That is the weakness of Keeper of the Light as a core. He's not that tanky, so if people can actually just jump you, such as the Primal Beast, then you're in danger.
I do like the Coddle pick here quite a bit. I will say offlane Tiny into Alchemist Enchantress seems miserable. I don't know how you play this lane. So I feel like Ramses is going to have a super easy time down here, and we'll have to see if they can, make up for it with the Coddle, getting like an early vessel. But again, I feel like Liga's draft kind of plays itself for the most part. Like they kind of know exactly what they need to do.
Yeah, I agree. We might see something very similar to last game. I will say, okay, Keeper could be the big change here. So I'll be keeping my eye on that. How fast can he get a Spirit Vessel? How fast can he start rotating and preventing the Alchemist from just free farming? And if you get to that mid to late game and PA is farmed enough, I mean, she's really good. Alchemist is actually weak to just straight up physical damage because he is a strength hero. He doesn't have the highest armor. The Radiance will help him a lot in the early game, but as you get later and later, like PA could just wreck him. But you got to get there. You got to get there, and this looks scary. Alchemist, Primal Beast, Enchantress. It's a lot on this Coddle, I think.
Yeah, I was really expecting the Primal Beast to be bottom, but I guess they're going to play like the Techies as the 5, which is a little bit more annoying to deal with. Just, they double placed. Okay, there's some serious communication issues. They double placed Observer Wards here.
Uh-oh.
Well, I don't know how that happens. Violence,
I'm
like,
not
do I kill
saying
this
it's-
one? Do I kill the other? Like,
30 seconds to
I'm not
complete.
saying it's 2-0 Liga, but...
You haven't got the stones.
I forgot what point I was making as I got my mind completely flayed by the double drop of the Observer Ward. But yeah, Techies is 5 is a little bit more annoying for Primal Beast because the slow from Sticky Bomb is so freaking long. It's just 5 seconds of slow, and your trample only lasts 5.5 seconds. So if you see him pop trample, you just hit Sticky Bomb, and suddenly like the Primal Beast does no damage. So I kind of understand maybe wanting to avoid that matchup. And so we'll just see the Primal Beast in mid. I don't think he's going to be threatened too much here by Keeper of the Light. Like, Primal Beast just has so much HP. He'll get a bottle, and he'll just be able to clear waves fairly easily as well.
Yeah, Trample actually one of the few abilities that can really mash this early Illuminate, where you're just like clearing out creep waves instantly, making stacks, clearing those stacks so quickly. But you also have like better ganking, I'd say. Keeper wants that urn, that Spirit Vessel, and the level 6.
A lot of harassment's going to come out from this techies in this bottom lane. Skywrath Mage, I mean, decent harassment that comes out from the Concussive Blast. I think your main thing, though, is you're going to be waiting for that Scorched Earth to really offer some damage here. Meanwhile, top lane, Enchantress has actually taken a lot of damage herself, and she did even go the Nature's Attendants, so we'll end up popping a Salve instead.
This tiny off lane doing pretty well to keep the Alchemist last hits low, focusing a lot on denies, and even if you don't get denies but you make him miss it, that's still good too.
That's true. I mean, we saw what happened last game. Alchemist even died. They managed to find multiple kills and slow him down massively, and it still resulted in him having like an 11.5-minute radiance or like a 13-minute radiance or something with like bracers and everything. It is just ridiculous how much Ramsey still managed to get done. But we'll see what happens this game, as the lane should be much easier for Alc, especially once he gets more levels, as well as the Enchantress. Like, they're not really going to be threatened at all here. Tiny, very low armor. Concoction not going to connect. Held the sun just a little bit too long, but body blocks here onto the Pugna. I mean, Enchantress is just so strong against both of these heroes.
In the mid lane, speaking of those early stacks, Coddle's been making his own stacks, and Primal Beast came over and farmed them at level 3. That is not something you see that often.
He could just do it again.
Yeah, I honestly thought he would stay.
Classic meme, like, I'll do it again.
I thought he would, but maybe he doesn't want to make it too obvious what he's up to. Maybe he'll go now as like
he's gonna go
the
now,
bounty rune.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking, man. He's just like, yeah, I'll take the bounty. Coddle's like, wait, how does my camp hurt? What happened here? There's some nice rotations from the Primal. He might just go block these camps now, actually. He's got Sentry and a Ward, so more at the high ground. And probably Sentry the hard camp, I would imagine. Techies, though, falling very low bottom, and that should be a kill. First blood goes to 1J on the Skywrath Mage. Very nicely done. Blood Grenade plus Concussive Blast. A lot of slow, it would turn out.
Yeah, and Scorched Earth does so much. He actually even took a point in Infernal Blade, so that was actually only level 1 Scorched Earth.
Yeah. I'm surprised about the Infernal Blade here, actually. I'm not sure if it was to secure the kill, like he was trying to blast off away or something and they canceled it maybe, but either way, it's, you know, it worked out.
Maybe it's to harass the PA more, because every time you try to Scorched Earth her, she can just Phantom Strike away. So with the Infernal Blade, you can just use this every time she walks up and get the damage in that way.
Oh my god. This Enchantress just zoning them both off here with the Centaur now that she has the level 2 enchant. Cleans up the Nether Ward as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, Keeper is actually just stacking for Primal Beast. He's just farming.
Did you just clear the whole stack?
Keeper managed to snipe one and looks like he's gonna get that Centaur too, but Primal Beast just keeps farming his stuff. How is this happening?
For the record, top Tiny died because he went down to -1 armor versus Enchantress. And she's now looking for the Pugna. Does have a stomp. Ends up missing with it. A little bit of unfortunate micro there. And Ramses will deny himself. Calculated. Enchant now doing damage. Should allow him to secure the kill as he's just going to wait for it. Wait. Oh, all right, he gets it.
Oh, that's such a smart play by Enchantress.
Yeah. Alk just wanted a free trip back to base, I think is what happened there. Meanwhile, bottom will also see another kill. This one, that first level 6 rotation out from the Keeper of the Light. Skywrath realizing he has no chance of escaping, so he has to TP all the way back to the fountain. And Solarbind, first time we're seeing it already, finding himself a kill. He didn't have his urn, though.
Interestingly, he's bought Boots of Travels first.
Ah.
What do you think
Okay.
of that? Because I think it's such a good Spirit Vessel game.
I mean, he's gonna go back for it. It's just some.
For sure,
I've seen a
yeah.
couple Keeper of the Lights do this, where they opt for the bots first. But I have been more of a fan of the urn because like, you start rotating as soon as you get 6, and you want the urn to start building charges so that when your vessel comes out, you have some built to already find kills. So I think it's a little bit of a greedy play, and it might slow down their mid game. We'll have to see, but.
I guess the benefit is you can still gank, so maybe if he thinks he can get kills without the Spirit Vessel, he just needs to show up.
Top
Well,
lane, techies did come through the gate, so they might be trying to set up a play there. Meanwhile, he kind of would like to get your level 3 on the or your level 3 avalanche on the tiny though.
Slowing down the Alchemist, definitely a great plan. We saw
They
what
sentry
Ramses can
blocked
do.
the
Radiant's
small
middle
camp.
tower is under attack.
That's a good adjustment.
All right. A little bit of a farming time here for both teams. Definitely favors Liga team, though, as they have the Alk, they have the Doom. Their mid lane Primal Beast becomes very scary as the game goes on, and a lot of pressure going to be on this Keeper of the Light as he is closing in on the urn. He should have it in just a couple gold, and we should see a quick rotation to one of these side lanes shortly after.
No Midas queued up on the Doom. He does have a Shiva's in the works. That's definitely the build we want to see. A bit more early active, not too much greed when you've already got the Alchemist.
Yeah, I agree. I think this game, the Shivas makes a lot of sense. We've seen some Dooms go for Shivas, some go for just the Veil early. I think going the full Shivas this game is actually really smart. Because you need that armor online against like the PA pretty quickly, and the scouting potential it gives you is also really nice.
And a little bit of heal reduction versus Pugna, but also the Keeper of the Light Illuminate.
True.
And it'll amplify the damage of your Primal Beast and your Skywrath. I guess the Radiance too.
Coddle's coming top.
Radiant's timing's looking pretty good right now, so yeah, a kill on him would certainly help out Nemiga.
You've
The
got
ult
to find
active
this.
though, it's tough. There's no Spirit Vessel.
Radiant's
Solar
middle
Bind is
tower
out.
under attack.
They get the stun. Ramses losing a lot of HP here, but they don't have the damage. Like they're actually just far too afraid to dive behind the tower, and I think they probably should be. And well, still looking for the vessel for this Coddle, as instead, because of that rotation top, it sets up for an easy kill bottom as Doom hits his level 6. And they will find a return, at least on the Enchantress. So, she's mostly just scouting, seeing where this Keeper of the Light is, I think, right? Like, she wants to kind of know, is he still top? Is he coming bottom? And it makes space for Ramses just kind of go deeper into the jungle instead. So he's just going to close in on that Radiance.
Tiny offlane is not very good at pushing in waves, and he doesn't bring that much tower damage in the early game. I know he does have some like bonuses to the tower damage, but usually needs a little bit more before you really see that come into play. So Alchemist can spend time away from the tower without worrying about like losing his map super quickly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's actually really funny. The Tiny is just sitting here denying every creep from Ramses. That's all he's doing. Like, he knows he can't actually kill him, so he's just denying the creeps. And I think Queasy went over and Nether blasted the small camp that he was farming with his acid sprays, so ends up getting pretty much no creeps
Dire's
for
top tower
any
is
of
under
that.
attack.
In the jungle, though, Primal Leases we'll see finishing up a nice stack on the Ancients here, and that will get him closer and closer to this Eternal Shroud, which is a
Dire's
pretty
top
great
tower
pickup
is
this
under
game.
attack.
He's going to still need a BKB, so I'm a little bit surprised that we're going to see the Eternal Shroud as the first option. It makes him incredibly tanky, though.
Dire's top tower
Yeah, maybe
is under
expecting
attack.
to go charging on through some techies' minds later on. Preemptively
Once
be
he has
ready
his
for
uproar
that.
talent, it's not bad.
Alchemist has been slowed down a little bit compared to last game, but he's still going to get a pretty decent Radiance timing. I think they weren't able to make as many stacks for him this time around. Keeper getting close to the Spirit Vessel. We'll see how much he can get done when he has that. I mean, it ended up being a difference of like 5 minutes or something that he could have had it sooner if he went for it
Dire's
instead of the
top
Boots of
tower
Travel.
has fallen.
Yeah, in that 5 minutes, the Alchemist has a Radiance, so that's quite nice for him. The Doom is going to go ahead and queue up the Blink Dagger, actually, as opposed to finishing the Shivas, and has a BKB queued after that. It is an incredible BKB game. You're going to have to build one at some point. You need Dispels for the Coddle Spirit Vessel that's coming through, especially if he goes for the Orchid, which is a pretty standard build after the Vessel.
Yeah, that's true. And there is just a lot of magic damage from Nemiga. I would argue it's probably almost all magic until PA actually comes online.
Yeah, I agree. And then even then, you have like the potential for a Revenant's Brooch PA. I think this game, she would probably rather play for a Deso because there's very little armor on the side of Liga team. So, yeah, that's probably what she's going to be aiming for. That Battle Fury Deso BKB timing. Maybe you just go the Conda anyway, though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, Spirit Vessel's done. Let's go. Gonna blast down this mid tower.
Yeah, these two have done a pretty good job at doing tower damage. It's what we saw last game from the Pugna, right? Like, he gets this Nether Blast level 3, he just sits in the trees and takes towers. Bottom lane, they do manage to get the Skywrath Mage. So, finally we see a kill come through as the Vessel gets put to use there. There's the Blink as well from the Tiny Gate
Whoa,
reveal.
great stun in the mid lane.
Yeah,
Cancels
that is
Onslaught. This is the dead Primal
Rise?
Beast, I think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's got the Eternal
Okay, no,
Shroud done, but
Blink
the
Tiny
Avatos... Yeah, there they got him.
Okay, without the Tiny, I think he may have gotten away, but great rotation for the Tiny to secure. Huge kill for them. They're going to keep going now. Not worried about a Primal Beast, although some big rotations coming in. They got to be a little careful.
Doom. We'll just
do
drop
they?
it onto the Tiny. That's his target, I guess, is he's going to try and deny himself to the creeps. He doesn't manage to get
nice
it.
try.
Pugna, however, doing a good chunk of damage on over to the Doom, but with Coddle's ult running
Dire's
out,
top tower is under
he'll back
attack.
away.
Starting to bring the pressure a little bit. PA just being left alone to farm. They're going to need to just keep repeating that. PA Battle Fury is done, so she needs to farm up at least 1 or 2 more items before she really gets involved. And I think you just go, because you do not want the enemy team to pick up Dispels and pretty much just counter the Spirit Vessel and a lot of Keeper's damage, because it comes from that Solar Bind Spirit Vessel into the rest of the Magic Burst.
It really does. I think Primal Beast might be regretting the Eternal Shroud right now, but we'll see. A lot of damage coming out. Manages to get the Onslaught away, so he will survive. I mean, the thing is once he gets his level 15 talent, he's going to be borderline unkillable, because Solar Bind will just get instantly dispelled. Same with the Spirit Vessel. And that's like the 2 main things that are causing him some damage. Onslaught. Will he go? No, he cancels it immediately. Meanwhile, Enchantress scouting there back behind the tower.
You do have to be a little careful of diving against a Keeper of the Light. You get hit with the Solar Bind and suddenly you're stuck in a bad spot, moving so slowly because you use your Onslaught to come in. So, I can understand wanting to be a little careful. Plus, they probably don't feel too bad about what's going on either if Alchemist is being left alone to farm. And maybe solo kill a Pugna?
Decrep's not going to save you there anyway. So, yeah, solo kill onto the Pugna. Very nice. But guess what? It's the Primal Beast Skywrath. The combo, we finally see it come through. As, yeah, Pulverized Mystic Flare. Fantastic.
Going for an Atos to help set up for his team.
Or just for himself. He's like, I want to just
that's
solo
true,
kill
that's
people.
true.
He sees Pugna, just hits him with the Atos, and he'll just die.
Finders, keepers.
Any big items coming out
for
soon?
Radiant's bottom
I'm guessing
tower is under
BKB for
attack.
Alchemist next. He hasn't queued anything up. Maybe thinking about it
Radiant's
himself.
bottom tower has fallen.
Blink for Primal Beast next, and then I can only imagine a BKB after that. Blink on the Skywrath in the mid lane. Going to be deleted.
Yeah, that's a very nice little pickup. I mean, the Tiny being able to get these pickoffs right now is really important for him because his game is
Dire's
not
middle
looking
tower
super
is
hot.
under attack.
So any kill is really beneficial, especially since you can probably just 100-0 this Skywrath Mage. And looking for the Enchantress, even the smoke's gonna pop, but well,
Just
maybe
finished that force
asleep at
staff.
the wheel there.
PA is going to go for the Conda, by the way.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Maybe
It's
we
a
will
lot
see a
of good
Revenant's
early game
Brooch.
stats.
I mean, yeah, combining with like Solar Bind and Decrepify, I mean, yeah, that'll be a lot that you can just throw out safely. So
They're looking for Alk.
Dire are scanning.
The Dire scan this out though, so
Dire's
Ramses.
middle tower is under attack.
Okay, they're not looking for Alk. They're just gonna keep chipping the tower here on the Pugna, and they need to start dealing with this actually. Enchantress will get scouted out. She does have that force staff, drops a sentry, makes it up to the high ground momentarily, but still taking a ton of damage. So she's gonna go down. Alchemist will find the Pugna. An avalanche, or rather a toss comes through. Doom gonna chase after him here with the Scorched Earth, but doesn't throw anything.
they are going to find
just grab
out
a D
that
ward.
this was warded. Yep, and remove it.
Beast has his blink.
See the Primal Beast top? They're pinging it out. Everyone's here.
Invis. He might just turn around onto the PA. But they're seeing all these extra heroes. Skywrath Mage in some trouble. Immediately catches him with the silence. And with the 5 showing, Primal Beast is like, I'm going to hide in these trees, guys. There's no way they see me. Right?
Thank you, Skywrath, for dying in my place.
Oh, Sentry
Oh,
comes
wait, there's
out.
a sentry. He's just at the edge of it. Don't move.
Oh,
wait,
well, he's
Doom
going to
move.
go in instead, and now Queasy needs to be very careful. Doom again gets caught on the backside, and a huge blast-off sets them up. In comes the Alk Avalanche and Toss. Doom is dead. Now looking for more. It's just going to be the 2 supports for the side of Nemiga that die. And again, Doom not finding an opening at all in this game.
Yeah, I guess it'll be a lot easier once he has his own BKBs, but it would really help the fights a lot. Throw it on the Keeper, maybe.
Oh my god, he makes it out. And Skywrath Mage just makes it into the pit barely. It was very close.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Honda is now complete. TPing down here, maybe to look for a fight with it. Wasn't sure she'd farm a little bit more.
Solarbind is out onto the Skywrath Mage, and boy does he have damage. He's trying to do what he can here into the Pulverize. This Primal Beast, no BKB, so gets interrupted, but in comes the Alk, the Conda, the Phantom Assassin just chews through Ramsey. His BKB was 1 second off cooldown. Don't worry, you saved your Skywrath though.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Alchemist and Primal Beast, for dying in my place. That is not what you want. That is not what Ramses wants either. I'm sure he's just got lag issues there. Conda paying off right away. I think he had that item for all of 10 seconds before just picking up. Was that 2 kills? Just one of them. He gets the Ramses kill, and then looks like Tiny grabbed the Primal Beast. But that's pretty good. Things were starting to line up for Liga, I feel like. They are getting close to some BKBs, but these kills are going to delay that. And Alchemist is really not pulling ahead of this PA. We saw a much bigger difference last game between the Alchemist and the Anti-Mage, and then the rest of the cores. This game, it is much closer, and in particular, the PA is a much better direct response to Alchemist in the 1v1. So the fact that she is, I mean, she's like 2.5. Yeah, behind, that's like nothing. Considering that's an Alchemist, they're essentially even.
Yeah, this is looking very good already for Nemiga. I am genuinely surprised that we're not seeing BKBs as like a primary pickup for the Primal Beast. We see, obviously, the one on Ramses, he dies right before it comes off cooldown. The Doom is closing on his, but the Primal Beast, he's queued up a Blade Mail now, which, I mean, I thought he was going to go Blade Mail into BKB. That, to me, looked like the best 2 items to start his game out, but opts for Eternal Shroud Blink. So it has slowed down the momentum of the Primal Beast here quite a bit.
Yeah, I wonder if it's that there's just so much magic damage. He wants the consistent magic resistance over only the active when you have BKB going. But there's also a lot of crowd control that I think the BKB would help a lot with.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
See, he's got the Ags queued up. The break is pretty good versus the PA.
Yeah, he needs it. Like, you definitely need the Ags, and that's why it's like, normally a lot of times what we see is just like the Blade Mail, BKB, Blink, Aghanim Scepter, stuff like that, just because, you know, you can build for more damage later, and build more tankiness, but we'll see what he can do. They're going to smoke up on the backside, as we're seeing Nemiga smoked up as well. Doom needs to find his target. He has not connected once this game on a good Doom. Like either finding Coddle or Phantom Assassin, right? Like they've all just... You got Tiny, I think, once. Well, they do get an opening onto the Pugna, so that's going to be a good pick-off. Good response there.
I think right now, Keeper, probably the best target for the Doom. Later, when Aegis is down, I think either one would be fine. They are going to look for this Alchemist. They're TPing down here.
Yeah, they
They need more.
They're actually running to the Alk, though.
Yeah, maybe seeing this coming, predicting this, or maybe just trying to take advantage of the fact that they got a kill and they want to push a little bit.
I'm surprised they didn't just take the tier 1 mid, but PA was gonna TP back, and she cancels, which means bottom lane is free, and Techies, he's in trouble. Stunned up, brought down, no problem. Kill goes the way of the Alchemist, as now they turn their attention to the tier 2 tower. Tiny has cut the wave, so they need to keep this wave alive. They actually don't fort it, so the push for this bottom tower is over. Primal Beast dead here? Oh, okay, no, they just blink over him. Yeah, bottom tower is going to survive. Sits at 280 HP. They'll have to wait for the next wave. Which it's getting there, slowly but steadily.
I don't think I've ever seen this. Pugna's going a Halberd next.
mean, I guess it's good against the Alchemist if he doesn't kill you.
Radiant's bottom tower
Is there really
is under
nothing else
attack.
that's better?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, maybe
Radiant's
not.
bottom
He's
tower
got his
has
Glimmer
fallen.
Cape. He needs to tank up, I suppose.
Dire's
The
top
evasion's
tower
not
has
bad.
fallen.
I feel like Force Staff is good so that you have like a secondary way to save versus Skywrath. I suppose I can understand Glimmers maybe enough though.
Also, Primal Beast, right? Getting away from Trample and stuff is pretty huge. Mines popping. They know exactly where they are. A bunch of squiggles drawn on the minimap here, as they will have to go back to clear their waves. I mean, we have not really seen any major engagement yet, have we? Outside of like the one pick-off, I think in the Radiant jungle where they saved their Skywrath, but it wasn't like a 5v5.
No, both carries have been doing a good amount of farming, especially the PA, but she's now at Battle Fury, Conda, BKB, so I think we are going to start seeing these bigger fights. Smoke breaks, I think, for the Dire, so they know where the Alchemist is. They're going in looking.
Your Primal Beast
blur's
is
gonna
nowhere
end.
nearby. Ramsey's forced to ult. Enchantress does get found. The BKB out from Violent.
Big
He's
crits.
nearly taken the Alk down. He just needs one more crit. He's missing, though. And here comes the rest of the team. Doom's going to connect onto the Tiny. A nice Mystic Flare. He's dead, but Primal Beast, he's got his opening, looking for the Pugna. But guess what, dude? This Phantom Assassin is just destroying your team. Trying to TP to safety. He will make it. 3 for 1.
Radiant's middle tower is under
EA
attack.
is online. She is ready to go. It's not like that anti-mage where just it never felt like he was ready to fight that Alchemist. Here we see this is why they changed their draft up. The physical damage from the PA is just not concerned with this Alchemist's build. And I'm not sure what he can adjust. I mean, I guess this next item can be armor from him, like maybe a plate mail to replace the magic stick. But the fear is like, what if she just goes Revenant's Brooch and now your armor's kind of useless?
This Skywrath mage is trying to find the Coddle and snipe him. But I don't know if he will be able to. We'll see. Who's he going to walk into? He sees him. Is it enough damage with the blood
so
grenade?
close.
It's not. And now, of course, the save from the Pugna. He's going to turn it around. So much damage coming through. Primal Beast, though, with the jump on in and the help from the Alchemist. They should get one, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. And now Primal Beast in trouble. Spirit Vessels are up, and now here comes Phantom Assassin. You also have the ult coming back off cooldown from the Coddle. It seems like Liga team are just on different pages. Like they're not
Seems
really
like
like each player kind of is doing their own thing almost.
Yeah, compared to game one where their timings lined up so cleanly, they had really nice plays together, like push tier 2, get Tormentor, all that. We have not really seen that come out here, and I think it's struggling in the lanes a little bit more, throwing their timings off,
Dire's
and
middle
then
tower is under
players
attack.
focusing on a little bit of like, I need this item, so I gotta like self-recovery, as opposed to the team plays that we were seeing before.
Coddle has a Lincoln Sphere now completed, and Tiny is working towards his Conda. Where are we at on PA? What's her next item? So BKB, of course, we saw completed. Now looking for a Lincoln Sphere of her own. So they're just going to make it so you cannot go for a Doom anymore. And Primal Beast, no BKB, gets caught here in the top lane, taking a lot of damage. Pops the Uproar to try and get away.
He's very close to Ags, which could be pretty helpful in the next fight. I guess PA's already got BKB though, so you might have to wait that out.
Radiant are scanning.
It is a huge burst of damage if he can find his targets regardless, but again, it kind of comes back to this Doom. He needs to get a decent Doom, and honestly, I feel like it needs to be PA at this point. But it's hard to say. Like, maybe she still just attacks and kills people even if you Doom her, but Coddle wouldn't be a bad choice either. He just has this Lincoln Sphere that makes it very difficult. into the bottom. They do have a good ward placed here, and Nemiga might walk into it.
Oh, mine just exploded, so they'll know there's
Yeah,
some
they know
smoke
exactly what's going on
shenanigans. See what the Roche spawn's gonna be here in just a second.
That's a long one.
Long one.
245. Okay.
Yeah, so this next fight probably won't matter as much. I mean, of course, winning a fight is, impactful, but you won't lose Roshan over it. Not that these teams know. But by chance, whichever team ends up playing the map more and still makes it back for the Roshan fight will probably end up ahead.
Yeah. They are smoking to the bottom side here. The ward, though, it's placed well for Liga team. It's going to pop immediately, and that's an opening. Trying to just find the Techies, but Violent one-shots the Skywrath Mage, and Techies, he's the trait. The Doom, it's out. I don't know where. Did it get popped by a Lincoln's? I think it did. That is not ideal, but the Bloodthorn. Finally, the BKB expires. You get your true strike from that one. And with PA going down, they will look for the rest of the team. 3 fall on the side of Nemiga.
I thought that was going to go better for Nemiga.
They're pinging out Tiny now as well.
Middle tower is under attack.
Oh, they got him. No TP out. That's a sick play.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Nemiga pulling this one back. They're not ready to be done, and off of that, they're
They have no
actually in the
buybacks.
enemy base. Yeah, Caudle is not here.
Has been
Wait,
killed.
Tiny?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Why did he just feed his courier? I'm
Radiant's
confused.
bottom tower is under attack.
All right, well, Ramsey's up onto the high ground. He's getting disarmed. It's getting very annoying, but they should be able to continue to whittle down this tower as they don't have another fortification. I'm just a little bit confused, like, why is the rest of the team not here trying to take this? Skywrath, I guess, waiting for Roshan, but Doom's just jungling.
Yeah, I feel like they could have taken at least like the tower if they all
Yeah.
came.
I guess he's
Maybe some
dewarding.
different ideas of what should be going on, or maybe not that concerned about it. But I mean, winning that last fight was nice, but I don't think they're in the clear yet. PA still has like a lot of this damage. She's got the Revenant's Brooch queued up now.
Yeah, I feel like if she does not get Bloodthorned, without having BKB and stuff, she's probably okay. But this is one of those games where it's like I'm a little bit of a hater on the Conda Revenant's Brooch, where it's like I feel like you'd be better off with almost a like Deso, Ags, and Shard type of scenario,
Yeah, I would have liked that build this game, but I can kind of see some merit to the Conda Revenant's Brooch since you have a lot of Magic Amp on your team. So we'll see if that comes into play later. I'll hold my judgment till then. Ramsey's going to get to work on this Alchemist. He really wants this Roshan's banner. Pia's going to walk in and be right in the middle of the team. Lincoln's going to save her for now.
I mean, he's not stopping on the Primal. He's going to go in, try and just take down the Pugna, and they should be able to with ease. All right, it's now a 5v4 without buyback. Oh, Primal Beast. Nice force staff there from the edge. That was a toss back otherwise, so very good save. And Ramses will finish Roshan.
Gonna go split push the lanes right away. Tiny also has a Revenant's Brooch queued up.
I don't think he wanted to take the Aegis. I think he tried to pick up the Roshan's banner.
Oops.
But maybe Primal Beast wants the Aegis. Maybe he's the one going in. It's hard to say.
I mean, it is true that Alchemist is not a very good Aegis carrier.
That is true.
So, maybe intentional. What were you about to say?
I was gonna say, if I'm Alk here, I feel like I just give an Ags to my Primal Beast and just donate 4,200 gold to him so he can free up that slot, get to his Kai Assange, and then, like, another item.
That would require me donating my money away.
Excuse me? What do you think?
You think I'm gonna give anything away before I moon shard myself? And
I've been playing a lot of Helldivers, and that does not sound very democratic.
all right, they're gonna smoke up, meet up with their alchemist in the top lane, looking for any kills. I think they know that if they win a fight, they can definitely take some buildings.
That is a dead Pugna. So he's dead once again. I mean, this is exactly what happened last time, right? At this bottom Roche fight, they find the Pugna. He's dead for 50 seconds. His buyback is 80 gold short. So if they get like a bounty rune, he's back into the game. But I don't think they're going to be threatening high ground anytime soon anyway. So he'll be back for the next big fight. Oh, they jump in. Alchemist looking for the techies, and he's not going to.
Let's not do that.
Yeah, going on to the high ground. You have an Aegis, you're pretty strong, but still got to be careful. Tier 2 balls. Bottom lane, Doom is looking for, I think, PA somewhere.
He's gonna have to break Lincoln's and then Doom. Now he does have a creep for that, but the extra cast time is a bit slow.
He's gonna find.
She just bought out.
Oh my god.
Radiant are scanning.
Dude, the PA is actually. Oh! She found him. The Doom. You can't cancel TP, I guess. So yeah, it doesn't matter.
You'll take that though. That's her BKB down. And you didn't have to
pretty
commit
sick
anything.
play. Primal Beast goes in, finds the techies, and an immediate scythe gets revealed there from the Keeper of the Light, so they'll know about that one. Techies will survive. Violent, he's here throwing these daggers. Ramses does not want to commit.
Doom is not here though.
He has no TP for like 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Down you go.
Disconnect, potentially some lag here.
Octarine in the works for Doom. Overwhelming blink for Alchemist. Any crazy items coming up here? Doesn't look like it. Oh, I missed that. Keeper finished that Hex. That's pretty strong. And then Revenant's Brooch just 300 gold away. So let's see if this is worth it. You were saying you'd like the Deso. I kind of agree. But this is that... Like, this is the point where the build really comes together. The Conda plus the Revenant's Brooch. So we'll see how strong it is when combined with Decrepify and Solar Bind.
Overwhelming blink online for the Alchemist. Oh, Primal Beast is going Scythe. Really? I feel like you just get a BKB. To be honest, you know, the BKB Pulverize is very good. But he's opting for a Scythe as his next item.
Alright, he hasn't bought any components yet, right? So they're going to take a fight. He's going to see a teammate get deleted by Revenant's Brooch PA, and you're going to see it shift to a BKB.
It's like, Primal is so tanky, and I get that he's not really in danger of dying, but I feel like being able to BKB Pulverize a hero, especially as you get closer to your 25 talent, where it's like a 4-second duration Pulverize, is rather important. So we'll have to see. They have a good ward center on the backside. They do manage to grab the Pugna to start this one off once again, as the techies will TP on out. They do not have the detection in time, so they'll get the D ward. They will get the D ward. There we go. Nicely done.
Pugna dead, but this time with buyback. See what they can force out. They took a lot of this tower already, about a third of it left. They do have the Aegis, but they're not really pushing. I guess they're not feeling confident about it, and they don't want to throw. So they're trying to find a fight outside the base and win that before moving further in. It is leading us to a little bit of a slowdown period here where we're seeing a kill or two every now and then, but it's not quite enough to make them feel like they can go into that high ground versus a Coddle, versus a Tiny. You got the Techie's Mines, you got PH throwing out these daggers, poking at you. So just taking a very defensive position.
Yeah. I kind of like it. I mean, we've got these tier 4 items up now, so some of these are actually very important. Obviously, both of the... We're seeing a lot of people still tend to hold on to Ogre Seal Totem. It is legitimately a broken item, so I'm not that surprised. But we see some Ninja Gears picked up as well. Primarily, the big one is the fact that Coddle gets a Ninja Gear. So he can just sit super far back now under the cover of this smoke, throwing out his spells.
It seems broken that he could hex you without breaking smoke.
Radiant's top tower is under
Right?
attack.
Yeah, that's something else.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The rest of the team is smoked up in the bottom side here. I mean, they have the Remnant's Brooch done on the PA. They would love to find an opening, but I don't know if they're going to get it. The Liga team, again, are taking a fairly slow approach to this at this point. Maybe they just want to go late game. I mean, maybe you wait for another Ag's Doom. Maybe you wait for the 9th item, BKB Primal Beast.
Getting a little scary. Like, I do think Keeper drops off a little bit as the game keeps going, but PA is very, very scary in this late game. She's getting pretty close to that.
Everyone.
Yeah, she's getting close to 25. She's working on a shard, so she'll have that max HP damage. It's,
She has a lot of room to grow.
yeah. Right. So I'm not sure. I know they're worried about going high ground, but
Radiant are scanning.
if you just wait forever, Nemiga is, like, just scaling, so kind of do have to force it a bit. Maybe one more Aegis is what they want. Level 25s, perhaps?
Well, they are walking to bottom side of the map here. They might find Pugna for the 20th time as they jump in. They don't find him. There, they will grab the sentry drop. So Pugna, yeah, he's just been tanking gank after gank from these guys, and it's okay if you manage to get anything else out of this, though. All right, Primal Beast playing some Minesweeper once again.
I mean, that right there is why you want to be careful going high ground. I think that was 4 mines. That brought him down to half health. So you have no idea what's in the base, which actually there's nothing. But, you know, if you try to dive, onslaught in, you go through like 6 mines, could be dead.
We saw that, you know, the Rubik blinking to the high ground earlier, instantly dying to Techie's Mines. That was quite funny. Roshan up in 30 seconds. Would you rather it be Radiant or Dire?
Me, the caster, I want it Radiant. Them, the players, I think you want Dire. Cheese is really good for Alchemist, although it's a little awkward having to clear out a slot for it. I want to see the Roche banner because I just like that item, but I think Cheese for them, and then Mechanims on Doom sounds good.
We got bots 2 on the Primal. He's going to join his team here in just a second. As they're getting to work on the Roche. Going to die very fast thanks to this Bloodthorn. As the Radiant, I mean, they know. They hear the roar. The question is, can you make it in time? Primal Beast onto the backside. In comes the techies. He gets the detection, but an immediate dispel. He's the one who's going to go down first. His buyback's available. He's going to pop it immediately. Roshan down to just a fraction of HP. They've got to get into the pit. They get the Hex onto the Primal Beast. PA goes in. They get the kill. He's dead. No buyback. Doom's going to catch the Phantom Assassin, though. If he can stay on top of him, it'd be a massive kill. Ramsey's aggressive. Blink forward. Gets the stun. Bloodthorn is out. And just like that, Violent. He's dead. They can't keep him alive. He's got no buyback. Pugna back into this fight once again. He's going to go down. And Tiny trying to just disengage. Has a TP. He's going to make it. So a 2-for-1, but you get the PA. You get the Roche. A really good sign here for Liga team.
Maybe this is what they were waiting for. They can bring it all the way down. They don't know that PA doesn't have buyback, but they can come in, try to at least force it, and when she does not buy back, can probably take 2... Well, there'll be 2 fortify, so maybe you only get 1 set of barracks. Alchemist pushes pretty fast with his AC, though.
Coddle really wants to get this Roshan's banner mid, and he will. So the banner went down, and he will take it. So that'll stop that threat from the mid lane push, as he will rejoin his team bottom. But Ramses, he needs a creep wave. Once again, they are struggling with keeping their waves available. Techies just doing so much damage to Alk, dude. They force a BKB out of Doom even as well. There's your first fortification.
Hitting really low.
He's just dead. He lost his first life. He has no ult when he comes back, and his BKB's still on cooldown. The toss back. Ramses needs help. The Doom comes out onto the Tiny. A nice kill. Bloodthorn there as well, and now the Primal Beast is in. The bots too. He's got his sights set on the techies, but a Hex still coming out from the Coddle. And guess what? The wave finally arriving, but with all of the heroes up from Nemiga, they get absolutely nothing out of this Aegis. Except, I guess, a buyback from the Tiny? If you can disengage, that's okay, but are they gonna let you? That's an awkward pause. Some voice comm issues, potentially.
Probably screaming to retreat. No one heard him. Okay, you gotta find a little bit more, I think, because you use the Tiny buyback. And if they can, I mean, Skywrath and Enchantress are not there, so they definitely have the numbers advantage.
They are so lucky that it is nighttime right now. Otherwise, this Coddle is hexing this Primal Beast, and he is super dead.
Yeah, for their sake, I think they do need to... Well, I don't know. I guess I did say the later it goes, maybe you feel better. I'm not sure. I think you want something because of the Tiny buyback. You technically haven't lost any of your base yet, though. There is an amplified damage rune that is very good for the heroes in this game, so let's see. It should be Nemiga, so long as they walk up there. They are kind of in control of the current situation.
Yeah, I'm curious what's going to happen when this pause ends. I honestly, because it's nighttime, I don't know if they're going to be able to find anything on Nemiga. Obviously, it's kind of necessary that they do, but PA is pretty far back, and Coddle, his ult is on cooldown for a few more seconds. And his Primal Beast is just super fast. I mean, he's got bots too. He's not an easy grab at all. And Doom is way out. All right, we're gonna get the readies. We'll be resuming here in just a moment.
Yeah, good call. They're going to fall back. They don't want to waste too much time chasing without knowing what they're getting into. See who's going to make their way to that amplified damage. Primal Beast is nearby. Skywrath going to see it now. Oh. One more pause. Okay, PA pretty close to 25. Triple Triple strike, stifling dagger,
Down you go.
really good, really scary. You can definitely just crit a whole bunch of people and win a fight that way.
Mm-hmm.
Got to be careful near the
Unless,
tormentors.
Yeah, I was like, unless you accidentally hit a tormentor and die 100 to 0, very sad for Durancio. It's not the first time I've seen it though. Actually, I think that's happened in another game earlier last year, where a PA's like stifling dagger accidentally hit a tormentor. All right, we're gonna see the bottom tormentor taken from the alchemist. That'll give the shard over to Skywrath Mage. Surprising enough, like no tormentors have really been focused this game. Like that is the first one we've seen from Liga team.
Alchemist has disassembled his Radiance. He's gone ahead and finished the Nullifier and Butterfly. But he's pretty slotted, so I don't know. Maybe the Butterfly in place of his boots.
Yeah, I think you have to put it in front of the boots. The thing is he has overwhelming blink instead of the swift blink, so he's pretty slow when he blinks in still. And he did to compensate this, he goes for the movement speed on Chemical Rage at 25 as opposed to the regen. I think this game it makes sense. If he gets jumped, he's dying regardless of that regen. He just needs to be able to stick on his heroes. So they're gonna see some heroes up on the high ground as they're setting their sights on the techies. The PA. They got a glimpse of her, but she's able to jump down to the low ground, and she is out. And that, I believe, is a dieback. It is.
Yeah.
He's dead for a long time.
She did get her 25.
Dude,
if they, as they come in,
look at this bots 2 play to this creep. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
Tiny just gets completely found. The pulverized duration of an eternity. This is sick. Enchantress just scouting with her minion, and Primal Beast like preemptively botsed to it and just waited. That is such a cool play.
90 seconds without Tiny. They're definitely going to come down this bottom lane and try to break open the base. And it shouldn't be too hard. There's only 173 health left on this tower. So at least one set of barracks and then make their way mid. There's one Fortify to work with. Oh, the Satyr just going to do it itself.
Yep. Ramsey's gonna get to work.
Look how fast he
On the
attacks.
high ground he goes. Right through the backdoor protection as the creep wave is coming. They have one more fortification available. And still holding his BKB, obviously. Rightful has a lot of damage from that dagger. Primal Beast trying to just make some space. Pops a Blade Mail. Will-O-Wisp actually online from the Coddle here. Be a little bit careful. X onto the Alp. Gets the good force stab to safety. So they get the racks. They can disengage. A nice play here from Liga team. As the techies will respawn. You saw about 30 seconds before the Tiny is up. And Primal Beast will work on the top lane. That, I mean, he's showing, you know, they are down a hero. So they are looking, see if they can find anything.
It is mine.
One more Aghanims for Ramsey's finished up. I think it just got passed over to Doom. Yeah. All right, some big AoE Dooms coming up, maybe.
I was wondering when we were going to start seeing these. We saw the effect of like an Agh's Doom earlier, right? Once it comes online. They got it for free from the Roche, but gets the donation from the Alchemist, so he gets the stats as well, which is one of the best parts about that.
There are no buybacks on Nemiga. PA, Coddle, and Pugna do have them available, just no money. So any death could be the end here. The death timers are quite long, as long as they die near the enemy or near their own base. Did that banner get used? Oh yeah, Coddle killed it, right? Am I crazy? Was there another one?
We are just gonna sit here and wait it out, I guess. All right,
Tiny's
G's are out.
back.
Refresher queued up on the Doom, similar to what we saw.
Give the wisdom over to Doom. He is really close to his 25 talent, and the break would be pretty strong versus PA, but I think mute is maybe still the way to go.
I think you go mute, honestly. Like being able to prevent her BKB or anyone's BKB just by dooming them is pretty huge.
Yeah, he goes mute.
I think you have enough other options to try and deal with the Phantom Assassin.
Radiant's top tower is under
Man, they are being so patient with it. Last game and this game. They are 30k up. That's even better than last game at this point. Does still make me worry about PA. I mean, she's moved that Divine Rapier into the queue. Are we taking too long on the side of Liga?
We will definitely find out sooner rather than later, as I think they want to try and go to the high ground. But we're going to see the smoke come through from Nemiga in the mid lane, and Enchantress will be the one that breaks it. Hex comes out. PA, she's going to go in, throws the dagger. It doesn't crit, not enough to kill her. Throws the Glimmer Cape out as well. And this is the part where I'm like, I don't know if the Revenant's Brooch build actually is the way to go. I mean, if you just have like the Ags and Deso, maybe you can just go in there and kill the hero, but late game, it is very funny when you get the Divine Rapier. We'll see the Enchantress now. Dagger comes out. Doesn't find her, but they get the D-ward in the process. A second Aghanim Scepter,
Roche.
this one to the Primal Beast, so he now has 10,000 gold to decide what he wants to do with it. And buys out a Scythe of Ice and an overwhelming blink.
Buys another Aghanim.
are scanning.
More!
Scythe,
Yeah.
trying to blink initiate. I have to imagine on the PA.
Scanning.
Yeah, I just can't believe he still doesn't have a BKB. But, I mean, can you argue with these results? Maybe not. Well, if he dies here, you might be able to make a case for it, as he's about to show there's a lot of heroes. He's going to walk right into the Phantom Assassin. Dagger is out. She pops the BKB. He gets hexed, and he is dead. The Doom, though, it's caught the PA, and that's the big target. She is just all alone. They leave her to die as they turn their attention to the rest of the heroes. They've taken down the Tiny. Coddle able to maybe make it a... He turned back? Uh-oh. That's not what you want. Shiva's in 1 second. He's going to be forced to BKB. He's going to continue the chase here, but he will back away. Nikki's going to be just fine.
Gonna do Roche. I don't feel like we're pushing very fast. Oh, maybe we're getting here. Okay, okay.
I mean, I feel like you want to force the buyback, right?
I thought we wanted BKB earlier too, but I don't know. I don't know what's going on. They're taking a very slow, disciplined approach to this.
Like, I feel like with BKB, the Primal Beast can just go in and find a hero and they die. So
I'll tell you what, no one expects the 9-second full duration BKB at 60 minutes. That's a powerful timing.
Bold of you to think he'll buy it at 60 minutes. They're going to go all the way bottom for Roshan. Number 4 of the game, it looks like. So this one, another Roshan's banner and Refresher. Refresher is quite nice, but your Doom actually just bought his own. So I guess you just backpack it on the Alchemist, have yourself a second set of spells. There's probably worth it at that point.
I think so.
If
Maybe
you had a Primal
replace-
Beast BKB, you could double pulverize a hero for a total of 10 seconds, but we don't. There's just power treads on the ground over there. I don't know who those belong to, but oh well.
It's probably Alk. He's the only guy rich enough to just throw his shit on the ground like that and be like, yeah, whatever, 1,500 gold. I don't even care. The support's looking on.
Poor people.
The support's looking over. There's like, you got any gold I can have? Like, not for you. I'll drop it and break it, but I won't give you any.
To the dire.
That's core gameplay right there. Are we leaving the refresher? Okay, no, we
Okay,
got it.
We got it.
For Skyrim?
Takes none of it.
Is that the best?
It's got to go to the Primal Beast, right? But he just has no items slots right now. He's like, someone take this. Gives him the bottle, grabs the refresher shard. Okay.
Here's a guy who's gonna give me money. The mid laner always gives me the bottle once he's out of slots. Let's go.
55-minute support bottle, very pog. Techies has been getting to work in the base, by the way. I think they kind of know where they're at this point. So you will eventually have to deal with the mines. This is an interesting smoke out, though. They are looking for pretty much anything. Dude, if Ramsey shows on this wave... I guess he saw the Pugna for a split second there. He TPs defensively, so
Something
he's
tipped
safe.
him off. I'm not
He
sure
actually
exactly
went back for
what.
bots, too.
Dire's
I was pretty-
turret has been killed.
That was pretty scary for him there. If he had died, that'd be a really big kill for Nemiga.
I mean, he has buyback, of course, but still, it's like... You'd be able to force it very easily.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that Pugna is chipping their tier 3 is pretty wild. They are getting a potential squeeze as they're wrapping around onto the backside. Techie's looking for something. Doom walking in aggressively. Are they going to get him? Yeah, they just find the Hex. The Will-O-Wisp is there, but the BKB turned around from the Doom as now the Primal Beast going through. There it is. The Pulverize has got him. The Doom on the mark. And just like that, 3 heroes dead, potentially more. 2 buybacks coming through. Tiny with the BKB going to try and TP out. You don't have a way to cancel it. Did they hesitate just too much?
I don't know. I guess the boot to travel. I mean, Alk was just there, I suppose. And they have so much control at this point. Wait, where's her money? I swear she was working on Divine Rapier. I guess she had to buy it back. It's pretty expensive buyback. Are we going high ground now?
If
This
not
is-
now, never.
This is remarkably slow-paced. We were calling it disciplined earlier, but the later it goes, I'm not sure. I mean, I guess you could now just wait for pickoffs, but
I don't think you can win on Nemiga in any capacity outside of Liga team in like basically throwing the high ground. And by throwing the high ground, I mean like standing in the enemy fountain for a good minute.
I mean, if it goes long enough and Divine Rapiers come out, I think it kind of does open the possibility.
It's just so hard with Doom, right? Like, that's the biggest problem. Oh god, PA is about to walk right into a Primal Beast. She just instantly BKBs. Pulverize is there. Super long duration. The bot's 2 is in, and she's dead. All right, that's game.
This is
Somehow
what our patience
that's
was
just
for.
enough. The fact that that's how this game is going to end is pretty interesting. They're going to look and focus up these lanes, get these pushed in. You do have a billion techies mines just sitting in the base, so you will have to clear these, but...
That's another win condition we forgot to mention. Walking through 10 mines.
Avalanche?
Toss back?
The mines!
Holy shit!
All right, he's dead. The Doom is there, and a lot of damage coming through from the Primal Beast, but you gotta be careful. Uh-oh, he's gone. Okay, techies, he's done his job, and honestly, Alk can't get in here. No BKB on the Primal Beast. He's trying to walk away, but can he? The Will-O-Wisp causing some serious issues. The Skywrath Mage doing a lot of damage onto the side here. They finally get some space. Enchantress gets out. There's a Hex up this Skywrath Mage on the backside. Can they finish him off? Tiny comes in. Avalanche, the toss, it's there. But the carry, it's been the Enchantress all along.
Alchemist is
Alchemist is almost here. He's almost here. He's ready to fight. He wants to go. The buybacks are in. Alk pops the BKB, gets on top of the techies. The Bloodthorn is there. He goes down. The Pulverize ends up tossing him into the fountain. Primal Beast. He's dead.
I fear not, for they can
Just don't go near the fountain, guys. Just don't get tossed at the fountain. Just take
That
the
is-
buildings.
Oh, Hex. He has, like, toss requires no target, right? So he can just straight send you to the fountain. He has 2 toss charges. Tier 4 is
Telecottle.
falling.
Bait him,
Yeah.
dude.
Barracks are under
Get him to stand near you. I'll toss him in. You blast him back.
That was a very optimistic blink going for the Enchantress of all heroes. And that's going to do it. 5 heroes dead. Liga team will finally close this game out as we hit the 60-minute mark. Or are they going to back potential tier 5 items?
Better
Kidding,
play
of
it
course.
safe.
I swear to God, please end the game. All right, PA's instantly dead. There it is, game over. Liga team will close this one out. My goodness. GG, well played, says Ramses.
All right, they took it nice and slow. Gonna get themselves into that next round. Still staying in the upper bracket. Nemiga not out. Also, still got a shot going down to that lower bracket. I mean, I don't have too many. Like, Liga team is playing relatively well. I do think they kind of took it slow here. It's like a big contrast to the last game where I thought they were so clean on their timings and they were pushing early so well. And then they were kind of being ratted, so I understood why they took it so slow, really trying to like get the rats before pushing in. This time, a rougher start before pulling it back together. And then I feel like they had full control of the map, but they were just being very cautious, and I guess we kind of saw why, because they jumped in at the end and got deleted by Techie's mind, so maybe that's what they were scared of the whole time.
I guess when Techies gets to spend 20 minutes putting mines in his base because they literally have no other play to make, I mean, it's quite funny. The toss in just instantly kills 3 heroes. That was fantastic. The best part about that was like they toss in the Alk and then both Primal Beast and Doom are like, go in with them, we gotta save them, and then they all just die and you're like, okay, yeah, that's one way to do
I
it.
forgot we don't split the mine damage. It's just equal damage to all.
It was funny. It was an interesting way to end the game. PA just happening to walk up to the up to a creep camp where Primal Beast is waiting and dying like that is very unfortunate for Nemiga. But yeah, you're behind like 60,000 gold, I think, when this game ends, or some ridiculous number. It's just too much to overcome. But that brings this series to an end, as we've got one more lined up here, and I think we have a bracket. Yes, we do. So you can see where we're at right now. Yellow Submarine and One Win are going to be your top upper bracket teams. We're still waiting on 9 Panas and NextUp to finish, but for now, we will be casting, I believe, the Nemiga. Are we? I think we're doing the Nemiga game again. We'll have to see. I'll double check with production, but I think we're doing the Nemiga game. So we may have to wait for that second series to finish up, but yeah, it's been a fun day of Dota so far. That last game a little bit slow. I would have liked that one to speed up a little bit, but it's okay. What can you do? They just wanted to secure their way to the next stage.
I understand. You throw enough games against techies and pubs, it gets to you guys. Like, I've seen this. I've seen the techies throw, the PA throw. Not here, guys. Not here. We take it slow. We get the pickoffs. We get the buyback pickoffs, and then we do it. I gotta say, it's a refreshing change. In the past, many Eastern EU teams were maybe a little too ham and, like pushing things a little too fast, and then you throw a bit. So taking it to the other side, trying to be extremely disciplined. You know what? I can appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you on that. So that being said, we are going to be going to a break, and we will be back with our third and final series of the evening, everyone. So keep an eye up on stream to see the timer before that comes up. Like I said, I'm not 100% sure which game we're covering, but I believe it's going to be Nemiga versus the loser of 9 Pandas and NextUp. So it could be a bit. We'll see you in a little bit, though. So yeah, stay tuned. Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to these Eastern European qualifiers for the Elite League, brought to you by, of course, ESB and Fissure. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Zeke Exotics, and we are into our third and final series of the day. We've had a lot of 2-0s today. A little bit different from what we saw in Western Europe, which was a lot of 3-game series, but today, not quite the same. So we're going to have Nemiga versus NextUp here in just a moment. I almost said up next is next up. That's
confusing.
That's gonna hurt me a little bit, I'm sure.
Yeah, this time we'll be in the lower bracket as well. So this is the tournament life. You gotta win here or you're done. And there's only one spot to qualify. In case you're just tuning in, you didn't hear that before. One spot. These teams, maybe they could still do it, but they gotta go through the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's not gonna be super easy, but we'll take a look at the teams here. So next up. We'll see their roster here. I don't think that is correct.
Here we go.
That is the Liga team one. There we go. All right. So I think it's Jesu and Mirage. These two are probably the ones that I recognize the most. The rest of these players kind of new, I would say, into the scene, but we'll see how they stack up against their opponents. Which we just saw. We just managed to watch a game with Nemiga, so we're we're a little bit familiar with them now.
Yep, and I think they put up a good showing versus Liga team. I think a couple things like this Pugna in the draft. I'm not really sure what its place was. Not that it played badly, but I just feel like it didn't match up with the rest of the heroes as well. We'll see if they think that as well. Maybe it is just a comfort pick for them, but perhaps they will adjust that. They did have a short break there along with the rest of us as they waited up for 9 Pandas to finish up this match, their match with NextUp. So maybe they were discussing the draft. We'll see what they come up with here.
And 9 Pandas made pretty quick work of them, right? Like, as opposed to Nemiga, which somehow managed to drag that game out to like 60 minutes or something. NextUp really struggled against the 9 Pandas team. They got pretty much handled rather by. Honestly, it was kind of like a combination of a few things, but their offlane Mars looked really sick. So I think that had a lot to say about it. We're having a few issues with the lobbies here, but we should get started here shortly. I would say for this one, I do kind of favor Nemiga going into it just because I know this team has a little bit more experienced players, but it comes back to that draft a little bit. I am not sold on this Pugna. I feel like you kind of need to go back to something that's maybe a little bit more in the meta. That's feels a little bit stronger, but who knows? Maybe the Pugna will shine this time around.
I think if you want to run Pugna, you need a mid laner especially who can make use of that mana battery that Pugna provides. I think in that last game we had Tiny in one of the games, and then I'm blanking.
Both
was
games.
No, one was a Tiny off lane.
Yeah, Tiny off lane and then Tiny mid lane?
I'm forgetting. Point is, it wasn't a mid laner.
Games.
That was the greatest. Keeper of the Light. There we go. Keeper does not need mana. So,
are you sure? Are you sure he doesn't have a way of like doesn't need mana by any means?
Pretty sure he doesn't need the mana. So that's the part where I felt Pugna did not make sense. Like if you take Storm Spirit, it's very different. But if you don't make use of that mana battery part, then it's like laning wise annoying. But there's better laners. It's like getting active. You don't provide crowd control. You provide damage. Other supports do that. The unique part of you is the mana. So didn't really see that. Or like a Medusa carry. That could also be another way to make the Pugna pick make sense. Yeah, didn't see it. So we'll see if it comes up here in the draft this time.
Yeah, as we're going to look at some bans. Now, I do appreciate the Primal Beast getting the attention it deserves, the Dragon Knight as well. Since the first pick is available for Nemiga, they actually just don't want to risk it at all, so they get rid of probably 4 of the strongest heroes you can open a draft with.
10 seconds remaining.
That being said, Shadow Demon is still an option. We still see Centaur as well as the Mars.
Some teams have been really valuing Enigma as well, but we have not seen that ourselves here in Eastern Europe. I don't know. I stumble every time we go to EEU. I see the letters in my mind, but it doesn't come off as smoothly as like WEU. Taking a moment to decide on their last ban. It is like you ban something and then pick up the first pick here. So Chen is actually still in the pool. I realized maybe that's what they're debating. Do we want to play Chen here?
Maybe NextUp just don't think they have a Chen player. I should just get rid of Techies. And they go for the Centaur. Okay.
They don't have a Chen player. Do we have a Chen player?
Dire team ban.
We don't have a Chen player.
It's the Undying, which we've seen a lot into the Centaur, right? It actually struggled a little bit with Ramses earlier when they had like the Rubik to telekinesis into the Centaur, but it still ended up working out eventually.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I love the Undying pick. This hero, like you said, before we got started today, really, it's heavily favored in the Eastern European region. Like a lot of teams like to play around this. So not surprised we see it picked in phase 1. We could see a Chen still come out, you know, something that we'll keep in the back of our heads or in the back of our minds, but it's a little bit surprising that it slips through the draft at the moment.
Yep. If we see it, it'll probably be on the side of Nemiga Gaming, since Chen's usually played in the 5 position, where Undying plays as well. And you definitely want Undying into the Centaur. You do not want to flex Undying 4. Like, that kind of works in pubs. And when Undying was really good, it kind of worked in the pro scene. But nowadays, Undying is mainly a response to these strength offlaners. And if you're not getting that matchup, then there's probably a better support you could have picked.
Did you play Undying 3 at all? Like when he had the old shard?
No, I didn't get to play it, but I saw it.
So fun. It was so fun. I loved that. Because like I never get to play Undying either, because 5 is the one role that I don't play. And he like for about, I don't know, a month, maybe less, he was viable as a 3 position, and it was so much fun.
That was with the zombies every time you hit, right?
Yeah, you went Echo Saber, and when you pop Flesh Golem, every auto attack would spawn a zombie. And so you would just go like Echo Saber and Shard, and you could take Roche solo as soon as you had the Shard at 15 minutes. It was awesome.
Gonna ban out Slark. I thought maybe they were discussing like ban Shadow Demon, pick Sven. We've seen Sven do really well, and you know your matchup into the offlaner here, Centaur. But I guess they have something else in mind. If they're banning Slark, maybe looking to pick up an offlaner that is weak to that.
Or they could just be looking for a Sven themselves. I mean,
and just don't want to play into Slark. That's fair.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate seeing the Sven pick. The thing is like the Slark and Sven, we saw that exact matchup earlier. And the only reason the Sven won is because a Doom was in the game. Otherwise, that Slark was going to face roll them. They will take the Rubik away, so they have their support duo out first, which they do take the Rubik away from Nemiga, which the Rubik Centaur lane is incredibly strong. Shadow Demon is still an option. If you want to go for something like that, you might need a Tombstone Killer, though.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I think you could do something like... Oh, well, I was going to say Marana, but I guess your arrows get interrupted by the Tombstone zombies. Leap is good into Tombstone if they want to do that. They do want to do that. And now Shadow Demon?
Oh my god.
Okay. I mean, comfort pick. What can you do?
You could not.
I don't know. Let's.
That's what you could do. You could not pick the Pugna.
Let's see what they end up picking. I guess in the mid lane here, because like I think Pugna works, but you just need a better team around it to enable it. Even, that sounds funny because he's a support. He's supposed to enable the cores, but like, yeah, if you're not giving him the opportunity to make you look good, then he looks bad himself. So. I mean, who's a mid laner who can play into Magnus? You could flex this Magnus off lane. So potentially playing into the Magnus and does well versus Morphling.
I think Puck is pretty decent. I mean, anytime there's a mid hero that you want and Puck's not banned, like Puck is probably top of the list. You could also look for an anti-mage pick. It's actually a pretty good anti-mage game. Very good against the Morphling. Undying, Rubik don't really threaten the hero. Magnus, yeah, a little bit annoying to play against, but it just comes down to the fact that it's a Pugna support, and I'm not sure
Dire team back.
how well that offlane is going to go. It is just going to be the Puck. Yeah, this is the safest route for sure.
And I like this a lot more than the other mids we saw them draft. I think Puck will make use of the mana very well. So I like that.
Radiant
Leshrac, not that he strictly had to be played this game, but we haven't seen Leshrac be contested very much here in this region, but it was looking really good in Western Europe qualifiers, and I think that would be a good match with the Pugna if that's something maybe they could consider in the future. But I doubt they pick it up now. They need a carry for their last pick, someone who matches well against this Morphling.
remaining.
I mean, I feel like you have to be worried about the anti-mage a little bit. It is one of the pretty significant counters to that hero. For mid lane, I like the TA ban, but there is still a Tiny as an
Radiant's
option.
team back.
Yeah, there's the anti-mage. I felt like it was a free AM game, which I don't know. Maybe you don't. Maybe you want to pick on 18 there just because it's really good, but they're more
Dire team
prioritizing
back.
the mid lane, so they go for the Puck. Phantom Assassin. Okay. Mid lane, I feel like it has to be Tiny. He's like one of the only other heroes that's like a major counter to the Puck. Otherwise,
10 seconds
you
remaining.
could go for something like a Queen of Pain. You could go for the
5
Kunkka.
seconds remaining.
Oh, Kunkka's banned, actually. Never mind.
Yeah, I feel like if they want to run Magnus mid, it'll be fine. I don't think he gets,
That's true.
like, I don't think you destroy Puck or anything, but you, like, just do all right. You could consider, like, a Void Spirit, I think,
Yeah.
would have a pretty free time, depending what this last pick is coming up here. NextUp does have last pick, so, I mean, they'll get to see and decide here at the end, and that's the hard part for Nemiga. That's kind of what they're deciding right now, of what do we need to ban out. What would we prefer this Magnus to be?
Dire team pick. Radiant
There's that
team
Tiny.
Monkey King.
Oh, and a Monkey King. We don't see this very often.
All right, give me 1 position Marana, 4 position Monkey King.
Yes, let's do it.
Not happening, but that'd be very funny.
I'm up for the Void Spirit still. We see that do very well against the Puck.
5
He would
seconds remaining.
have no problem getting away from Monkey King, and you'd even have him power to work with. I do think they kind of want a little bit more catch. Magnus with a big RP, you don't want him to have to initiate all the time.
Tiny is still pretty good because you can toss Monkey out of Wukong's.
I got banned.
Oh, that's right. It did get banned. I'm stupid. We actually just said that.
You got Tiny on the brain.
I have a tiny
Choose
brain.
your hero.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
I heard it.
There's
No,
the
the
Void
Void
Spirit.
Spirit. Very good. You were right. I think this is the one that makes the most sense. It's still a good lane against the Puck. It doesn't struggle too much. You get the empower from Magnus. We're seeing most Void Spirits play for the kind of physical hybrid damage where you rely a lot on your attacks, not necessarily just your spells. So I like it. I think next up's draft. God, that is just such a weird team name. I think the draft is pretty good. Overall, I'm still skeptical of the Pugna though. For Nemiga,
I think of any of their drafts, this Pugna has the best placed
true.
so far. I think it will depend a little bit on the mid matchup. So Puck will have a bit of a hard time versus Void Spirit to start. It's often a race to level 6. If you can get Coil first, you can get a kill on Void Spirit. If Void Spirit hits 6 first, he can threaten you a little bit more or just kind of like do his own thing. But if Puck can get off to a decent start, I could see Puck being able to farm really quickly because your spells are good for that, but then all your mana's gone. Not anymore. You got the Pugna, or you're ganking a lot. Like every time Coil is up, and you just go right back to farming thanks to that Pugna. So I like that pairing, but Puck has to have a good start for it to like really shine.
You are exactly correct. And we are finally here into series number 3 of the day. NextUp versus Nemiga. And the winner of this will stay in the tournament. The loser will be out of the qualifier. So a lot on the line here for both of these teams as they are smoked up. Heading down the mid lane, typically Puck is the first that can get a ward out, but Mirage actually beats him there. A little bit surprising. But no one's smoke gets popped, so I don't think anyone's going to know about these wards, at least for the moment.
Monkey King is sneaking over. I mean, what's stopping carry Monkey King from killing a couple core? Look, there's a balance on Monkey King doing this. You need the enemy to be good enough to put their couriers out of the base, but just bad enough to not think of the fact that Monkey King might do this. So are we in the sweet spot right here? He's thinking about it. They're like, no way a carry Monkey King does this. He's going to call the bluff. He's like, I would do this. I would kill couriers.
I mean, they don't, like, right? You can't see Monkey King on the map, and it's like if the team starts distracting him, he can go in and get these. Dude, do it, do it, do it. Courier 1. Courier 2.
Oh, so close, so close. Honestly,
All
just
right.
sit here. You don't have to leave yet.
Well,
All
it's
right,
going to
he's
result
follow
in
the creeps back
3
to the lane.
runes for the Radiant, but that ends up being, I think, a net win still for Nemiga because that's 50 gold each for the Courier.
Yeah,
as
and the
opposed to
couriers
40.
are dead, so I don't know if he did it intentionally or not, but he did kill the mid lane courier. That can sometimes really hurt the mid lane if they needed to get an item, but should be up by the time he needs to buy the bottle. So just a little fun burst of gold to start, but
It's also
shouldn't
top
be
of the
anything
last
crazy.
hits. Huge.
Yeah, there you go.
Just getting a little bit of number inflation there. And the bottom lane, interesting stuff here is Undying is going to lose his courier as well. So 3 couriers dead to start things off. Good stuff.
All right, he at least got his items, so he does have the regen necessary to pressure out this Centaur, which is why you picked this Undying. He's got a little hand, getting a lot of harass from the Pugna. And maybe
His
this is a
entire
little bit of that
inventory is
strength
regen.
of Pugna. Just get the poke for free and avoid those double decays.
Yeah. So we can talk about the top lane here, the Magnus and Rubik versus the Mirana Monkey King. I feel like it should end up being pretty good for the Monkey King. He did opt for Boundless Strike level 1 as opposed to his passive, which is a little bit surprising because the Mirana can just arrow the ranged creeps, but he wants to be able to have a second way to secure CS, so he's gone for the Boundless instead.
Denied.
Not too crazy so far. I don't expect to see very many kills right off the bat. I guess bottom lane maybe, but Morphling's not usually known to be the most aggressive, but maybe with his Tombstone Bloodstone, or Blood Grenade. I think Centaur's dead, actually.
Yeah, that is
Just as I
a
was
really
saying
well
that.
placed Tombstone. There is no way that they can deal with that. And that is kind of the little bit of the weakness of the Pugna, right? Like, this hero has Nether Ward, and I don't feel like that offers a lot to this lane.
No, no. He can maybe farm that Tombstone, but actually going for the bounty instead. Yeah, I thought because Morphling's not the most aggressive carry out there, I thought maybe that wouldn't be enough to get the kill, but Centaur stepping up a little too far while low, and Undying does most of the work on that kill.
Has been killed.
They're on a
Yes.
courier rampage on this team.
That had a lot of stuff on it, too.
Yeah. All right, Undying needs enough mana to spam out his skills. Now, he does have a lot of magic stick charges, but this isn't really enough, especially when you need Tombstone to finish up the kill.
They actually might get the Morphling here. He just needs a double edge. He's down to 60 HP, but a great wand. Double edge once again. They got him. All right, Morphling just in too deep. A stomp in one. Now looking for the Undying, and he gets the double. Okay. Centaur Warrunner with that early second point and double edge ends up paying dividends.
That is very, very good. That is not supposed to happen. It's why you pick the Undying, to give you a strong lane and secure it. And it was going that way for a bit. I mean, they were winning in that CS war, but giving up 2 kills like that is really going to change this lane.
A prize.
I guess you get to come back with full resources at least, so start spamming out his decay again.
Top lane. Violent gets pulled in very far, and the blood grenade out from the Rubik. Oh, he misses the boundless. That's really unfortunate. I mean, he's not going to die, but he needed that to get his sustain, and definitely problematic for him.
He's doing relatively well in the top lane prior to getting pulled back like that. Mid lane, pretty even. We often see Void Spirits take a quick lead here because of the higher base damage as a universal hero, plus being a melee hero helps a lot for these denies and last hits. But it looks like Puck doing pretty well for himself so far.
The first like 2 or 3 waves, the Void Spirit was definitely owning, but Puck, one of those heroes that's great at recovering. His the lane, like, you have 3 points illusory orb. It's very easy to harass and CS with, and then he's also opted for some infused raindrops, so definitely helpful.
Undying rotated up here. They're gonna grab this
really
Monkey King.
Play. Yep.
Very nice.
Really aggressive ward placement as well.
That was cool. Saw the Monkey King jump up onto the tree, cut it with the Tango, and immediately drop that Tombstone. That's a great kill.
Yeah, that's sick.
I'm gonna move for the 6-minute runes. We're just gonna spawn. We're gonna coil down on the Void Spirit. It is an illusion rune that Puck is going to manage to grab. Lotuses going the way of the Centaur. Yeah, not enough to quite threaten that Morphling.
Relatively tame early game. I'm curious what they're going to do with this Mirana in terms of the setup, because there's not a lot of heroes that she can play around, right? A lot of times when we talk about Mirana being on teams, you want to have a mid laner with a stun so that you can rotate with. The only option you really have this game is Centaur, and so he has queued up his Blink Dagger immediately, and I don't really blame him for this because you need to get it. That being said, they're looking for violence here in the top lane. Boundless Strike is available. He's going to need to hit this. That'll give him a lot of HP back, stalling this one out as much as he possibly can. He has 10 wand charges as well. Give him a little bit of HP, but the chase continues, trying to make it to the tower. He will, for the moment, another shockwave in 2. Skewer's got him, though. All right, he did make space to steal the Wisdom Rune, though.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was going to say, which I think... Well, I don't know. Monkey King's probably not happy with it, but Mirana's like, yeah, you know, pretty good. Pretty good for us. Don't worry about it.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh my god, another courier kill.
How does this keep happening?
In the right place at the right time. They do kind of need that a little bit because Morphling is last hitting quite well. Despite those deaths earlier, Centaur has more money than he's supposed to, but Morphling is still getting a good amount of last hits here, getting the farm he needs, so don't have too good of a game. Coil on 3 here.
Very nice
Arrow off
coil.
the mark.
Stampede coming through as Puck's able to make it out of the area for the moment. Astral Step. Oh, doesn't get the high ground miss. It's a little bit of a trade for the moment. Decrep plus another orb will find a second kill. So some good movement there from Nemiga
as well.
Oh, it does. You're right. And Pugna, he's just gonna start clearing it himself.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Give the
attack.
mana for this? 9 stick charges. I guess it's worth it to use it if he wants.
And mana boots.
You think he even told Puck about this, or Puck's just here to steal it? He just like quietly kept it to himself. He's like,
Yeah.
Triple stack here, huh? Just blast that out a little bit. Don't mind me.
That's huge though. Puck gets the big creeps still, which is really nice. On his way to the Witchblade, which is pretty standard for the Puck.
Monkey
Top
King in
lane,
trouble
though.
again.
Yep. Getting aggressive. And the RP is there just for safe measure, so he is definitely not escaping this one. That being said,
was your
Pugna
counter pick,
rotated
Monkey
in for
King?
this.
Yeah, that was the counter pick Monkey King, and right now I feel like you're winning both side lanes pretty well. Mid was maybe the one that's struggling, but finding a kill for himself here, gonna help himself out. I mean, he's not that
Radiant's
far
middle
behind the
tower
Puck
is under
either.
attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, silence into arrow. Void Spirit. They drop the coil as well. Stampede is out. They're trying to finish him off. The leap into a remnant. Oh boy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That
Cannot
is
believe
huge.
that. He survived with so little health left. Well, at least Monkey King got a kill on the Magnus in the meantime, and maybe they'll pick up this Undying for their troubles as well, and an Amplified Damage rune for Puck, so maybe you're not feeling so bad anymore.
Is that just
But
a
Void
solo
Spirit
kill?
is-
Warrior has been killed.
Yeah, just straight up solo killed him.
Radiant's top tower. is
He needed that. His game was starting to look pretty bad on the Monkey King.
Yeah. That's why I'm so shocked. Like it's like not like he has a lot going for him, but yeah, just a solo kill. I'm
Yeah.
guessing Mag maybe just sticking around a little bit too long or getting caught off guard with the third point in Jingu. I'm not sure. A lot of times in your lanes going bad, if you're playing Monkey King, you start to max out the tree dance just so you have farming speed and farming potential. But he actually went for the third point in Jingu to fight, which is a little surprising.
Trying to pressure out bottom here. Morphling gonna be okay. They're smoking up top to find Monkey King, and it seems like they know this is coming. Monkey King's hiding pretty far in the trees. Just needs to be careful not to show himself. Smoke's gonna break, but
Radiant's middle tower
I think
is
Monkey
under
King
attack.
saw him. Okay, he definitely...
Dire's top tower is
They know what's
under
going on, but they're actually gonna try to fight this. They're rotating the Puck in with the amplified damage.
Dude,
Just
this
straight up
rune is
kills
huge.
Magnus.
A coil. It actually
Coil?
doesn't hit Mirage, so that's huge for him. And the Puck needs to get out of here. Phase shift not available, so they get the kill. Backside Undying still barely surviving on just 15 HP. Wukong's command gonna come to an end as it's time for Violent to get out. The Stampede will be committed. But Mirage, he's got an Astral Step in a couple of seconds.
Queasy just sitting in the trees blasting tier 1 towers in the meantime.
Dire's top tower is under
It's just
attack.
what he does in this. This is just all he does in the Pugna every game, it seems like.
This is why he wants to be Pugna. Too bad that coil did not hit the Void Spirit. I think that is a Void Spirit kill if it connects. He would have been trapped in the Monkey King ult. Your Puck died, but you did help your Monkey King get back in the game a little bit there. Actually, no. Monkey King didn't even contribute to that Magnus kill, did he?
No, he didn't. And
Okay, I
then
take it
the
back.
Undying lived just barely. So
Yeah.
Puck underneath a ward, Remnant.
Ooh, just off. They do steal a good amount of those last hits, though.
Okay,
coil.
well, talking about just missing spills.
Just off again.
Sometimes the high ground to low ground indicator, like you know, for an AoE, it looks like you're gonna hit it, and then it just doesn't because, you know, there's the Z-axis.
Yeah, the Z-axis is a little wacky sometimes. Blink,
Blink
reveal,
reveal?
from the Centaur. Silence.
Oh, he died real fast. Undying drops the tombstone quite well as they're gonna be forced to stampede to get out of this one.
I think they're going to be happy with that, though, killing the mid laner and not losing anyone. The missed coil was just a bait. Lull Faceless Void into a, or sorry, Void Spirit into a false sense of security.
Radiant's top
True.
tower is under
I think they need to start pressuring this Morphling a little bit, though. He's doing really well. Top of the net worth, has a Yasha and a Vlad's.
Oh, interesting.
He
You
is-
back with Vlad's.
Yeah, he's still in very killable range if you surprise him with a Silence or a Blink Hoof Stomp and he does not morph Strength. And a couple morph kills here would be huge.
Undying. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Very cool. Yeah, I mean, Pugna and Mirana. They tried, what, Pugna Skyrath before? Is that what it was? No, not Pugna Skyrath. It's got Skyrath on the other side. But tons of magic damage between these two heroes. Mid lane, Remnant doesn't connect, or does connect. They actually make a lot of space for the Void Spirit. RP out from the Mag. Will take down the Centaur. A 1-for-2 at the moment. Great arrow jumping in here on the Monkey King now. This Primal Spring. Allowing him to close the gap. Even dropping the Wukong's base still has the Boundless. So Undying's going to go down as well.
Throws the tips out as
Radiant's
well.
middle tower has fallen.
All right. That's a really good fight for Nemiga. 4 for 1. You'll take that as the offlaner.
Yeah, they're feeling pretty good now. The Monkey King's game definitely recovered as he's got his Maelstrom. And Puck has just been top of the net worth the whole game. So Nikki having a fantastic time here is he's got the Witchblade. I think a Blink Dagger coming out right now. Yes, it is.
I do like this Orchid on the Magnus, and he's working on the Blink. So once he has that, they will be able to have a much easier time finding some kills. I think right now the big question mark is the Morphling for me. So while these last couple fights have been going on, it has been going in the way of Nemiga, but Morphling has been free farming, and that can be pretty scary. He's going to be able to easily get out of Monkey King's ult. That's never really going to be a threat to him. It's mainly like the Puck coil that might be an issue for him, but he's really close to this Manta. I say really close, like 1,000, but like that's just another minute or two, and then silence just won't work on this guy anymore.
Foil Stampede. That time it will be enough to finish him. They had a good attempt here with like the Blink Stomp into Arrow, but gets away, and then, you know, we'll finish it off with the Stampede and the Coil. They're looking for more. Jump in, Stomp onto 2. The supports are instantly gone. Ends up being a triple kill for the Puck now.
Radiant's top tower is
All right,
under
those are some nice kills.
Yeah, Puck is 7-1-5 right now. He is very rich, and Puck is a mid hero who scales very well now with the latest Aghanims build. I mean, you don't get it right away, but your right click damage really scales up.
Mirage top lane needs to be careful. They're under the cover of Moonlight Shadow. Oh, good dodge. They actually just waited a little bit too long. They had no idea they were there, and Centaur, you just gone for the stomp a moment earlier. They might have been able to grab him. Morphling's got himself a Manta coming out on the Courier, so he's doing very well for himself, and the Monkey King has finished up the Gleipnir, which is a cool item this game for sure. Nikki goes in, gets the coil, but the Orchid thrown in exchange. Stolen coil available from the Rubik. He will drop in. That is a very sick tombstone, but a lot of heals coming in from the Puck. Gonna try and buy them some space, and Puck, he's still alive. He's still dumping out a ton of damage. The Void Spirit falling incredibly low. There's gonna be the Starstorm, and that grabs him. This Puck is a huge issue. Morphling tries to waveform away, gets caught from a stun. The Boundless Strike is there. Nikki instead turning his attention over to the Rubik, and he will get him. So 4 dead on the side of the Radiant as this Puck is cleaning house.
I feel like we're seeing a lot of the strength of Centaur here. Stampede just allows them to disengage for a moment. Sometimes just, you know, clean disengage. Other times they get to step back and decide, can we go back in? Yes, okay, let's go. And we don't see the counters like Kunkka, for example, having X Mark, or Shadow Demon's Disruption, just being able to like trap someone long enough until the Stampede ends. So right now, Nemiga just every time Stampede's up, they just feel free to go engage these fights.
All right, they'll get a haste rune here for the Monkey King.
Got mini Stampede.
They have a Yule's on the Centaur, by the way. I'm not sure if you saw that.
So I'm working on it. It's I guess it's maybe for the Magnus to instant interrupt.
Oh,
A
they
little
got
off.
the more.
Is it enough?
But no, there's no way it's enough damage, right? Like,
Yeah, I think they needed to catch him off guard before the attribute shift came out.
Allies disappear.
I think they're looking for this Void Spirit.
yeah, he just walked into a ward, and they're gonna Moonlight Shadow. He does, however, have a sentry here, and that's gonna be an RP onto 2 with the Orchid follow-up. The heals isn't enough to save the puck. It is for now. The Stampede doing some work. The turnaround potential. Void Spirit goes down to a Gleipnir of all things, and Violent chasing now for the Magnus. He's got to found the strike on the mark. He gets the kill, 2 for 1. As the Undying support trying to get away, a Yules will buy him a moment. As the Morphling will clean up the kill, and now Rubik dead to the puck. It is Morphling versus 2. I think he's going to be able to get out of this.
Yeah, they have a silence, but he's at a good amount of strength. I think they'll just take what they got. 4-3, so you are like that's a Nemiga win overall. But I think we're starting to see, this Morphling's coming in and making a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, that was borderline best initiation you could get too, right? It was like Orchid and RP onto the puck, and if the Morphling was a little bit closer, you might kill the puck at the start of the fight, but just barely wasn't enough. It was a nice play.
Yeah, Puck found an amplified damage rune as well, so we'll see if he can do anything with this. He's looking at Morphling. That's a pretty tough solo kill.
Yeah, he's just gonna farm with this probably. He's looking for the
Sanj and
Parasma
Kaya?
next.
Yeah, and the Parasma. It's gonna be so much damage. It's actually crazy. He's already level 17 on the puck because of how many kills he's been involved in.
Yeah, that's wild. He's probably gonna meet up with his team in a moment in the bottom lane. I'd have to imagine.
Radiant are scanning.
Nope, he just wants to farm to his Parasma. He does not care.
It's pretty close, and it's a very big power spike for a hero like Puck.
The prize is
So,
mine.
kind of get it. He even has the Grove Bow too. I mean, he's gonna be so strong with that Parasma.
Yeah, it's gonna be terrifying. Where are we at on the Void Spirits items? Because that's the big question for me. He is sitting on a Mage Slayer, looking for a Yules. So he is not having a great time. He is half the net worth of the puck.
Oh my god, yeah, that's true. Just to put that into perspective. Yeah, very rough time. They essentially traded like Void Spirit's game for Morphlings. Like Morphling was left free, and Void Spirit kind of got caught up in all these fights. He's the one being killed off rather than the Morphling. Now, fortunately, I guess as long as you can initiate for the Morphling and hit some Aether Remnants, Morphling can maybe do the rest of the damage you need.
Moonlight Shadow committed as puck goes in, tries to find the Rubik. Does not commit for the kill, so he'll back away.
Parasma being delivered now. I think he did
mean,
like
that's just
half of... He did like half of Rubik's health with that one attack with the Witchblade, so now he's going to have the Parasma. Might actually just kill Rubik next time they run into each other like that.
Yeah, it's definitely just the kill item. Like, none of the supports can sustain this. So you have a mech on your Undying, but you're still just going to die to the Parasma. Also, level 18, right? So 3 points now in the Dream Coil. Is they're going to smoke and head north? At least just to combine with the Morphling, it looks like, for the moment. And these teams are going to collide head-to-head. Puck comes in. He gets the coil onto 3. And now the follow-up from the Centaur, your Magnus. Is he going to go down first? Oh my gosh, a fortunate illusion rune there for Nikki. Telekinesis there, gets the orb to jaunt away. Morphling's going to chase though. Silence connects, needs to be a little bit careful. Void Spirit's doing a lot of damage here as the Pugna will be the next to go down. Wukong's command, Boundless Strike connects. Void Spirit is dead. Puck, it's now go time for him, dude. You are not slowing down. Up onto the high ground, he gets the silence onto the morph! No! He just, for a moment, swapped Agi and hits him on the silence. That is the worst case scenario. Triple kill for Violent, 5 dead on the side of the Radiant, and next up might be the next out of this game.
Puck did more damage than the entire rest of his team in that fight. Or it's pretty close, actually. It's pretty close, but I mean, that's about where we're at. Now level 20. Man, that was a lucky illusion rune because that was a quick blink silence from the Magnus, or I don't know if he blinked, but when the smokes broke, that was a fast silence on the Puck with the illusion rune. Make sure that he lives through that, gets to rejoin the fight, keep throwing in those Parasma hits.
Yeah, he's dead 100% there if the Orchid's able to stick on him. I don't think the Pugno is in a position to try and save him, which has happened a couple times, but yeah, that was very nice. At this point, if I'm Puck, I think you just build Aghanim Scepter, like, realistically. Oh, no way. Did you see this Rubik just now?
I think he just, like, glimmer broke their ankles, right?
He was glimmering up the high ground. They were walking down the low ground, and the second the glimmer ended, they hit low ground vision, and he's just like, I'm gonna keep walking, pretend like nobody saw this. Dude, oh my god. Bottom lane tier 2 tower will go down. Pugna, of course, making quick work of that. And top lane, they will defend their own, so they're not giving anything up here. Vision advantage for the Radiant as Moonlight Shadow's going to come through. They will
I think
see
Magnus saw that it was activating, so I think they're in retreat mode.
Yeah, they saw it for sure. They
Okay,
popped
Centaur
2
tries to
dusts to
catch.
try and find these heroes.
Behold.
They're looking around. I don't think they'll find anything, but this is next up leaving the area, so I think you can set up for Roshan, which is a little slow with the heroes they have, but they're pretty farmed at this point, so I think it'll be like, if no one's contesting them, they can definitely do it.
Yeah, you're right. I'm pretty sure that's okay. To be honest, normally I'd say you can't go for Roche with this lineup, but you have a Parasma already, and because Puck is just so damn farmed, you probably can find the kill. No, bottom lane, he's looking for the Magnus, and yeah, he should be able to just solo him. He's going to be trying to TP on
look
out.
at that
There's just no way.
damage.
Creatures.
The team came as a group to gank him, and Puck was like, don't worry, guys, just watching me do it. Didn't even wait for them before starting.
Here I am.
Yeah, as soon as the coil's there, he has no BKB. He's certainly dead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm not sure if you see the Undying either, but dies in
No, I
4
don't.
auto
I
attacks.
don't see him. Where is he?
3
He was
auto
here.
attacks, actually.
Now he's gone.
Is under attack.
Yeah, Puck's already at 4,000 gold, too. Q's up an Octarine. I thought Parasma was annoying already.
I mean,
Octarine Parasma now.
why not just get the Ags? But, I mean, it makes sense. He wants to be a little bit tankier, have the cooldowns up more often. That's fine. It's a good item. I think you want both eventually, typically.
Yeah, maybe... I mean, he's already killing everyone, right? So, Ags would definitely help with, like, team fight kills. But if you're killing everyone already, you're just like, I'll just farm faster with lower cooldowns than the Octarine and find these pickoffs faster with the lower cooldowns, and then I'll get back to the Ags. Alright, now we're going to start the Aegis. We detoured a little to kill a bunch of different heroes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Don't think you can contest this. I mean, usually you would have heroes who are pretty good at contesting this, but I don't know, being 12k behind, they're smoking up. They're gonna come here. It is a little slow.
Rubik has the...
My eyes.
Oh, wait
Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Oh my goodness. It's like
There's someone
Monkey
else
King
in the
jumps up
trees with
there
me.
and does like the Spider-Man meme of like pointing. He's like, "Hey, wait a minute, what are you doing?"
Okay,
Rubik,
Rubik
oh
bought
my
enough
God.
time, so they do have the Blink RP, and
There it is. The RP catches two great heroes. Centaur instantly dead. Violent pulls his BKB out, trying to survive. He will be able to, as Puck is just shredding the backline. Tombstone's going to go down. Now turning his attention on over to the Morphling. A tanky hero, but dumping in a lot of damage. Voice Bear on the backside, left to the enemy team. And Puck, he's not going to slow down here. Boundless Strike comes through. They found him. The kill going the way of the Marana. As 3 buybacks come out from the 3 buybacks come out in total. It looks like the Centaur bought back into this one.
see if
As the
Magnus can get the
Magnus.
steal.
Yeah, he's gonna try.
He'll definitely die for this, but you
his
might
teammate.
need this kind of play. Nah, okay, never mind. We out. Bye, Rubik.
That was a total of 2 auto attacks, by the way.
Has fallen to the dire.
Huck's got the Octarine. Already 1,500 gold, 1,700 gold. What will he get? Haste? He's just gonna look for. He didn't even swap his bottle out. He's like, whatever. I'm just a right clicker. I don't even need mana. Whatever.
Dude, Psychic
Find someone,
Headband
I kill
as well
someone.
is so sick.
That's actually disgusting.
Radiant's middle tower
Longer
is
blink
under
range,
attack.
longer cast range on Waning Rift, and just that 15% int for his hero is wild.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So I was thinking about, how they can make Roshan's banner better.
Radiant's middle tower
Because
is
I
under
feel
attack.
like right now it's kind of a little, it's like a good idea. It's trial period. Wait a minute, mid lane, Void Spirit gets caught from the coil. Yules will buy him a moment, Boundless Strike, plus a perfectly timed War Stomp will secure the kill, and now Undying is in trouble. But the Puck goes down. The Magnus finds him on the backside with a really good RP, and Yules now Morphling holding his ground here, looking for these heroes. They get the blink out. They actually just didn't have detection. No, Monkey King, he's coming back in. He's got the Aegis, he's got the Axe, he's got the Gleipnir on to do. The Centaur Stampede is there, but Morphling, my goodness, doing a lot of damage as well. He gets the arrow onto the Pugna. That's another kill.
Radiant's
All right,
middle
wait a
tower
minute.
is under
Morphling
attack.
putting up a fight right now.
Morphling does the damage if he's allowed to attack in these fights. He is second in net worth. Despite Puck's insane game, Morphling has been farming up a storm. So he also got a little help there. That Puck kill was worth 2,100 gold for his team. So that was a very valuable kill to get there.
Man, I really wanted to see the fight recap, but did not pop up for me. Very, very fun. Now, while we're paused here, just a friendly reminder, everyone, that we are now... Let me see if I can do some math. 9 hours away from the Dota patch?
Are we?
Yep, 9 hours away.
Goodness.
Was that announced?
No, not at all.
God.
God damn it.
I've been fooled.
God,
Been absolutely bamboozled.
Okay, so I got a question. Back while we're paused here. What is your solution to Roshan's banner? Because I think it's a very good idea. I really do. But there's a problem with the implementation. And this is like, this was the beta phase of Roshan's banner. We're about to go out of closed beta into maybe an open beta phase for Roshan's banner. So what's the next evolution of this item?
I think there's a couple things you could do with it. One, you could just buff the numbers. Two, like one sad thing about it is when you place it and you use it for map control, you kind of lose a lot of gold on that half of the map because your creeps keep killing them. So if you get gold for like what your creeps kill, I think that could be very interesting.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I don't know. I guess it kind of like depends what they want out of it. Like what they Valve envision the purpose of the item to be. Because I feel like there's a bunch of different like buffs you could make it give. My original idea before Roshan Banner came out is that we add construction into the game, and like you could build like siege stuff and like towers at the high ground to have your own. So like maybe that's where we go. Like take away Roshan's Banner, give like Roshan's workshop kit, and then like you get to build like a little trebuchet outside the high ground, you know, something like that. Build your own temporary tower over there.
That's what we need. Crafting and survival elements in Dota 2.
Exactly,
Fantastic.
exactly.
What if he dropped Roshan's fishing pole and you could go into the river and try to like fish out like special items that you normally can't get? But it's
I'm
like
absolutely up for that, but I also think fishing should just be a base part of the game, so that's where I'm torn. Atos finding Void.
Boundless Strike. Missed
Ooh,
time.
Little off.
Oof. Mind you, he finished Revenant's Brooch, so these Monkey King Wukong's command actually do an immense amount of damage.
There's a weird interaction, which I'm going to bring up, but I don't understand, so I'm not really going to put that much detail into it, where the clones of the Monkey King kind of have their own mana. So they will use Revenant's Brooch, but they'll also stop at some point. Like, Monkey King will still have mana, but the clones, I guess, have some kind of hidden mana. And so after a few hits, they stop doing it.
That's weird. Oh,
Yeah.
top lane. Puck finds the morph. He pops her Aeon Disc. Okay. That's at least something. Rubik still role-playing as a Monkey King as he's going to TP back towards his team. Speaking of Monkey King, he is nowhere near his team. He's going to lose his Aegis. The rest of them will start to come through as the Stampede is there. All right. Well, you get Aegis and you get Stampede. That's actually not bad. Radiant's showing some signs of life here. This Morphling is actually becoming a significant problem as his Butterfly is 5 gold away.
It's almost level 25 too, so some nice talents coming up. They haven't lost any barracks, so
No, not at all.
they've been on the back foot, but I mean, we're kind of at the point of the game where if they get one really nice fight, it's pretty much back to even. Let's see,
The puck
Roche coming
needs
up
an
in a few
axe.
minutes.
Is under attack.
Yeah, I really like the Ags on the puck.
That being said,
Radiant's top tower has
did get an
fallen.
Aeon Disc as his defensive item. He is level 25, so has the BKB or debuff immunity piercing coil now, which is really strong. They're just trying to farm up towards some big items on the Radiant. I think, obviously, getting the Butterfly on the Morphling was probably the #1, but you need to get to a BKB on this Void Spirit. And I think Magnus, he could buy out his Ags. And it looks like he gets his courier to the enemy secret shop, which is the probably correct call since there's no way it's getting through all of the Nemiga heroes there. And now you will be able to go fishing, you know, one of those base mechanics we want to introduce into the game with Magnus.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think he's so good? Why do you think Pudge is everyone's favorite? The people love to fish.
It's true. I was thinking one of the things about Roshan's banner they could do is basically like you cast it on a hero and then they carry around like a banner and like hit some war drums and stuff, and like anybody in range, like all the creeps and stuff in range of it get the buff. And then if you like die, obviously you lose the buff.
Mm-hmm.
They caught Nikki mid lane. That's going to be a phase shift. He has TP, or Blink rather. He is not an easy hero to find though.
Shadow.
Yeah.
All right.
That is the Aeon Disc, though, and that's exactly why he bought it, so he couldn't be killed off of a jump like that.
There's a
What kind of
very
Void
aggressive
Spirit?
Blink from this Pugna. The Tombstone will
Tombstone?
save Mirage, but dude,
damage
these
is
Wukong
What's
command
Monkey's
soldiers,
doing?
they're just owning. Centaur on the backside, forced to BKB as this Morphling looking to get aggressive. He will turn around with his own turn. Now, well, he's just like, never mind, I actually can't fight them. I'm 3v1. I'm 3v1. Puck on the backside, just destroying everyone. The Stomp comes in, they get the Morphling. He's falling low, but he gets the waveform away, saved by the Magnus. Sick plays from him as the Magnus will lose his life for it. All right, it's a 4v2 scenario. Your Morphling does not have BKB. Can you hold?
Can't believe they didn't kill Morphling there. His attribute shift was going. It was so close. This Revenant's Brooch with the Parasma, there's so much damage potential when they hit the same targets.
Yeah.
I don't think you can stop this outside of maybe a Puck.
He stole a life drain on the Rubik. It's actually a pretty good spell here. The soldiers should be able to finish up the racks with the help of the Pugna, and they do. So they get themselves the melee barracks. The rest of them will back away.
They know Roshan can be up, but it's actually a pretty long spawn at 2 minutes. But I think that's the safe play. Just wait for that. I mean, you can still look for pickoffs and stuff, but I think they can be pretty happy taking that top melee barracks. That lane will always push in their favor. They can now just play that bottom half of the map. Well, actually, they have to stay top because they don't know when Roche is going to spawn. But eventually, they'll get Roche, and then they get to just stick at the bottom lane. I mean, Monkey King's looking. He's seeing who he can catch off guard.
They're just level 25 now. That Wukong's command ring with this Revenant's Brooch is going to be incredible. Magnus, get bashed up. The follow from the Stomp. He's dead. No buyback as they're now looking for more. The Undying grabbed by the Gleipnir.
Well, they don't see the gem, actually. It dropped in the trees, but it's a little hard to see those when they drop there. They're going to retrieve the gem for themselves.
So this whole thing, I've been thinking about how this Monkey King can sustain his mana, right? Because building like a Revenant's Brooch on this hero is not easy. But he has the Pugna, I suppose, so it kind of works out.
Yeah, I didn't think of this interaction, and I don't know if they were planning for that, but it's working out really nicely. I think the Puck alone already made Pugna much better, but apparently Revenant's Brooch
does manage to catch the Rubik. Wukong's command. It's going to just hit everybody. They have to waveform out. The Rubik will go down as they turn their attention to the, I guess, final lane that has a melee barracks as the last fortification will come through. Nemiga really want to close this one to get the silence onto the Monkey King to jump in here. The Morphling with a great War Stomp. He's going to go down. Turns his attention now on over to the Puck and the Centaur waveform on forward, but a good blink dodge from the Pugna. Nikki on the backside. He's going to make it. Wow.
I mean, this guy's good on the Pugna. I'm definitely not critiquing that. It just didn't feel like it fit in the last ones, but maybe those games just had other issues as well, making it not look so good. This time, definitely looks like a great pick.
Yeah, it really does. And he's like more farmed than his off lane at this point. He has a Hex. So that's super cool. Puck finds Magnus here. He's got that Trickster's Cloak though. Coil does connect. If he had Ags, he'd be dead. But he's going to go in and just do some damage anyway. And he's going to be forced to BKB.
That feels bad.
Undying. Guardian Greaves to stay alive. Oh, the Puck! They didn't have the Orchid. Takes a decent chunk of damage, and in comes the Void Spirit. Can they finish him off? He dodges out the first silence. A Remnant will not be able to grab him, so instead, he's going to disengage. Meanwhile, bottom lane, you are losing your barracks here as Pugna.
Ooh, Morphling gets the Aegis.
How did he get that Hex off? That was impressive.
You got a Roshan's banner to help push out these mega creeps.
Oh, really? You think so? Did they place it anywhere?
No, not yet. He's just backpacked it. See, what is this? A melee barracks left in the bottom lane. Okay, looking pretty rough. He can't, one mistake, you're gonna get mega'd.
Oh my lord.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I just got jump scared by some sound effects. Meanwhile, mid lane, Coil's out. Nice save on the Tombstone. They will steal the Hoof Stomp here on Rubik, so gives you a little bit more control. As the Morphling, also a Centaur, so you have quite a bit of stunts to work with.
Wait, is there some sick Morphling damage strat? You steal Centaur and, like, max strength? Like, what's that put you at? With a Conda as well? Wait a minute.
Bottom barracks are under attack.
Got some cooking to do after this.
Yeah, wait a minute. You gonna go hit the kitchen or what?
A very niche interaction, perhaps.
All right, bottom lane. Again, just this one melee barracks preventing mega creeps as the Pugna will continue to just chip it down. Drops the Nether Ward. See, when you're in this situation, the Pugna feels very good. Mirage, he's going to scout him, at least pop some of the smoke, but the Pugna will continue to get work done. Meanwhile, Puck is behind enemy lines here. They're looking for him. I think they know he's here somewhere.
Managed to miss all of it so far, though.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
he
there he
found
goes.
him.
Now he knows.
Puck gets the
Whoa.
silence. He gets the blink out. Okay. Meanwhile, look at the damage. Just one auto attack onto this Undying.
Stick hero.
Queasy. Blinks into the trees there. He really wants to get this lane of barracks. Oh boy, that is a divine rapier. The reveal from Morphling will instantly take down the Mirana. The coil is out from the Puck. A lot of damage onto the backside. The RP it catches too. Morphling though, he
no,
can't get into the fight quite yet. Oh man, the Wukong's command is out, and it's just up to the Morph at this point. Who's he gonna get? Caught by the Glide Meter and a huge boundless strike. Morphy's all alone. He's got an Aegis for 2 more minutes, but next up, he needs some space. There's gonna be a great skewer into the high ground. They get the Monkey King.
Okay, we're doing it. Cost some buybacks. 3 buybacks for NextUp, 1 for Nemiga. I mean, this Morphling is really scary. He is top net worth despite everything that's gone on. So if he's allowed to attack, which that fight almost looked even worse because there was an RP on 2 heroes and Morphling tried to wait out the coil and then he's like, okay, now I can go, but like snapped it at the last moment. So a lot of that RP, he just was not allowed to attack. But if he had been going, I mean, right now he's sitting at 800, 900 damage. That is, I mean, it's insane. He will kill anyone he is allowed to hit.
Yeah, add the Conda to this, right? Like, we saw the Mirana just get actually one-shotted from just a waveform Conda. He's actually disassembling his Vlads now to buy a
He doesn't have the
Satanic.
space.
Yeah, he's like, I gotta sell these items like one by one here.
He's trying to move his Pal World base, and he doesn't have enough weight limit. He's like back and forth trips. He just gives up on the Bassi. He's just gonna leave it.
It's like, whatever.
It's not worth my time. I'm so rich. Whatever.
Well, Satanic will eventually replace his Aegis once that gets reclaimed in about 30 seconds.
Here I am. Silence.
Wind Waker on the Void Spirit. I actually like this a lot. This is the only tool to get you out of Coil. So that helps out significantly, which Puck is sitting on 7,600 gold. Could buy out an Aghanims and still have buyback, I'd like to point out. But instead, we'll be queuing up an overwhelming blink. As they're looking for bottom, they jump in, they get the Puck! His Aeon Disc gets 3 seconds off cooldown. They get the Wind Waker out, but the Stampede, it's actually there. You are counting your blessings right now on this Puck. Undying, instantly deleted.
Oh man, that was so close. Both those heroes barely getting away. But you're putting the fear in them. Nemiga's going to be very cautious about these fights coming up here. I think they can sense their mortality.
They're baiting the... Oh no, the Puck gets out! Oh, Puck gets the TP out, or the blink out. They've gone to the Morphling, he's dead! The RP's not in time, Rapier hits the deck, and now... You have Rapier Revenant's Brooch for the Monkey King. That's gotta be game.
I think you, 30 seconds with the ult, you drop it in the fountain. It's just GG, they know.
What stunned them? Is it really just a boundless? Yeah, just boundless strike into Hoof Stomp, and RP was not quick enough to save him, and just like that, Nemiga will take game number 1.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, Morphling played really well to even keep the team in that game, and I mean, it was a really good effort. They were behind the whole time, but it didn't feel like it. It felt like at any moment they had a chance to come back.
Yeah, this was a fun game for sure. We see a rapier. That's always interesting. I will be honest. The Monkey King Revenant's brooch caught me off guard a little bit. Because I know this was something that, you know, was talked about in the last patch. But it was one of those like bugged interactions where if you boundless striked and hit multiple units, it actually drained your mana for each one. And it was really rough. So it wasn't really viable. But now that it's been patched, it's been fixed. It looks very good.
Yeah, the fact that it works on the clones as well as your Boundless Strike, just a lot of potential there. It's really cool to see which carries are trying out Revenant's Brooch, which has been out for a bit, but pretty much unbought until just this patch, really.
Yeah, I think part of it was the rapier change, right? Where it now has spell amp and, you know, physical damage, but... yeah, I think it's a combination of that, and then once they started experimenting with Revenant's Brooch, they're like, well, this item by itself was actually kind of cool, even if I don't have the rapier, right? So sometimes it just takes like a little thing like that for items to kind of hit into the meta. Sometimes it's like turbo strats, right? And then people are like, is that viable? And then they like try it in some regular games, and like, oh, it actually might work. Okay, cool.
Yeah, can Monkey King actually just kill couriers all game? Like, is that real? It just takes someone to do it and prove it's possible. But good on Nemiga Gaming for bringing this one in. I think their draft, I like it the most out of the games they played earlier. They're sticking to their Pugna. I kind of wouldn't be surprised if it gets banned out just to, not that it's broken, but like they clearly really like it and they're playing around it a lot. And if you lose next game, you're out. So maybe taking away one of those comfort picks could be pretty good for you on NextUp.
Yeah, I actually agree with you 100%. It's very weird to say that you may need to ban a Pugna, but it might just put him out of his comfort zone. So for now, we'll see, as we're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be back with game number 2 of NextUp versus Nemiga in this elimination series. So stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit. Hey everybody, welcome back here to the ESB and Fissure Elite League. We are getting ready to go into game number 2 of this elimination series. It is Nemiga versus NextUp, and Nemiga look, I'm pretty good here. I mean, we saw them in their previous series. They struggled a little bit, but it was at least relatively close. This last game did not look that close. NextUp seemed to get pretty handled here. And it was just overall good team play.
Yeah, I really think the Pugna fit into their draft a lot more. I don't think they looked like when the draft doesn't make sense, it can easily throw things off in the game. And I think the Pugna being able to enable the puck, I mean, that puck absolutely popped off that game. And a big part of that is how much mana the puck has to work with. And I think it just flows, right? When you have a keeper, the light in the mid lane, and you have like a tiny, it just doesn't make as much sense to me. So I really like the adjustment they made. And I do want to point out to, the people watching for NextUp, that Void Spirit did not have a great game. We were talking about that. In your pubs, this is where you like flame like, oh, my mid is the problem, right? But Dota's a very connected game. And so in that bottom lane, we had Undying Morphling. They slipped up a little bit and fed 2 kills over to the Centaur, which they really weren't supposed to. That allowed Centaur, who was having a rough time, pick up a pretty quick blink, and that blink was immediately used to kill the Void Spirit in the mid lane, and then it started this chain series of events. So the mistakes in the different lanes, I mean, maybe in the pub games when people aren't moving, it's not as connected, but definitely in these pro matches, one player's performance can easily affect another. It's why it's a team game, and hopefully they can adjust, because I don't think their draft was bad. And they definitely showed some fighting spirit there. Morphling had a really great game, but the other cores just struggled a bit. So maybe cutting out some of those early mistakes helps everyone have a better game, and they have a better shot here in game number 2.
Yeah, and I would be surprised if the Pugna makes it through this time. I mean, I don't know if it's first phase worthy, but you can definitely ban it in phase 2, because I think there's too many other heroes you are worried about giving away at the opener.
5 seconds remaining.
First pick, for NextUp. I'm surprised they're the ones who actually ban out the Primal Beast, because you'd like to try and give yourself an option of a couple different really strong openers. But great bans out from Nemiga. We're actually going to see the Leshrac get a little bit of attention this time.
Looks like Chen's going to make it through. Maybe just both these teams don't have a Chen player. Even though he's super broken, he's not a hero you can just whip out. You really have to have played a lot of Chen to make use of him. But, I mean, it's very good to have, right? It forces a ban every time. So maybe that'll be something as time goes on. Maybe their position 5s are working on their Chens, but just not ready to pull it out quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, if they make it to the main event, we're going to see them probably prepared for the Chen. Obviously, all that could change with the patch that's coming out in just about 6 hours, right? So I'm just gonna keep baiting them.
First pick Undying. Okay, I like that they ban Enigma, because Enigma is a good off-lane response to the Undying. You don't want to be one of these strength melee heroes, but I kind of think there's a couple other options for... Well, they're not the greatest, but like... If you know the Undying is there, I feel like you can plan around this. So you can either pick a really strong ranged position 4, or you can pick someone really fast who's going to just creep drag. So they actually don't care. They're still going to go to the Centaur. I mean, It worked for them last game, so they're just going to run it back, this time in reverse.
Yep, and... a lot of it does come down to the core matchup as well into the Centaur. The Morphling Undying, I think, is fine. I think you can honestly run back this lane, and if you avoid feeding that double kill to the Centaur, you're probably really good. I mean, they did kill him first, and I think he TP'd back to the lane and then just instantly killed them both back or something was how that worked. It's hard to say. I can't exactly remember, but yeah, those are 2 deaths that should not happen. So...
I think they also got their courier, at least I think Undying's courier died with a bunch of regen on it as well.
All of his regen.
So yeah, maybe that was another part of it. A little bit more care with the courier. It's kind of crazy. Now we all have our own courier, and now the map's bigger. It's actually, in theory, really hard to have your courier killed if you just micro it around the edge, but no Dota player, myself included, like I'm not saying it's like a pro thing, but like none of us do it yet because we're all so used to just not having to think about it. But courier killing has become so common now that I think that's like another step in Dota. You know, when you look back and like, oh, I can't believe they weren't using this like tech, you know, mechanic stuff, whatever. Like 5 years down the line, people are gonna look back and like, they're not all microing their couriers. What are they doing? Why do they all lose their couriers all the time? But I mean, it can really impact your lane when you lose a courier, or in the late game. I think one of the series we saw, like a butterfly gets delayed by 3 minutes because the courier dies. It's a big thing.
Okay. Well, the Rubik pick once again, I feel like is pretty safe. I like this.
10 seconds remaining.
Stealing Tombstone, always really nice. I don't know if if it's like
5
absolutely
seconds remaining.
necessary to pick it this early, but we will see them ban out the. Did you mention the Pugna ban there?
No, I did not.
Okay, so they do ban out the Pugna. They're actually going to respect it, and I think that's the correct phase to ban it out. It's a little bit surprising that they actually ban out the Morphling, though, since they could have just gone for it once again, ran the Undying Morphlane. But we'll see what they want to do here.
I'm up for Sven Shadow Demon.
Admiral Kunkka.
Okay, Kunkka instead. He's got the X counter to the Centaur Warrunner. Very solid hero in general. Could be your mid, could be your off lane. I like the Rubik because it does pair well with the Centaur, and like you said, there are some good steals from the Undying, let alone the rest of the heroes, such as Kunkka, some good steals there. But also preemptively protects against the Magnus pick, which we just saw them play. Rubik is one of the better responses against that.
Grimstroke.
Dude, these guys play some weird heroes, man.
I feel like this happens when a team comes together for like open quals and then into closed quals, you know? It's just kind of like, okay, what do you like to play? What do you like to play? You know, and you just kind of go with comfort over here's the standard meta, but we've never like all done it. We've never played together, so maybe that's why Grimstroke has fallen off a little bit. I actually don't think he's that bad. But I definitely want to see some single target spells come up, because currently we have X and Soul Rip, and that is not really the Grimstroke combo you think about.
I feel like the X is like buggy as well on like the Grimstroke cast, right? Because like you can't have like 2 active at once or something. So I don't know if the pullback will pull them both back, or if it only pulls one of them back.
Enchantress.
Yeah, it can be weird. Oh, okay, so Enchantress is a great pickup. You can dispel the Inkswell, so that is very likely Enchantress 5 against the Grimstroke 4, and then Undying 5 against this Rubik and Centaur. So you just took away a huge part of Grimstroke's kit, which is that Inkswell aggression. I mean, it does mean you kind of have to hold on to Enchant to make sure you have it available, which, you know, maybe there's a window where Enchantress just used it on a creep so you could Inkswell, but that means you're fighting into some creep that she just took, and that's also pretty tough.
God, such a good PA pick. I was thinking,
What do you like about it?
I was going to say, I think NextUp want the PA, and I think they took it, because you need a carry hero that plays well into the Centaur lane and that can benefit from Grimstroke's Inkswell later. And it is really good against both of the supports as well. So I think this is just like a little bit of a deny pick, and NextUp don't really have a good answer for it at the moment. Dude, you need heroes that can play with Grimstroke's Inkswell, and you need single target spells. So I'm a little bit curious where this Grimstroke's going to fit in.
I still like Sven just based on how strong he is in general.
Double Stormhammer too.
Yeah, Faceless Void has been kind of good versus Centaur, but might face a little pressure from Enchantress. Oh yeah, you're right.
I like your Sven call. I think that's probably the best.
Storm Spirit.
Storm. Okay, so committing to offlane Kunkka. It does mean you get the double Vortex, at least until you build an Aghanims potentially, and then I think you lose that.
Yeah.
But
it's okay. I think this actually makes their draft much better, because Storm Spirit, great with Inkswell. Kunkka in lane is actually decent enough with Inkswell.
10 seconds
This is a very good choice, I think.
5 seconds remaining.
so then Nemiga is going to have last pick here. They don't have that much flex in their heroes, though, so I'm sure it's going to be a mid hero just straight up. Next up, definitely needs a carry. So, I mean, I still think Sven's good, but there's a good chance he gets banned out here. There's not that many carries that like
Radiant team
make use
ban.
of the focus or the soulbind. Can you run Wind Ranger?
Dire team ban.
Nah, you'd be running into Centaur.
I mean, Slark was definitely the pick, but gets banned there. You could look for a Lifestealer, but I don't know if Lifestealer plays well into PA enough.
10 seconds.
Guess you'd
remaining.
have Radiance Evasion. You'd have a really strong lane against
5
Centaur.
seconds remaining.
Infest gank with Storm.
Dire team pick.
Viper ban. Okay, yeah, just trying to protect the Storm Spirit mid lane. I'm actually not
Radiant
opposed
team
to the Lifestealer. Yeah, there it is. It's like I feel like this is actually probably your best bet. It's a hero that can actually pretty easily build an MKB. You could also go like Mjolnir if you want to have a little bit of hybrid damage and still get a little bit of piercing.
Yeah, I like it.
10 seconds remaining.
I truly, I don't even know how good it is. I've heard a lot of talk of Lifestealer, but you and I have not gotten to see any team actually play it. A couple
No,
times
not
it's been
once.
banned, but often ignored. So I'm looking forward to actually just seeing how it does now. I based on what I've heard, I think it should be good.
I think it's good here too, specifically, right? Both these supports struggle to Lifestealer. Centaur, not a great lane for him as this goes on, right? You're into Undying Lifestealer. That's going to be rough. You can Hoof Stomp, like, Pump Fake to try and get the Rage out, which is at least something he has going for him. And then Aghanim Scepter eventually for the Lifestealer becomes
Now
problematic.
select your heroes.
A Razor.
It's a cool mid lane pick, actually.
You should be able to bully out the Storm in the laning stage. Later on, it won't matter as much. Wait. Is this a mid Centaur?
I was going to say, that looks like Nikki on the
That's
Centaur.
yeah. Wait a minute. Unless they're swapping lanes, which I
No,
highly
there's no
doubt. Okay, this game got
They're-
much more interesting. You're
Yeah,
gonna
they're-
dodge the Undying matchup, and you're gonna have Razor into Lifestealer.
Yeah, they're more worried, I guess, about that off lane / safe lane matchup. Like the Centaur into both Undying Lifestealer would be really rough, and so their option is to just go for a Razor. Which, I mean, the Razor is good for the game. I didn't think they'd actually put it in the lane, but they do, and I'm curious to see how it's going to play out. I feel like Storm mid into Centaur is interesting. Centaur definitely going to take a decent chunk of harassment damage from Storm Spirit early on, especially those first few waves. But if he manages to just get a bottle at a decent time, I don't feel like Centaur ever dies in this lane.
No, I think Centaur can literally stomp him. I think after 6, it won't be good. And you're right, like there's definitely outplay potential here, but double edge hoof stomp I think will be really good versus Storm, because Storm he's ranged, but he has to get pretty close to use his actual abilities, and the way he CS's, he often like drops remnants on creeps. I think you're quite susceptible to the really wide hoof stomp, which you can now move while you cast. So I'm really looking forward to this. I don't know, maybe I'm too hyped for it. Maybe Storm's just gonna body him, but we'll see.
No, I like teams doing some out of the box stuff. Nemiga has definitely been that team so far in these Eastern European qualifiers with the Pugna picks. Mirage gets himself another comfort pick of his own, though, in the Storm Spirit, his second Grandmaster hero we've seen here today. But yeah, this should be a very fun one. Next up versus Nemiga, game number 2. As we're gonna go ahead and jump on into this one. I will say, I'm a big fan of dodging bad lane matchups. And I think this is probably one of the best things they could have done. This is going to be very good for their game.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. I think it'll work.
I agree. I think it does too.
Because Well, okay, he's bronze on Centaur, but I was gonna say, how many times would a Centaur player have played against Storm versus a Storm player has played versus Centaur, right? So you get that advantage of a weird matchup, but he didn't seem to have too many games on Centaur either, potentially. So, maybe it's gonna go both ways.
I see a late smoke into a potential wrap around here.
30 seconds to battle.
Smoke will not pop quite yet. They're going all the way around. I mean, if you find Lifestealer and Force Rage level 1, that would be absolutely amazing. They should place the ward onto the high ground here. They do. Seize the Lifestealer.
They might wait here, give up the bounty rune, and see if you can surprise, or are they going to try to meet down there?
You need to be careful that you're standing in the Watcher. Oh, no. Enchant. They do get the Rage at least. All right. Nikki,
yeah, they need to back up around the tree.
Yeah.
A little too excited.
That's a little frustrating. That's a little bit sad because you should get the D ward here as well if you're the Undying, I'd imagine. Oh, he's not going to do it. All right.
I think you could get it, but you're not 100% sure, and you definitely want it in the lane for the camps, and he wouldn't have time to get another one yet. So he might go back for that potential D ward later on, but I think this first camp, it's really important to block this first camp as an Undying.
What in the world is going on with this Razor set? Are you seeing this?
No, what's happening? I'm looking at him now.
He has like this weird pink noodle inside of him. It's supposed to be like his tornado, but it's like off-colored for some reason.
Mine looks normal. You got something going on.
Mine's like bright pink, and it's just this noodle. Oh my god, get me out. I can't stand this already.
Looks like our observers is normal too. You're the only one with the pink noodle.
Alright, well, fantastic. I hate this set anyway. I hate it when people do this.
Alright, let's see. For the lanes, it's okay. Maybe Lifestealer. I think Lifestealer now has the roughest matchup having to deal with the Razor. But he does have an Undying to help out. Even into range of Shero's, Undying can still be quite annoying.
Mirage actually getting a ton of damage into the Centaur mid lane. He does pretty much spend all of his mana to do this, and he's got the bottle coming. He will end up going for a stick as well. He's going to need a ton of mana. But this is great for the Storm Spirit. I don't know how this tower will not aggro him. Meanwhile, bottom lane, a long chase here. The Grimstroke versus the Enchantress. He will be able to make it away. Alright, bottle being sent out now for the Centaur.
He's going to be forced to just take it, I think.
Yeah, interesting wave pull here from him, trying to just separate the creeps away and not have to actually fight into the Storm Spirit for the moment.
I'll tell you what, as a melee hero with high base regen, he's definitely going to take less damage tanking this creep wave than Storm is tanking like 7 creeps. Storm lost a good chunk of health for that.
Yeah. And yeah, that's cool. Well, he's not going to lose any CS for this. I mean, maybe like a couple of the denies actually, since a double wave went in. So he's going to miss a whole wave. I take it all back. But Storm Spirit will likely miss the whole wave as well. All right, cool stuff. A little cheeky play there from the Centaur to try and give him some breathing room. Anything interesting happening in these side lanes?
It's remarkably close considering we have 2 lane dominators in the Undying and Enchantress as the supports, and then some very strong counter matchups like Razor. If the CS is pretty close, that might change as a couple more levels come into play.
Yeah, Razor is level 3 now and has that static link. He also picked up his boots, so he, needs that very badly to play into the Lifestealer lane. That being said, Lifestealer also picks up his boots. So your static link isn't likely to stick unless you telekinesis, and then even then, the Lifestealer can just pop rage and run thanks to the movement speed bonus. So Actually doesn't look like it's going that bad. Maybe you just focus down this Undying instead. Maybe that's the hero you go for.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Another water rune split. Grimstroke came over. If he had been able to steal it away, that could have been pretty big. Both heroes have been really trading in the mid lane. And whoever does not get a bottle refill could be in big trouble.
Denied.
Man, these raindrops are actually going to be so valued for the Storm Spirit. All right. Pretty chill game outside of, like you said, a lot of harassment from the mid lane. Enchantress and Grimstroke have kind of just had their own little war, but we will finally see our first blood go down. Interestingly enough, like, Queasy just was clicking him forever. He ends up dropping the tombstone like a long time ago, so he's chill. Meanwhile, another dive coming out into the mid lane thanks to the Enchantress. So this is really sick.
Things suddenly turning around.
It was just enchant into the stun. Pretty much all you need
Dire's
sometimes.
structures are fortified.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
he even
wasn't
Hurricane piped it over.
Yeah. It was Hurricane in the stun. That'll do. That'll work.
They're bringing even more heroes here. Just a casual tri-lane versus tri-lane at 6 minutes in the mid lane. See this pretty much in every game of high-level Dota. The first set of power rings just matters a lot. I don't know how much that applies to a mid centaur, but I'm pretty sure it still does.
Matters just as much in terms of taking it away from the Storm Spirit. He gets the bottle, and he actually almost didn't have his bottle.
I know,
in his inventory.
yeah. I was worried for him. All right, shield rune on centaur. That is a lot of health to have to go through.
Enchantress. She should be... Wow, he actually popped the Inkswell very early.
Yeah, maybe he saw Enchantress turning around with enchant to dispel him, so he just popped it to get some value out of it. Because if it's dispelled, you don't even get the burst damage. Storm zip onto Rubik.
He needs
low.
to be
Lift
very
into
careful.
stomp.
He's very low on mana. Stampede is there. He's trying to focus up this tombstone. Enchantress coming in as well to make sure that it goes down. They will go ahead and deny it, but Mirage sitting out a decent chunk of mana now. And he's going to make it out, so they force some extra heroes into the mid lane. Dying, comping the stomp, gets clapped. Enchant as well, taking a lot of damage. There's no way Enchantress could go down. 2 points in those Nature's Attendant. She is far too tanky for the Storm Spirit. So they get themselves a freebie onto that Undying. A nice commitment there. And just good pressure from this Enchantress.
Yeah, and lately there's been a lot of supports in the mid lane, which means on the side lanes, Lifestealer's having a rough time here against this Razor. He doesn't feel comfortable trying to lane that. So he's been doing a lot of jungling. He's starting to fall a little bit behind, whereas the PA feels comfortable laning into the Kunkka. So I don't know. I don't know if you can keep holding this like tri-lane versus tri-lane mid. Yet at the same time, as you leave, now they've even got a troll creep in here. This mid tower will fall really early. Storm, I think, should be okay. He's got enough mana to zip away, but he's paying with a lot of health for this.
God. Yeah, there's an illusion rune down here bottom, and Storm would love to get this, but there's no shot. Enchantress now having a troll creep, so that's scary. Centaur looking for more. Gets the stomp onto the Grimstroke, and of course with the Enchantress here, a little bit of extra damage. He's trying to get away. The Tombstone will come down. Stampede is there. Guys, you gotta think about this Tombstone at some point, right? No, Enchantress
Lifestealer rotation.
just TP's out instead. And yeah, you get a TP in from the Lifestealer. Oh no, they're not getting anything here on NextUp.
Dire's top tower is under
That is not
attack.
what you want. That is, I think, part of why they didn't care about Centaur versus Undying is that Stampede, you just leave the Tombstone. Or you rush to the Tombstone and you kill it. We kind of saw it in that last game. And yeah, I mean, like, if you do lane against it, it's annoying. But after that, it's pretty useful to
Dire's top tower
be able
is
to
under
just
attack.
totally avoid Tombstone.
Enchantress actually does get a sentry in range of that ward, but just hasn't scouted it quite yet. Nicky. Big stomp, though, onto the Grimstroke. Telekinesis buys him just a moment of space, as a double edge will finish the job. Storm Spirit now wants to look for a kill here. Gets on top of the Rubik, has the Vortex. One more Remnant will do it. Stampede coming out now, as the Illusions will actually connect, and bottom lane's a regen. Enchantress just going to deny this one away. They TP'd in the Kunkka for this, and he gets nothing.
Level 1X pretty hard to land, and he wanted that Centaur. I think if he got the X, they probably could have killed it with the with all the heroes there and the burst damage from boat and stuff. He might go for this Enchantress who's running his triangle.
She has a lot of wand charges, plus that
commit boat.
I mean, if he commits boat, maybe, but it's still not guaranteed.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't feel great using it on an Enchantress either, but I kind of think his team needs something, and there's no need to like hang on to the boat too long. It's relatively low cooldown.
Dire's structures are fortified.
What is Centaur building here? Because he's got a casual cloak.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mage Slayer.
Oh my god.
I mean, I guess if he was going to build anything, Eternal Shroud, but maybe you don't even need to. Maybe you just take the casual cloak, and then you just move on. Nah, he's gonna get the Eternal Shroud.
Yeah,
it is a lot of raw HP.
That was my
effective
thought
HP.
process. I just wasn't sure if he was going to hold it for now and maybe go Blink Dagger, but... Razor, PA, Centaur, all top net worth by a pretty decent amount, as the Lifestealer's game is not looking hot. They've lost 2 towers now.
Kunkka's keeping up for the most part, and I think to help themselves out here, NextUp needs to make a play around this Kunkka, make use of the fact that he's got a decent amount of farm and levels. And I mean, Boat is a great spell to play around. But we haven't... Well, I guess he tried to come mid once, but I think it would be better for them to actually leave mid and go to the Kunkka.
Yeah, try and gank the PA or something.
Yeah, we've missed that timing a little bit, but I think still, like, rather than try to force mid... I mean, they're probably thrown off a little bit. You know, like, what is exactly the game plan versus a mid Centaur? This is where the weird picks can throw you off, and it can be to the benefit of the team that plays the weird picks. But I don't think they wanted to bring so many heroes against that Centaur now, like, thinking back on it, how it all played out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Well, into the jungle they go. They find themselves an easy kill onto that Undying. I mean, when you have a Centaur that's this high level, and he also happens to find a Fairy's Trinket, like, his spell kit is doing so much damage.
The nice thing about the Radiance build this game is that it sort of sidesteps the Razor stealing your damage, because you were just going to be burning people anyways with the Radiance, and that doesn't really change. But this Radiance timing is quite slow from what you would prefer when you pick a Lifestealer. I gotta say, they were probably really caught off guard by this mid-Centaur flex into the Razor.
Yeah, they definitely weren't expecting it at all. And the Razor, being as farmed as he is a little bit scary. He's on his way to a Manta, which I'm a little bit surprised you'd go for the Manta instead of like a Sanj and Yasha, because I don't think there's like really any debuffs that you're worried about, except for maybe Phantom's Embrace, which you can definitely just BKB. And the Sanj is just so good. I don't know.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Kunkka is going to take this bottom tower.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Don't think we've seen them make a play around the boat or anything. And I guess their supports are a bit under-leveled. But as they get level 6 on this Grimstroke,
Radiant's
I think
bottom
trying to make a
tower
play
is
around
falling.
Soulbind and like boat 2 people, torrent 2 people, like double vortex. I think they need to find themselves some kind of play like that to get back into this.
Yeah. It's really funny. Rubik has stolen decay, and like if he ever sees the lifestealer near the lane, he just walks up and decays him.
I guess they can maybe wait for Radiance as well if they want. He's about 1,000 gold off. I mean, you could use boat once and then come back to it. That's kind of like going back to it. Why I think it would have been okay to just commit it on the Enchantress. Because it hasn't really been used for anything else.
No, not at all. I mean, honestly, if I'm Nemiga, I'm super fine just chilling and farming. Like, my Rubik is farming. Their supports don't nearly have the same scaling and farm potential that we do, right, between Enchantress Rubik. My Razor is definitely going to be like this late game counter to a
Radiant
lifestealer.
are scanning.
And then you have your insurance, which is this Phantom Assassin, who is 1,600 gold away from a Deso now.
Mechanics question.
Sure.
Lifestealer Ags. If you get linked and you hop in someone, are you still linked?
Yes. I think the Razor still gains the damage. I don't know if the Lifestealer loses it, though. It's very interesting. They do get a nice pick off here onto the Rubik, so good rotation on in. Obviously, they would have loved to get one of these little juicier cores, but better than nothing for sure.
Maybe Kunkka is looking for more. He's just running on that tier 1 tower towards that PA.
Yeah, they know there's
All
a
right,
ward
maybe
there
they can
now.
take this. Yeah, maybe they can take this tier 1 using boat to fight, and they place an observer here for some solid vision. The rest of the team's kind of moving away though. Storm rotating bottom, thinking about that Enchantress, but maybe just gonna grab all this farm first.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Kunkka's actually gonna be pretty close to his Aghanims.
You'd have to get a crazy telekinesis play here, and they will! Right onto the Storm Spirit, instantly dead as the remnant from the Rubik helps bring him down. Stampede to get away from the Undying once again. Here's the double X. We'll see how this ends up working. Yeah, so they do manage to find the Centaur with this one, and they grab themselves a decent trade here. Mid lane for mid lane, but obviously Centaur worth quite a bit more.
Yeah, and you know what? That finishes up the Kunkka's Torrent Storm, the Aghanims.
Like, really?
That's really early, so
Is under attack.
they might be able to force some fights now. They're going to need their abilities. The Radiance can join in potentially. This might be something they can play around.
I mean, it kind of makes sense with how much attention was focused on mid and the fact that, like, Kunkka, PA were both just left to do whatever they wanted. And now, yeah, Kunkka having Torrent Storm is really strong. They just lost the bottom tower to a Mud Golem.
Feels bad. But it is one of the strengths of Enchantress and Chen. You can just forever send creeps at these tier 1 towers.
All right, Razor's Manta is done on his way to BKB. We can look at some other items here. All right. PA changed her mind. She's going for her own BKB as opposed to Deso. Enchantress caught in the river here. Ends up getting kind of lucky. You know, the Soulbind expires and she's healing through it all and Undying. There is no shot you're getting through this one. Arcane Rune on the Storm Spirit. I was like, he might want to think twice about going in here. He is really, really, really strong. Now, Razor on the backside will catch the Torrent, the Boat, the Torrent Storm, the Rubik now in trouble. Glimmer Cape for the moment, gonna buy him some face. He pops the Rage, trying to run away. I don't know if you're gonna escape this one. There is an X. There is the Torrent to follow it up, and now the Storm Spirit chasing after Nikki on this Centaur. Will not connect. That's a great series of fights, and honestly, the Razor just getting way overconfident.
I don't know if he saw the rotation from the PA kills the Lifestealer.
I mean, I don't know if that was the Blink quote-unquote reveal, because they had it in that last fight, but maybe he was unaware, because he just gets Blink stomped immediately into a kill.
It's a very nice find. Are they walking to Roche? Or are they just going for a top kill? Okay, maybe it looks like just trying to kill Undying. Because she didn't go Deso in the end, so Roche's a little harder than that. But she actually does have an Orb of Destruction, so I guess they can do it if Centaur tanks for her.
Yeah, her minus armor definitely adds up.
Kunkka's got everything. Let's see if they can find anything. Long range X.
Tries to Manta dodge the X. Good luck. Soulbind comes out. Inkswell will hold him in place. PA goes in with that BKB. Trying to take down the Undying. She gets the kill. They've got to focus this Tombstone, but they actually just can't. And now Nikki, he's going to be the next to join his team. The X pulls them both back. Oh, what a disaster for Nemiga. They're going to lose everything. 3 dead. Enchantress on the run, but it's going to be one more auto attack from the Lifestealer. He's got a triple kill.
There are some very nice torrents in that fight. Some by random chance, but some just Kunkka choosing where to place his Q, helping to protect that Tombstone and build up those zombies. So they feel like they have to kill Tombstone, but that means that you just get to hit them for free, and that leads to a very nice fight. This game, they're pulling it back. They were falling behind, I think like 5K, something like that. It's just about even now again.
Don't be mad.
Yeah, that is a huge pullback for them. I mean, it does cost you your Grimstroke buyback, but, I mean, whatever. Very worth
It's
it.
just the support life.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, as we can see, you know, Lifestealer now becoming a serious threat. The Centaur definitely falling off. This, you know, Blink Eternal Shroud, it's a nice build. He's got some cheeky plays out early with it, but we're not seeing the impact that we saw earlier.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. This was a bit of a question mark for me, where definitely some strong lane presence and early game, but there's a reason Centaur's usually in off lane, is that you don't scale the same way as some other heroes. But maybe Razor makes up for that, because he's definitely a very greedy off lane pick who can scale a lot. So maybe you're kind of like swapping the lanes and sort of swapping the roles as well.
Yeah, I think that's the idea. Is like your scaling hero is the Razor. That being said, I think you kind of want to play for a relatively early BKB on him, and that's why I was kind of leaning towards like maybe going to Sanj and Yasha, because you'd be able to save yourself quite a bit of chunk, a quite nice chunk of money as compared to the Manta, right? But I guess it's not too much, about 300 to 400 gold, but still.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Lifestealer almost has Ags. He's actually just rushing it.
I think this build is a little more popular lately, and I think maybe especially with the Razor going to be so annoying for him, I think maybe that's why he's getting it pretty early. Like sometimes you pick up another item or two before grabbing the Ags, but maybe that's part of it. Or maybe you can't be crit by PA. Can you miss?
I think you can, but here's the big thing, is it pierces BKB. So if PA comes in with BKB, you actually just infest her and it disarms her for the full duration. So I think that's the main reason, is her BKB is just so important in these fights that if she's able to just get disarmed by the Lifestealers infest the whole time, then should be worth it. But we'll see. If it manages to connect, they're going to see them grab the Aegis, put it on the Storm Spirit, as he's now queuing up his Aghanim Scepter.
I had no idea it disarms.
Yeah, it disarms for the duration.
I see now. I thought it was just like you attack while inside. It becomes much better now that you explained that to me.
It's really weird that it literally doesn't have any duration listed on it. It says, oh, well, hold on. That was an Undying for a moment. Mirage comes in. He's got an amplified damage. He is very scary. Violent caught a torrent. He didn't BKB. He's just gone.
No detection. Both supports gonna get out. Double Glimmer. But the big kill already grabbed in that PA. Was she chain stunned that entire time, or did
No,
maybe
she had plenty of time. Because she popped Blur. Like, she came down, popped Blur, thought she was getting away, and then just got X'd back into a torrent.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah,
Oh,
she
that's
had
a
like
big
a
kill.
full second and a
Is
half.
under attack.
But yeah, what I was gonna say about the Lifestealer Ag is it doesn't list the duration of the disarm anywhere.
Classic Dota tooltips.
Yeah, it just like the tooltip just says infests an enemy hero for a short duration, and you're like, okay, thank you, I guess. I want to say it's like maybe 3.5 to 4 seconds or something, because it is definitely longer than a TP, which is where it can backfire. If he ever infests you, you can just immediately TP to your fountain, and it's very funny.
Chance is
There's
just
the
dragging creeps around, creating a mega wave down here.
Oh my goodness, you're right. What? There's how many waves is this?
I think she grabbed 3 in
Three,
total.
yeah. So I see 3 flag bearers. I see 2 flag bearers, so. All right, well, this wave is going to hit your tower at the same time, so.
Goodbye, tower.
Yeah,
They
this
need a
tower is super dead.
PA crit over here to pick up like 500 gold or something.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're gonna look to fight while Lifestealer's showing in the bottom wave.
Radiant's bottom tower
I mean, it would not be bad. They will find the Grimstroke here to start this one off as the drums connect, and that is just a very quick kill here. Go on to start for the Razor. And honestly, a great pick-off to start this fight. Undying Tombstone up onto the high ground. In comes the Lifestealer. They're going to pop the BKB immediately. Stampede coming through as well. Time to disengage. Enchantress. Be careful, we're going to see the BKB out from Violent here on this Phantom Assassin. She thought maybe she could just walk up onto the high ground and find something, but no. Ready and waiting. Mirage has Parasma now.
A lot of damage, and the armor's quite nice versus the PA, so it's not even that greedy.
No, not at all.
It also buffs up Torrent Storm, which, depending how many you get hit by, the damage is actually pretty crazy.
Yeah, and if he does go Bloodstone, it's just much easier. For right now, he's got the Octarine queued up. He is level 18, though, so very high level on the cores from NextUp. Dude, PA is level 20. Whoa.
Stupendous.
Defiant Shell for the PA. That was very good.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Are scanning.
Storm? Looking for Enchantress?
Yeah, he scans. He knows she's here somewhere. They were expecting, the 28-minute. Someone could be going for it, but well found, well played there from Mirage.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Roshan's got 10 seconds from expiring. Doesn't look like they're going to push for anything more. Let's see. Are they working on some big items? Looks like maybe Octarine on Kunkka. X is still a long way off for Storm.
That's nice. Use the Aegis regen to get all the way to the mid lane, and now we'll find the Centaur. He pops the Stampede. He has to BKB this. Yeah, he's out, at least for the moment. Gets the blink. He's safe. They have a really good ward here on the bottom side of the map. It will get scouted now by the Enchantress, but it gave them the vision that they needed to go on this Razor. His BKB, not available. They just perfectly CC him. The Torrent to follow up that Vortex. And this regen rune's still running. Dude, the Parasma just doing so much damage.
Regen rune is so good on Storm 2 now that it can't be canceled. It's just ridiculous. The Nemesis curse out for both Storm and Lifestealer. Oh, maybe find this Centaur. They
super
definitely found him.
Well, a 2,000 gold lead somehow for Nemiga, but it's mostly just the supports. They've definitely been struggling on the Dire side here. The question is, like, can you go high ground? You are going to be playing into a Phantom Assassin who is pretty dang farmed, and she can easily kill these heroes. Your Razor needs to start impacting this game, I think. I think that's the biggest thing for me.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to get onto... Oh, they picked him to essentially counter the Lifestealer, and that part hasn't really been able to happen. They're going to just work on the towers for now. Roshan is about a minute from possibly spawning, so I don't think they'll go high ground yet. When they have Aegis, it'll be tough, but I think what we'll see a lot is just X the Lifestealer, send him in. I don't think there's a Yules. Yeah, there's no Yules, so it's a pretty free play, and they'll just poke down that high ground repeatedly. PA had to use her BKB to get out alive there. So, yeah, you're definitely going to feel pretty free just taking this top tower and probably the tier 2 as well.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
That's a pretty cool play from the Storm Spirit, just to run onto the wave there and try and grab her. He's a little bit lucky that she did not get the crit on him, because when he dove in, she happened to like turn to the creep facing the opposite way, I think, so the cleave didn't hit him. But either way, he's now going for a Scythe of Ice, will be his next item, and with that, Storm Spirit is going to be very difficult to kill. Oh, PA deletes the Undying as he comes in to try and place a ward, and they finally get on top of the Razor, or the Razor finally gets on top of the Lifestealer, but they didn't BKB. Stampede comes out. Can he continue the chase? Kunkka, his BKB still not committed, but there's the Razors. They're going to turn it around, try and bring down this Kunkka. They do. The damage being turned back the other way. Razor still quite scary. He's got the static link here onto this Lifestealer. Can they cancel the TP on out? They cannot. The Rage TP will protect him as Phantom Assassin. She had her eyes set on somebody else. It was the Storm Spirit.
Finally finding the fight they were hoping to that whole time with the Razor onto Lifestealer. And we kind of see that you still get the Radiance burn, but now that we're entering the late game, people are pretty tanky, and they have a lot of time before like the burn really bothers them.
Yeah, and eventually the Razor's matchup versus Lifestealer just gets worse and worse the more levels that the Razor gets, because if he gets to level 25, being able to steal the attack speed away is pretty massive from these heroes. Lifestealer forced to... Okay, I was going to say, I think he just TP immediately, but the Lifestealer is going to come back out, and the BKB committed. Tombstone goes down. Oh, man. Infest stolen, though, will get Rubik to safety. Enchantress sproinking up to the high ground. See, that's the moment where, like, he infests you, you should just immediately TP to your fountain.
That would be hilarious. Hopefully we'll get... Well... I hope we get to see it. They definitely don't hope to see it on NextUp.
They're gonna go for an infest play here with the Phantom Assassin, because the good old Rubik is here, and they run into a Kunkka. Like, never mind, get out. Storm Spirit goes in. They will go ahead and steal a Torrent. Stampede's committed though, so a little bit scary.
No mana on Storm. This is a good time to fight if they noticed. Oh, just kidding. They're gonna X him back.
I mean, getting the Lifestealer would be massive. The question is, can you burst him? Oh, they're hiding so... They need to get a ward down if they're going to go for this, right? All right, Roshan's going to be started by the Dire. Open wounds should help quite a bit. There's the stomp. I'm surprised no one tries to play around the roar at all, because it is a lot of increased damage.
Might be... Well, Roar's gone already. I was going to say maybe we'll see it.
Centaur goes in, gets the stomp. The Aegis on the deck gets snatched by the Storm Spirit. He didn't have the potential to pick it up in time, and now you're in a really rough spot. Razor's BKB's committed. You've got so much on the deck here, as now Razor, there's no way you get away from the Storm Spirit. Not with a Parasma. He's just got way too much damage.
Call off your little storm.
All right, I know that was chaotic, but guys, we got to recognize we left Roshan's banner back there. Anybody, PA might go get it.
She's like, do you think they left Roshan's banner in there?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh my god, they
God.
did.
Unbelievable.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Banner has been planted by the Radiant. It's mid. Jump in from Storm Spirit goes right onto the Enchantress, and it's more than enough. Okay.
Radiant's
Bottom tower goes down. The daggers. I mean, you have a lot of burst damage from PA. You have to be very careful. Oh, she's got a crit primed.
Radiant's bottom barracks
She
are
go
under
for it.
attack.
She will not. She's going to go cut waves, I think.
Yeah, I think losing one set's not the end of the world, but forcing buybacks would be more problematic. So she's not going to force anything. I say is she's stepping out of her own base onto the low ground, really freaking me out there.
Man, I thought she had the burst damage there for the Lifestealer, but maybe not. They will go ahead and gank the initiation onto the Kunkka, the telekinesis to pull him back in, but a nice tombstone placed. Violent wants his opening, but there is a Storm Spirit ready and waiting on the low bottom side of this base.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
We get Tombstone, Orchid, out onto the Undying. Can they finish him off? The Soul Burn, it's going to be close, but he lives. He's going to go and get a nice heal, but a jump onto the backside. Phantom Assassin in trouble. The disarm. Again, not TPing back to the Fountain. Lifestealer's still there, and now you're just dead. Oh, no. No buyback available on the PA Razor. He's trying to stand his ground here on his own. They're going to be able to get the Lifestealer, and now Storm Spirit's out of mana. The real carries the Enchantress and the Centaur, apparently, is Mirage. He's going to go in. He's going to go out. Needs to be careful. There is an Orchid up in a couple of seconds.
Dire's middle
They
tower
at least
has
defend the
fallen.
ranged barracks.
All right, she doesn't try to TP home, but blinking back does put Lifestealer in a pretty awkward spot. And in an effort to help him, everyone else kind of rushes in as well, but it's not quite enough. So I buy back an Enchantress, but I'd say that's a successful hold. And I guess you did lose the melee racks. Maybe pretty neutral on that.
Yeah. It's okay because you get the Lifestealer, I think, but at the same time, like, your Phantom Assassin can't afford to keep dying like this. She's got the Revenant's Brooch queued up. I'm not 100% sure about the Revenant's Brooch pickup, but, I mean, maybe it's worth it. I think I'd rather have, like, an MKB if I'm her, because you have this Radiance Burn and the Evasion on this Lifestealer, and maybe you just... I guess to her, she doesn't want to go for him. I don't know. Nullifier would be decent. But yeah, we're going to go for Tormentor. And is this the first Tormentor of the game? I feel like I've not seen anyone take these. Goes to Mirage.
Honestly, I can't
Wraith.
recall.
There's been too much Dota today.
Yeah,
My
there's
brain
been a
is
lot.
fried.
There might still be more, because NextUp is making it close here, but Nemiga still has a shot as well. NextUp does need to win this if they want to keep going.
Storm Spirit with the Scythe of Ice could end up turning this game around. So that's a huge pickup for him. We're going to see the tier 4 neutral items start to come out. Aviana's Feather for the Phantom Assassin. A great one, obviously, as it stacks even more evasion. But you have an MKB now on the Lifestealer. And he will get a Rattle Cage. So 12 more armor for him. So now Revenant's Brooch starting to look quite nice. You'll probably have to pick that one up. Ninja Gear for the Centaur. And a Mindbreaker for the Razor. That one's very nice.
That was pretty close. That would have been a 5-on-4 fight because Enchantress was not here. But they managed to dodge it out for now. And maybe that's good, because I think that was an amplified damage centaur, which... I mean, he definitely has a lot of base strength. He's probably not the best amplified damage rune mid, but... I mean, it's always risky to fight into that kind of stuff.
Dude, the banner is actually just stronger than a super creep, I think. How much is it? It's 55, 7,
Radiant are
95? Yeah, dude. It actually is. That's crazy. I'm looking at
I think
like
the damage is less, though.
Yeah, damage is less, but more health. Damage is actually quite a bit less. But either way, it's kind of cool. The banner mid is definitely forcing them to deal with this wave. Because it just keeps shoving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's why it's so great to pick up your banners. The banner is dead now, though, so they won't have to deal with that any longer. Looks like they are coming up to force some fights here.
PA's top to cut the wave.
Yeah, did they ever reveal this Hex?
No, I don't think so. I don't think they've... Well, he hasn't used it on anyone, but they might know if he's walked into vision or something.
That's true.
But bottom's pushing thanks to the Enchantress. Mid is pushing thanks to that last wave having the banner creep buff. And PA is cutting top wave. So, I mean, they might be able to stall this out just a little bit longer to get to the Revenant's Brooch. PA does get her level 25 talent as well. She is just super farmed this game. Storm Spirit's closing in on his, which with Parasma and now the Electric Rave Shard, here Overload bounce is ridiculous.
I'm a little surprised we don't see a Lotus or a Force Staff or anything from the side of NextUp, since I feel like the way these fights go, you're looking to take out PA pretty quickly, and Razor, like, you just don't want Lifestealer to be linked. They're like those two things are top of your mind, and if you have a Lotus, you at least care a lot less about the link.
Stampede! Oh my goodness!
Wow.
An instant kill. Dude, they're not even remotely here set up to help him either. Storm's looking for a power rune. And Rubik with the ball lightning looking for these heroes. Will catch Undying with the torrent. Do they have a telekinesis? They do. You're going to lose 3 heroes for this.
Not expecting the instant blink lift. He did have rage. So this is where I think they're... One, you're right. They were totally split up. But two, there is still not a... Okay, now there's a Yules on Rubik, but there is still rage. And I think X-Mark's Rage Lifestealer is an extremely safe play that you make from, like, the other high ground. So
yeah.
I don't feel like they should be caught out like that.
They force out Fortification as the Razor uses those Mantas in the mid lane. He's closing in on a Hex himself. I'm not a huge fan of the Scythe. I feel like just getting the Refresher is one of those items for Razor where it just feels so damn good. Plus Aghanim Scepter, of course. Like there's a few things that you like, but for them, maybe they just want the control for the Storm Spirit. This guy's got no defensive items, right? He is Parasma, Kaya Sanj, and a Hex. So he's got a BKB queued up at the moment, but if you manage to get the Scythe onto this Storm Spirit, maybe, just maybe, you get the kill.
Yeah, it's with the nerf to a lot of mana cost as well. The Refresher is a little bit tough for Razor to use since it's so expensive, along with like all your spells you'd be using and your Manta and your BKB. So maybe that's some of the logic. Maybe after the Hex, he would have a lot more mana, and then he goes back for the Refresher.
Well, they are in a decent position here with their own ward sentry. They are prepared to fight under. PA did finish the Revenant's Brooch, so you need to be careful. She also finished up a Basher, so those are scary.
Picking a Refresher, Kunk has 100 gold away.
Yules? Okay, they're not going to go for it. Roche
the Refresher.
Long respawn.
They got the smoke gank going. They could zip hex the PA, possibly kill her before she can do anything.
Mirage with the infest. Roshan not
Scout
up,
out.
but they know this. I mean, the wolf got hit by the torrent, so they know
Yep.
something's up.
They're moving in behind. We're playing a little bit of...
Smoke pops on the Kunkka. They don't know exactly where, but if you get the Kunkka, it'd be okay. The telekinesis to pull him back. In goes the Storm Spirit. He's looking for someone. PA gets to blink out, but they don't connect. Woo-wee.
Hey, nothing huge actually committed. Some mana on Storm, but he has really high mana regen thanks to this Arcane Rune, also reducing the amount of mana he just used. So we're still in this. Continue the game of merry-go-round. Just keep going in circles around each other.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, this one gonna be bombed. PA waiting for the opening. They're gonna go in with the nice ink swallow. The Storm Spirit finds his first kill. The Rubik's gonna buy back. Phantom Assassin, they're looking for the Storm. They got him, baby! He's gone. His buyback is available on the front side of the fight. Razor, he's gonna try and just do his own thing. It looks like isolated off thanks to the Tombstone. Finally getting onto the Grimstroke because his BKB will get tossed. Now the Lifestealer turning it around onto him. There's the Storm Spirit. He's looking for his entry back into this fight. Lifestealer with the infest, and there he is. Mirage is in. They want to go onto the PH. He gets the BKB, trying to finish off the Kunkka, but it's going to expire now. Finally, Violent in trouble. He's dead and does not have the buyback. The Lifestealer staying onto the Razor. He can't escape, man.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A disaster here for Nemiga as the Enchantress trying to TP on home, but the Vortex is there. They will get themselves another kill here. 3 dead on the Radiant. Cost 3 buybacks from the Dire.
They get one from the Rubik. Overall, I think you're happy with that, but you got to be very careful with who dies coming up here. And I want to re-emphasize the X marks rage play with this Aegis as well. Okay, they're gonna go top. Damn, no Roshan's banner. They're gonna go top. It's gonna be an Ags and a cheese. But once they get this, I really think they need to just X mark siege, and that way they don't have to risk the people who have bought back dying.
I mean, this Aghanim Scepter for Storm Spirit would be so sick. I have to imagine they're going to give it to him. The AoE Vortex is just incredibly overwhelming in the late game. Because he still needs to get to his BKB, and he did commit his buyback, so he'll probably get Aegis as well as the Axe. Wait, it didn't drop Axe.
Oh, it bugged.
So, someone attacked the Roshan before it started moving is what happened. I think Lifestealer hit it.
Maybe he Radiance burned it. I don't even know. Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Roshan's banner, though.
Hell
Am I right?
yeah.
Dire's middle tower.
Wait, so where's the refresher on the Lifestealer? Okay.
They're going to jump in. They get onto the Phantom Assassin. The Hex is there. She's going to be able to get out for the moment. Turns around potentially with a BKB. But that's a great cooldown to get. BKB down. Stampede down. And they're not done. Mirage wants to go in. You need to be a little bit careful here on the Storm Spirit. You've, of course, got that Aegis protecting you, but
Radiant's top
Barracks is falling super fast.
Dire's structures are Radiant's top
Even Razor's committed the Eye of the Storm.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
I think the storm will be halfway through its duration. I think you can wait that out, especially because you don't even have creeps in the mid lane anyways. Kunkka's here to take... Oh my god, they almost lost their... Oh, they did!
They're
They
gonna lose
lost
both
their
lanes.
ranged...
They're gonna lose both
no.
melee and range. That 2 catapults will finish it off.
Is that a
I saw this wave a
changes
while
creep?
ago, and I was like, there's no way that wave kills it, but Storm Spirit, he's gonna get it. Okay, so Storm Spirit commits to get the wave.
A little annoying. I still think you're okay. Is anyone interested in using X marks to hit the building safely?
He's pumping it, you know, he's trying to throw it on the Lifestealer. We're waiting. Nope, we're just gonna go for an infest play. The scan comes out, it doesn't quite connect, looking for the Centaur, maybe they don't get him.
Ooh, night vision. I don't think they see him.
Oh my goodness. That was a nice scan attempt. Like you said, you have to be very careful of which heroes die in this next engagement. The Storm Spirit, of course, no buyback, but does have the Aegis. And yeah, this is
Am I
new
crazy?
BKB.
Does X not work if you're raged and BKB? Didn't they fix that?
You can't cast it on someone who is BKB. Or no, you can. Wait, I don't know.
You can now with the BKB change.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
Like, am I
there's-
thinking of something different?
I was like, maybe you can't cast it on allies, but I feel like you absolutely can.
I'm pretty sure I've seen it. Oh, here we go! We're doing it!
They finally heard you, Zach. They're like, wait a minute. This guy's on to something.
I try to Yules, but that's what the rage is for. All right, 7 seconds. Go again. Look, he got like half that tower in that time. 2 more times, the tower is dead. Guys, this strat's sick. Look, it's super
Razor.
safe.
They're going to try and jump him. Oh, okay, he's back. They're going for the wraparound. They're like, okay, if they're going to do this, we got to fight. We can't just let them take the tower. So, PA, under the cover of Blur, they're smoked up on the Centaur and the Rubik. Razor.
Commit on this with the Link.
He
Link
wants
broke,
to
maybe
try. The Infest, it catches the Centaur. TP, my friend, come on. Oh, no, he gets the Abyssal Blade, and the Rubik is dead first. Nikki in so much trouble. He's got no one left to help him. He's going to go down in the... I mean, Storm's not done. He's looking for more. They've got the X out from the Kunkka. Razor forced to BKB.
Is that a mana looking for an X mark to go home?
I mean,
They're good to go again. Still got a minute on Aegis.
oh, Hex out. He knows Razor's got nothing left, and Storm Spirit just solos him.
Damn.
No problem at all. Mega
Parasma's
creeps.
cracked.
Almost, yeah, Parasma is the highest damage item in Dota. It's ridiculous.
Radiant's middle barracks has
One ranged barrack standing between them and Megas.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom
Infest, Abyssal Blade is there. The Refresher even committed. But they can't kill the Enchantress. Ghost is Scepter is enough. Up on the backside, PA gets caught. She has a Divine Rapier. She's infested. You brought it. Okay, well, that's GG.
GG.
Yep. I don't know what that was. And just like that, this game is gonna, or this series will be going to a game number 3. As next up, just overwhelm Nemiga and their base. Someone needs to tell them you can TP while infested. I think that is the one thing that they need to take away from this game.
victory.
I respect the Centaur swap into mid. It didn't work, I know, but always fun to see this kind of stuff. You know, I'm pretty bored of the Pango versus Puck, Pango, DK, you know, all those. The Centaur mid, it's a fun change. I think they had some early momentum going with it as well. But actually, they did have the early game, right? It was just the Kunkka who was doing well, but I think they found some good fights out of that because that Kunkka was doing really well. He finished in Aghanims really early, I gotta say. Like Blade Mail Aghanims at 17 minutes or something.
Yeah, he did. He had honestly had a pretty amazing game. I think for me, it's the impact of this Razor was just like non-existent. I don't know what was going on. This hero just did not really feel like it was able to enter the game. You're against heroes like Kunkka and Lifestealer, and to me, it's like you need to have a BKB as long as possible. You need to be able to just stand on these heroes and kill them. And he just doesn't find much farm despite having a completely free lane. Like Lifestealer had to leave his lane. He gets the tower. So yeah, I'm not really sure what happened. Nemiga just started to fall back a little bit too much. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's the Undying. Maybe it's the Kunkka. I'm not sure.
Might be the weakness of the Centaur mid as well. Like,
Yeah.
it was strong to start, but I mean, there's going to be weaknesses to it. There's a reason we don't see it all that often. Maybe a faster BKB on the Razor could have worked to, like you said, kind of continue to put that pressure on the Lifestealer but he went Manta first and then the BKB. And I think in that window, that's when like the Kunkka Ags came online. We had the Radiance, and then a very fast like Armlet into Ags, because they just picked up a ton of fights back to back from that 17 to 25 minute mark. And it's difficult to foresee that, right? But in hindsight, if he had the BKB, he gets to completely ignore Torrent Storm, stick onto the Lifestealer, and maybe just keep killing him throughout these fights.
Yeah. Well, we were wondering if we were going to see a Lifestealer game, and we were curious how it was going to look. And this game, it looked very good. The Infest, of course, from the Aghanim Scepter proving to be very problematic for Nemiga. They just did not know how to react to it. So next up, come out the victors, and they are one game away from knocking out their opponents. So we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with game number 3 of this lower bracket elimination series. We'll see you in a bit. What's up, everybody? Welcome back here to the Eastern European qualifiers for the Elite League. We are into our last series here, and we're finally getting a game number 3 as Nemiga versus NextUp. Has been a pretty interesting series. NextUp, a very good game 2. They struggled quite a bit in game number 1, but we'll see if some changes to the draft here might, make this a little bit of a more interesting game. But what do you think the main difference was from game 1 to game 2, Zach?
Game 1, I think
10 seconds remaining.
they had a shot in game 1. The Morphling did really well, but
5 seconds
they
remaining.
kind of slipped up in the laning stage, which kind of snowballed the game away from them. Game 2, they started, again, a little bit on the back foot with one hero doing well. This time it was the Kunkka instead of the carry, and that allowed them to play around the Kunkka, and they found a couple really good fights back to back, which helped to bring them back into the game. And then from there, they executed their draft really well. We were saying in between, we thought Nemiga. I'm getting tired, dude. We watched so much Dota. Nemiga draft still had a shot, but that maybe the builds could have adjusted a little bit to like keep the Razor on the Lifestealer more, like maybe a faster BKB and maybe a different PA build, not going for the Revenant's Brooch. But it was just, it was a tough game once they kind of like threw those fights around that like 17 to 25 minute mark.
I think the Roshan
10
as well,
seconds
where
remaining.
the Centaur goes in and
5 seconds
they like get the
remaining.
Roche kill, but they weren't prepared to actually pick up the Aegis. Like it was just a Centaur going into the pit. Like everyone else was kind of waiting, and he had already like full committed pretty much everything.
Radiant
I think that was a
team
moment where it's like, if you commit into the pit, you get the kill there on like the Lifestealer and the Storm. Like it's a totally different game.
Yeah. Some of that might include a little bit of weirdness. That was a mid Centaur, right? And I mean, it started off pretty good, I gotta say, but I mean, you're just not used to it, right? Maybe it just throws you all off a little bit, and you try to be a little too cute
5
with the
seconds remaining.
draft flex. And sometimes it's easier to do something suboptimal, but more standard
Dire team
without, like, if you haven't practiced it a lot, it can be easy to mess up. So from
I
that
like
game,
the gyro pick here though.
yeah, from that game to this game, we got the Bat Rider first pick, Tiny, so 2 really strong position 4s.
10 seconds
We have seen
remaining.
some core Tinies today, but perfectly happy with a position 4
5
Tiny.
seconds
Gyrocopter could be your 5, could be your carry, but either way, it'll be a pretty strong lane, especially into this Bat Rider, which is likely to be the position 4. So you can fight back against the Bat Rider, or if the Bat Rider goes off to jungle a little bit, we've seen that quite a lot as Bat Riders try to hit a fast blink timing. Kind of leaves your offlaner alone, so Gyrocopter definitely a support who could bring a lot of early game damage to punish that.
I'm curious where they go with this, because the Centaur is still in the pool, and I feel like Centaur Bat Rider is a pretty cool
Dire team
combo.
pick. Radiant
No,
Oh,
they go back for their
the
Pugna. That's been banned quite a bit. They get the Puck as well, which is surprising considering there's a Tiny already in the game and you can just pick Tiny mid now. But I don't know if that's something Mirage wants, because he definitely has like his set heroes
10
that he's more
seconds
comfortable
remaining.
on. You could go for the Void Spirit, but
5 seconds remaining.
yeah, I feel like Tiny's got to feel pretty okay in that matchup.
Yeah, that's a great point. I do like that it is Pugna with Puck again. I think
Yeah.
that really enabled that combo. And I mean, we saw him play an amazing Puck in game 1. So maybe he's just feeling it. They did have to reveal something here. So going for the Puck. I mean, if they like it, they like it. Other options maybe could have been a more neutral offlaner or something that combos really well with Bat Rider. But you haven't seen the carry. I mean, it could be the Gyrocopter, could be something
Radiant
else.
team
So then they could just
Grim
swap it up. Puck, even when countered, I think can have a pretty good time. But I mean, it definitely can be countered.
Just Grimstroke. Much better, actually, I think, this time with these heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
There's a lot of flex here. Like, is it tiny mid,
5
gyro,
seconds
grim
remaining.
support? Is it gyro carry, grimstroke support, tiny mid, gyro carry, grimstroke off lane? Nah, probably not that one. But we got a lot going on here. I do
like
think
the potential of Grimstroke and Gyro in the same lane. Because, like, he is typically... I mean, he is a ranged hero, and you don't typically see Grimstroke paired with ranged heroes, but he is a ranged hero that plays on top of someone with the Rocket Barrage. Looks like next up we'll go ahead and take the Centaur away. I am shocked that Nemiga did not take this for themselves.
Yeah, I feel like Centaur instead of Puck would have made sense to us, and you could still do Puck or Storm. There's still several mids who like playing with Pugna, whereas quite a few offlaners have been banned out. But they'll go ahead and grab the Centaur now. It is into the Puck, so a little bit countered with the Coil, and now countered even further with the Arena from Mars.
That's cool. At least they still get a decent hero to play with the Bat Rider in the lane. The Mars is really strong. And of course, now, like you said, you have the Arena to counter out the Centaur. It's a good pick for sure. You're missing a little bit of damage to drop into the Arena for sure, but
5 seconds remaining.
depending on the carry matchups, we'll see the Sven and the Slark are still in the pool. I think both teams would actually be happy with either.
Yeah, I actually think it'd be great to move Gyro to support because
Radiant
carry
team
Gyro
back.
plays around Flak Cannon a lot, and now with Mars having Arena, he can block out a lot of those shots. So I'd be down for just running Gyro support and picking up a carry here. You do get last pick on next up, so they can make that decision after seeing everything, but they only have 4 seconds of reserve time, so it's going to have to be fast.
I didn't realize they were that
5
low on reserve
seconds
time. My
remaining.
goodness.
Radiant team ban.
Probably going to see just like a bunch of carries banned out here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Gyro is probably going to be the support. It just makes the most sense. You're going to see tiny mid into the Puck, and
10 seconds remaining.
both teams picking a
Dire
carry that
team
fits their
back.
draft seems good. Phantom Assassin gets banned. I'm curious what you want to... I mean, it's a little bit surprising because it is actually very good for next up here into the Mars. It's actually a great Phantom Assassin game, but it wouldn't be bad for Nemiga either, and you could
10
just steal it.
seconds remaining.
Slark, I think, has got to be on the mind of
5
both of these
seconds
teams.
remaining.
It's very good for next up because of Grimstroke as well.
Nemiga's got to pick theirs first, so I think you just pick something that's generally good, and in particular, good versus Centaur. We might see something like Luna come out. She's just
Yeah.
a fairly safe carry, and she'll lane very well into Centaur.
Ban Anti-Mage and pick Medusa, as we keep seeing. No, I think you're right. I mean, Luna is probably going to be the most straightforward pick here, unless they want to do something weird. But with Pugna, Medusa actually feels a little bit potentially stronger.
Yeah, I'd be open to that.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Luna.
Yep, it's the Morph Luna. All right. Now, do you go for the Medusa?
Kind of similar issues into the Mars, but you could try to play around that. Terrorblade maybe copies Luna, but you also have the same issue with Arena. You have no way to get out of it. I think it'd be nice to pick a carry who can get out. Oh, Wraith Kid. Okay, we do not see this very much lately, but your ult is sort of a response to Luna's ult where you just die and come back. It pairs really well with a Grimstroke later on in the game. But, well, I don't know. I haven't really... The only time I think I've seen Wraith Kings is usually as a response to Faceless Void nowadays.
Yeah, this is super rare, and to be honest, I'm curious what his build's going to be. I feel like you have to go for the Radiance, but then it begs the question of, like, why not just play for an Alchemist, you know, if you wanted to do, like, a default Radiance builder. Interesting. We'll see. Maybe it'll pay off. I mean, I like Wraith King. I think he's a cool hero. He just hasn't felt super strong. There's also a lot of heroes that can deal with the skeletons, right? You just have natural Luna Glaives. You have God's Rebuke from Mars, Puck's Kit. Like, all three of their cores can just easily kill the skeletons if they show. So that will slow down his farm quite a bit, because that's where a lot of his farm comes from, right? Being able to just summon these skeletons in a wave and walk away. But we'll see how it goes.
Trying to like think through this logic, because there was definitely more meta heroes available.
Oh yeah,
like Faceless Void, for example, I think could have been okay.
Wasn't it banned? I felt like it was.
Oh,
banned.
Was it?
Yeah,
I got the
but
memory
either
of the
way,
goldfish.
it's like there's still a lot of heroes.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, they just pulled a. We just had some interesting drafts last game, and looks like we're gonna get it again here. So, I mean, Wraith King's not that crazy, all things considered. He's just out of the meta. So let's see how it does here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Excited to see. It is game 3, of course. The winner will advance here in this lower bracket. The loser is out, and they will have to give it their best shot at the next qualifier. So
Dream crushing time.
Want to see the smoke out here from NextUp as they head to the mid lane.
Bad reputation. Who put that ground?
We're gonna get some 5-on-5 action here. It's a smoke around. The Watcher's already captured though. This is not. Oh, maybe it will work out. A really long wraparound.
This might pay off.
This is hype.
Oh. Inks will stroke just
30
off the
seconds to
mark, and they will not find their opening.
Well, that's that. That was almost really cool. We haven't seen that wraparound, I think, on our stream.
I don't think so either. It was a good attempt, though. It's interesting. Like, Stroke of Fate is much needed in this lane, and I was curious. Like, Inkswell with like your Centaur or your Wraith King walking forward could have been pretty cool. Mirage actually taking a beating here in this mid lane, as he's just dead, and first blood will go to Queasy on this Pugnut.
Well, at least it didn't go to Puck, I guess, but still going to start off with a slight advantage.
He just instantly queues up a Midas. Are you serious?
Pugna?
Yeah.
Let's go, Queasy! This is hilarious. We've seen him play a little bit more greedy.
He just buys a bunch of starting regen and like finishes his wand, some extra sentries, and then queues a Midas. He's like, yep, I'm good.
I'm sure he'll change it.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, me neither. I'm ready. Do it, Queasy. Represent the supports. Do what one of us wants. Just want to go straight Midas.
Nice flame break there from the Bat Rider.
Absolutely not.
How's this mid lane going? Puck versus Tiny stuff. Pretty much
nothing
standard.
Nothing too crazy yet. Fortunately, Tiny died before creeps were really here, so he was able to get back and without missing anything, and didn't have his laning stage totally ruined off that first blood, especially because Puck didn't pick up that first blood. Puck does have the bottle a little early, but I think it'll stabilize Yeah, he's already got his bottle on the way too.
All right, yeah, gets a couple denies under the tower. That's good for him. Queasy still got that Midas queued up. Let's go.
Guys, hear me out. I right-click a lot in this lane. Okay, in the top lane, first of all. Grimstroke in some danger here. He's gonna Inkswell. Might
we got
buy
hit by
him
the
enough
ghost.
time. Neutrals.
Neutrals intervening. Classic.
Right, he still got a good amount of damage on the Grimstroke, so I guess you don't have to feel too bad. Plus, that was his teleport. If you manage to kill him now, extra painful for him.
Batrider's got to have something coming on Courier soon, I imagine. Oh, he ended up buying a full stick. Never mind.
Where's your Midas?
Yeah, right? Hey, guys, that's like when you see the enemy team, like, their support has a Midas. You're like, guys, he has a Midas. Why can't I
I gotta
have
match
one?
him. He's gonna outscale me.
Pugna's now just queued up the mana boots. He's going to play regular
Pugna.
Dota. Pretty boring, if you ask me, but it's whatever.
Needed to stay
Batrider,
strong.
he is completely zoned off this Grimstroke. So, there's a lot of damage that he's taken.
It's annoying for Grimstroke, but
Instructions are
I mean, your offlaner's farming, so you're kind of okay with this. You are a little bit behind Luna, but this is a counter pick, so as long as you're kind of getting enough, I think you're relatively happy with this. Well, maybe they're even turning on the Luna now. A lot
This
of
would be a
damage.
very nice kill, but yeah, doesn't have the damage.
Couldn't
It's
quite get in
level
range
1D.
for the Inkswell.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Might have been
you, like,
enough.
If you get like Blood Grenade and Inkswell there, he's definitely dead. Mid lane, these two are falling very low. 4-minute power rune.
We're both here.
Tiny's-
Awkward.
Dude, Puck can definitely just orb for the other one too, right?
Gyro's there, but Pugna's
wait,
going to
they're
deny
already
it. That's going to be a big issue for Tiny. He's got no regen now. Maybe he can pick up a free Pugna kill?
Nah, he's got a Lotus. He's
Okay.
fine.
Radiant's middle
Salves
tower
as
is
well.
under
He's
attack.
chilling. Okay, yeah, this does very much hurt Mirage in the mid lane. Puck has level 3 Illusory Orb now as well, so he's going to take a lot of damage from this. And
Mirage? Okay, he's still got a Fairy Fire and a
Stick.
stick. It's real scary, though. Can the support die, please?
Yeah,
Someone?
right. Come to my lane.
Could be a
fill my
core, too.
bottle,
I
please.
don't care. Just want a bottle refill. And that's why the mid rotations are so important. Top lane, Luna in a bit of trouble. She's under her tower already, though.
Oh, Centaur walks into the tower.
Maybe should not have done that. Bat Rider now turning.
10 sticks on the Centaur to go for stun here. He will, as he managed to keep the Grimstroke alive. But
Ooh,
he's
knockback?
baiting. Centaur's baiting.
Now Bat Rider's under the tower?
Whose tower is it anyway?
Now Luna's under the tower?
Dude, everyone's under every tower, apparently. Dude, look at the health bars at the top of the screen. Everybody is so low.
He's pausing to discuss the Midas. He's like, guys, please, think about it. No? Okay, fine. All right,
Guess
top,
I'll get mana boots.
I guess. Whatever. Top, I guess Luna will just do her own pull here. They aren't really winning this lane. This is a very even laning stage. If anything, I'd say maybe Tiny is doing the worst here, considering that Tiny is typically very good against Puck in the early game, but missing out on that bottle refill, getting killed at the first bounty rune. These things have set him back a bit.
Yeah, he's going to salve up. Never feels good to have to commit a salve early. As Bat Rider's coming, hits him with the flame break,
Salve
cancels the
canceled.
salve, throws him right into the Puck, and Tiny will drop an
Wait.
avalanche. Okay,
What
that
a
is
baller.
best case scenario, honestly. Getting at least a turnaround kill, but Puck, now the big winner in this mid lane at level 6, almost level 7, and chances are this Bat Rider's coming mid to refill his bottle.
Yeah, I think you're kind of okay with that because, frankly, if you live there, but you just had your salve canceled and you're still super low on regen. You're just like, man, what am I even doing here? So getting a kill and dying might actually be to his benefit. Grimstroke guarding this. We'll see if Tiny can grab this haste first, and they might actually be able to kill Batrider again with this. Woo.
Be a nice kill.
Avalanche toss. Oh, raindrops tanking up a lot. All right, I think you're just chilling.
Back.
Oh, Batrider
I think it's a good attempt
too. Yeah, definitely. But they're gonna have to look to help Tiny a little bit here. This is not the lane they want him to have. So either a lot of emphasis coming up to the 8-minute runes or some other gank. The issue is Puggin really hard to gank. So maybe it's Tiny having to go to another lane and find a kill. Batrider going to look for the Wisdom Rune steal. He must resist these couriers.
He gets scouted by the courier. He's going to blood grenade and try and slow down this Grimstroke. He has a flame break available as well as the gyrocopter coming in. All right, he's realizing he's gone.
Ooh.
Nice
I really
TP
like
in
this.
from the gyro.
Tiny changing his mind, immediately saying, go on Luna, she's on her own. Get her, get her, get her.
Tower is under attack.
Avalanche, toss, stomp. A little bit of a spell layering there, but they managed to get the kill either way. Very
Just
good
enough.
response from the Tiny. In bottom lane, they're looking for this
Dire's top
Wraith
tower
King, and they don't
is
get
under
it.
attack.
Coil committed, Stampede to get him away, and honestly, he gets the level 6 for that Stampede off of the Luna kill.
Yeah, really nice call to recognize not to overcommit on that Batrider. He's like, my supports have that, and I know what that means. I know Luna's alone, we can kill her. That's huge for his own game. And here is the heavy rotations to the mid lane for that 8-minute rune.
Yeah. Puck starting to feel the Tiny pressure now. Level 4 Avalanche is no
Dire's
joke, is a
middle
ton of
tower
damage.
is under attack.
So we're going to see the 8-minute rune here, and it will spawn top, an invis for the gyrocopter. Well,
Yeah, Ryder gonna commit on the Tiny.
Mirage taking a lot of damage. This orb is going to crush them as well as they manage to take down the Tiny. Batrider saved by the Decrep, and Puck, he's not done. He finishes him off, a 3-for-1 in the mid lane. Beautifully done.
Radiant's middle tower
Nice.
is under attack.
Puck is winning a matchup with some help from supports, of course, that he definitely is not supposed to. 1,000 gold up at 8.5 minutes. That is, well, maybe that's why they picked Puck into the Tiny, Ricky. He's like, don't worry, I've got this. Counter pick, that's nothing. I am an excellent Puck player.
Is under attack.
Another bottle refill from the Batrider, I think like the second or third at this point.
A lot of emphasis.
And they're going to
being
smoke
put
to the
on
top
mid
side,
lane.
potentially.
Looks like it. Centaur's been having a good time,
Is under attack.
especially off that Luna kill. So maybe wanting to get a return kill here, reestablish some control of this lane.
Are
I mean,
scanning.
both teams are smoking in here. They might be able to bring down the Centaur first as they do manage to get a lot of damage out. The Coil's going to catch 3. A nice Stampede. But can they get him out? What an arena. The TP in from Mars will just secure all 3 of these kills mid lane. We're going to see Pugna trying to juke out the Tiny, and he's able to do so. Dude, what? I mean, he held the Coil. I don't even think he knew that those heroes were coming in. But as soon as they
Is
show...
under attack.
Wraith King was waiting by this twin gate to try to surprise whoever came through. So as it started channeling, he popped the skeletons, but then I think he misclicked. He started channeling on the twin gate himself, and Mars just like walked away, and the stun was a little late. But I guess Mars is pretty tanky. It would have been a tough kill anyways.
Very convenient shield rune here for the Pugna on the river, taking that one away as he would have died most likely to the gyro otherwise. His hero's fast, man. Pugna, with no meat to weigh down your bones, you can get pretty quick.
Is that why he's so fast? I see, I see.
He's also he's like an agile child, you know? He's an athletic kid before he was rudely turned into a skeleton.
I'm gonna take that as true Dota lore. I'm really bad with the Dota lore. I'll just believe anything you tell me.
Nice. And where's
like
SVG
baseball?
to come in with all his lore
What do you
stuff?
play?
Huh?
What's his favorite sport? What did he play?
I don't know. He was a nerd.
Right. Nemiga feeling probably pretty good right around now. They have the top 3 spots. Not that they know that, but the Mars is going to be working on a Blink Dagger. Puck already having a pretty solid game up to this point. Just about done with his Witchblade soon. And Luna's been jungling. Maybe not... maybe would have liked to shut down the Centaur a little bit more, but she herself was not shut down, and I think they'll take that.
So, with everything we're seeing, an interesting take here is this Batrider's build. Now, we see a lot of them tried to prioritize getting that early Blink Dagger, but he's actually got a mech queued up.
So I think you can do this when you have a lot of teammates who will initiate, such as the Mars and the Puck. Lasso onto Gyro. Luna is here. Gyro is no longer
Coil
here.
out as well. Really sick play from the Batrider. He actually uses a ward and a blood grenade to help find that one. That being said, Grimstroke getting out is a little bit surprising. He might continue. No, he's gonna go. He's got his eyes set on a regen rune in mid lane.
And Batrider's gonna
Bottom
get that
lane,
D ward
Pugna.
too.
Nice pick off there. Tiny,
Whatever
kinda
sport he
joining
played did not give him enough move speed. The Batrider build, yeah, because we really do usually see blinks, but I think when you already have these initiating teammates, you can be the aura, because you're going to stand behind the Luna, and Luna will just walk up to towers and attack, and you don't necessarily need to initiate. You kind of force them to initiate on your Luna, and so that case, you can just back her up with the aura. I'm sure he'll get a blink later, but I think that's why you will see these kind of deviations from the Batrider supports.
Oh my gosh. Puck just dodged a bullet. He had no idea that this gank was coming. Ends up
Maybe the
joncing
bullet's
at the best
curving.
time. And there's a coil in one. He's got the regen rune this whole time. Tiny goes down. Wraith King held in place for the moment. The regen now kicking in at full speed.
Regen is too
Dude.
good. If that first jump hits, that Puck does die.
Yeah.
They still followed through and it got really close. You're right, the regen healing through all that probably also saved his life. It's pretty crazy. I'm still kind of always surprised when I remember that they made that change and I see it in action. I'm like, how is this okay? How is Storm killing me in this team fight? And now he's jungling and now he's still going to have full mana. Like, what is this? Who balanced this rune?
Radiant structures.
Probably
It did
not
feel
Ice
really
Frog.
bad. It did feel really bad when it just gets canceled. It felt like one of the worst runes when that happens. So I don't know. I don't know what the middle ground is. Some lines being drawn on the minimap. Blue, who's blue? Tiny, play up here, or don't.
Guys,
One or the other.
He's probably just telling Wraith King to go farm there or something. Which, I mean, he's doing the play of around the Twin Gates where he like goes to the Twin Gate, instantly spawns his skeletons, and then comes back through the Twin Gate.
Yeah, I like it. It's a little mana intensive, but it is very map efficient. Maybe an idea is that he's drawing the circle because they did that play. Someone will respond to top, right? It's pushing in. We have a whole skeleton army here. So it's going to push in. Someone will respond, and then they can either make a play there or maybe make a play somewhere else. Like you see Puck top, so you try to kill whoever's bottom because you know Puck can't be there. I guess we'll see in a moment which it is because this lane really is just going to shove in with this many skeletons.
Yeah. I'm trying to look at how far it is from his Radiance. He's still got a ways to go. About, am I doing my math right? 3,000 gold?
Sported Wraith King play.
I don't think he ever really had to play sports.
He has a
I don't
ways
know
to
what Wraith
go.
King's
I'm going to
lore
guess
is
tennis.
anymore.
Tennis player.
You think he's a tennis player? Is it because he's tall?
I don't know. Just feels, we're really drawing this line over here. This is critical to their game plan. Whatever this is, it must be top.
He's telling his team to turn around and go top. He's like, get the heck out of bottom lane.
I mean, yeah, they don't have bottom tower to play around anyway, so I see some logic to that.
Were you an athlete, Zach? Did you play any sports?
Played some soccer. Wasn't great at it.
Nice.
I fenced, and I like badminton.
Ooh, cool. Very nice. Those are fun.
I'm not speedy though, so I didn't play whatever Pugna played.
Yeah, Pugna was he was a soccer player, but probably a
Probably a good
forward.
one.
It's a good one. I don't know. Maybe it was the ball. It's hard to say.
Launching Pugna around. All right, slight pause, guys. You get to look at us. You get to watch us watch the mini map. They're still drawn. They're still drawing things all around. They've got a lot to discuss here. Oh, wait. Call us to go? All right, you don't have to look at us anymore. Wannabe soccer players here.
I don't know about you. I was okay at soccer.
How are you? Okay. You faster than Pugna?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. I played for like 16 years, I think.
Oh, that's a long
15
time.
years. Yeah, I think I played 15 years.
Got one ready?
Probably more than several people in Twitch chat have been alive, which scares me. Some Dota players have been alive. Okay, so they are smoked up, going to this mid lane tower, it looks like, and it should be a quick, easy pick off onto the Batrider, right? You have Inkswell to follow up the Centaur. We talked about this combo
Stealing the
being much
raindrops.
better. He's like, what are these doing here?
It's only one charge. They give it
baby, Mars with a big hero of Arena. You've got the Eclipse to follow. Stampede, the panic. Like, guys, get out of here. The coil connects. It's going to hold the Centaur into play. Silence out as well from the puck. Gyros will be the next to fall. As they're looking for more, Wraith King will survive as well as the Tiny.
Guys, they gave us back our raindrops.
Radiant's middle tower
That's nice
is
of
under
them.
attack.
We shouldn't have killed them. Nice Arena. He just picked up that blink. During that pause, I saw it was in his backpack. Must have literally swapped it in and TP'd. Immediately catches 3. That is just about the best blink reveal you could possibly have.
Yeah,
That
absolutely.
Rider
And
kill does not feel so worth it anymore.
yeah, not at all. And Batrider did manage to buy out his mech, so he doesn't really lose much gold at all there.
Actually, did he even die?
Batrider? Yeah.
He did die, right? Okay.
Yeah. Batrider died. Yeah, they kind of stuck around a little bit too long was the problem. They thought they might be able to get more, but...
Batrider finds
Lasso
Tiny.
onto the Tiny, and an Avalanche will make a little bit of space, but they've got more than enough damage. Meanwhile, Puck will soften up the Grimstroke for the real carry, of course, which is this Pugna, right? Queasy with the double kill. 5, 1, and
Radiant's top
5.
tower is under attack.
Maybe he had a Midas.
Double damage.
We're going to look to the mid tower, try to take this off of those couple kills. It's already pretty low. Luna getting it even lower with the glaive bounces. With this tower, the map will be pretty open for them.
Radiant's
This game is
middle
getting
tower
really out
is
of
under
control
attack.
net worth-wise. It is a 9,000 gold lead for Nemiga, and your Luna just finished up the Manta. They thought it was real. It was an illusion. The amplified damage still does a decent chunk of damage to the Luna. There's the Arena, the Spear, but it's going to be enough to save her, and now Tiny falls as well. Oh, that's got a sting indeed. Violence with a beautiful bait.
Is under attack. Radiant's middle tower
11k now, 12k
Middle tower
now.
has fallen.
Third. Do I get a 13? All right, I guess not.
Someone break an item? 13? 14? That is rough. What is the turnaround here? Wraith King is working on Radiance. He has the money for the Relic. It's still going to be another minute or two, like a 19-minute Radiance. Doesn't feel great. He's actually, like, relatively farmed for this point in the game, but everyone else is just way more farmed thanks to all the kills that are going on.
Yeah, it's like I'm looking at Wraith King, and he just is never going to be able to catch up to this Luna at this point. Like, she, as Grove Bow and Manta style, she can kind of do whatever she wants. They will potentially find the Centaur here. And it's like, yeah, once you get Radiance, it is pretty good, but Luna's going to have BKB probably at the same time. And Puck finished up his Kaya. Mars almost to BKB, about 1,000 gold away.
I guess this stems back to Tiny not having as good of a lane as he was supposed to. They try to help him out a lot. They try to force it, but just they found a couple kills, but in general, most of the things went Nemiga's way. And then it really started to go Nemiga's way in the last couple minutes with some of these bigger fights.
Radiant scan. They put themselves a ward sentry over here to scout this cliff. And then they will just clean up this mid wave. Meanwhile, bottom, they're looking to go onto the Wraith King. A nice blink as the arena comes out as well. The spear will catch the centaur. They will get the reincarnation, but the damage overwhelming. You don't have to be worried. A big call down coming through from this gyrocopter and a soulbind onto the backside. In comes Mirage, but they're just too strong, man. You're way too far behind. The Luna able to stand her ground forever as Mars looking for more heroes on the backside to pick them off. 4 dead, a not even close fight.
Radiance is pretty close. Maybe if he just had a little bit more money and had that Radiance, maybe they get the Luna kill, because she did get pretty low before being healed up. Maybe that fight goes a bit differently, but yeah, I mean, we're almost at 1K a minute. That is usually a death sentence.
Especially
I mean, this is already probably a death sentence, but I think we're in that territory where you need Nemiga to make mistakes more so than there are plays that you can make. Puck
Centaur
actually just solo killing
just-
Centaur.
Yeah, I was like, he's just getting absolutely owned. Oh, very close. No,
And
they
you
managed
still
to
get
the
Stampede out.
Stampede.
Yeah, it didn't really cost you anything.
And Kai Assange delivered on the puck, so very strong. We'll probably just queue up the Parasma.
As a Whisper of the Dread too, pretty disgusting. I mean, behind Grobo, I think that's probably one of the better ones you can get for Puck.
I'll take that.
Oh, it's Puck's turn drawing on the minimap. Down here, play here.
She just got the Wraith King Courier, so he has to make his way to a secret shop now to get the Radiance.
That's rough.
Which I don't know how he's going to manage that.
He's drawing the line. Escort me.
Get me to the secret shop.
Radiant's
I am
Essence,
the
as he jumps in
king.
his chair.
Exactly. Let's go, squad.
They're
I mean,
actually
with the
smoking
Radiance,
just to get to the Radiance.
with the Radiance, maybe like they have several blinks. Maybe they can just keep finding pickoffs if they're like very careful. They got to commit a lot to the vision game, I think, here to make sure they're not being followed around. But like back-to-back smokes, keep finding pickoffs. Any pickoff you find is gonna be worth a lot when you're 20k behind. Can I get a 21?
20. Well, Arena Spear finds a Grimstroke. He's dead. They're looking for the Centaur, though. The Stampede will be committed. The Luna will catch a missile. Meanwhile, Puck's looking for anyone kind of retreating on the other side. Centaur should get the blink out, so he's going to be just fine.
Or is he?
Oh, my goodness.
That was scary. First the spear, and then the lasso. I think he started the animation.
Yeah, he did. That, like, tickled the hairs on his butt, I'm sure.
All right, can you believe this? Grimstroke died, but Gyro stole 2 bounty runes, and it turned it from a 20k lead to a 19k lead.
Radiant's top tower has
Some funny shenanigans here in the mid lane as the Puck actually taking a really heavy damage
nice
here.
try.
Needs to be careful, but in comes the Luna. Stomp. Great placement here from the Centaur. They have double BKBs.
Big crit.
Can they turn them on? They can, and now into the Eclipse they go. They're going to be able to find the Pugna at least to start the fight. Wraith King falling low. Lasso connects onto the Tiny to take down the Centaur. Puck's going to find an Arcane Rune in all of this. Bat Rider is gone. The second life of the Wraith King. Needs to be careful. Mirage on the Tiny. They see him. Puck's got him. And they're not done. Again, Arcane Rune Puck. He's going to continue the chase, trying to just break these backline heroes. A great 2-hero spear. He's got his eyes set on the prize. That's the Wraith King. To the high ground he goes. Bottom side of the fight, Gyrocopter will fall, and I guarantee you this Puck is not done. The GG comes out, but Nikki, he wants another victim, and he will get it. Nemiga will advance.
dire victory.
GG after getting one more kill.
Yeah, this
All right.
one, you tried something interesting with the Wraith King, but boy, oh boy, did that just not work out.
Yeah, we kind of saw there in their last fight that Wraith King did bring some damage, so maybe it could have worked. Like maybe it's that mid lane not going very well, and then the rotations after that. And if maybe you're not like 20k behind when the Wraith King comes online, it looks a little better. But yeah, it was a good effort from them. Congratulations to Nemiga Gaming for advancing on. They are not knocked out. They're going to move on this lower bracket. I believe we might see them play tomorrow. I'm not sure which games we are covering on this stream.
It should be 9 Pandas Liga for us. And then I think we have Nemiga again and then lower bracket finals, but it's hard to say. Or lower bracket semifinals?
Yeah, maybe semifinal. I think so.
Yeah.
Anyways, guys, tune into all the channels. Whatever game is being covered, I'm sure it'll be a great time.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. This tournament it's been a good format. I mean, I keep saying that. I'm excited to see the Swiss group stage, I think, more than anything, because it is something that we haven't really seen in quite some time. Here are those channels, so make sure to check them out. Of course, the Twitch channels you can see listed there, B, which is where we are, right? And then you have C, D, and E, and of course the mainstream. Check out the other social media as well there, just to kind of stay up with what ESB is doing. But yeah, this has been a fun day. We actually got a couple 2-0s, which I'm surprised because we never get 2-0s. We have done so many 3-game series at this point. But yeah, Nemiga they definitely looked like the stronger team. I think game 2 was a little bit of a I don't know, like they kind of outplayed themselves maybe a little bit, but
Outdrafted themselves with the Centaur mid, perhaps.
Yeah. Fun nonetheless. Any final thoughts from you?
This was our first day getting to watch the Eastern European qualifiers. I mean, it's the first day it started, but we definitely got to see slightly different styles, a lot more Undying, which I think is cool. Though I think maybe they lost a lot of them. I actually don't know the win rate of Undying off the top of my head, but it's always cool to see a different style. We got to see some fun drafts like in this series, but I think our last couple series also had some cool stuff. So yeah, always fun to see a new region. Looking forward to tomorrow, where we'll get to see even more.
Yeah, absolutely. So that being said, everyone, we are going to bring today to a close. We hope you enjoyed these qualifiers here for the Elite League, but we'll be back tomorrow, same place, same time, with more Eastern European Dota action. Thank you all so much for tuning in. My, of course, name is Cryptic. I've been here with Z Quixotics, and we will see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful night.